Ed. That's one way to fix it. And this one, the moon is not.
Okay.
Thank
Your
you for
mic's on?
reminding me about the moon.
Yes?
Not only that, I turned on my silent on my lap, so the emails don't get.
Good morning. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for September 27th, 2008. We'll begin with the decision items on the special order calendar. Item number 1, 34143 BZ, 3319 Atlantic Avenue, Brooklyn.
Anyone here for this?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Are we reopening or anything? So,
Yeah, you had a question.
Yeah, we had a question.
okay, so she's going to be sworn in.
Yeah.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Sign.
It wasn't really a question. It was more about, it wasn't actually a question for the applicant. Never
Maybe
mind.
she has.
So you want me to reopen?
Yeah, it's all right, because then at least we can discuss it.
Yeah.
Okay. So the motion reopened. Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Good morning, Maria Papasevastos of Seyfarth Shaw on behalf of the applicant. We were at the review session yesterday, heard the board's comments. With respect to the community board first, we have had numerous discussions with the community board. They are aware that the board requested at the last hearing their recommendation or a waiver letter. They are aware that today's hearing was a decision. I sent them our initial application back in April 16th of 2018. I sent them the notice of public hearing, the response to the notice of comments. After the last hearing in this case, we followed up on July 27th and sent them the full application package again, continued to follow up throughout the months after. And the most recent word I had was on September 25th. They said the Land Use Committee was meeting that night, would let me know if they were going to submit anything to the board. Followed up yesterday and have not heard anything. So
Only so much you can.
I did my best.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Then with respect to the barbed wire that we removed, you saw in the photos that we removed it. With respect to the wall, you have the architect's letter that confirms that there is no signs of structural damage to the wall. In speaking with him, he agreed that there is some cosmetic issues with the wall, but in his opinion, it is not structural at all, and he does not see any issues in the foreseeable future with the wall. I'll also note that Storage Post regularly inspects and maintains their facilities. They have a district operations manager who is at the site weekly doing inspections of the buildings and looking at things. They also have a constructions and operations manager who on a quarterly basis inspects all of the properties and will make sure that all of the facilities, structures are in good condition. They also have an investment partner who on a yearly basis does property tours, so that would be another occasion for them to see if there's any issues with this wall. Of course, they are a storage facility and it is in their interest to maintain the property, to make sure there's no risk of water damage for their tenants' property as well. So they have every interest to make sure the property is in good condition, looks presentable for their tenants, and that they're willing to pay the rent that they pay. So if there's further questions.
Yeah, so and that's one of the reasons that I thought maybe since there is a facilities manager, so there is a method for doing this, right?
Yeah.
So what you're describing and all the photographs that we saw, and I assume what the architect did, because otherwise I think the architect would have mentioned that the inspection included climbing on the roof, using a mirror, all that kind of stuff. That's a much more elaborate inspection. And I'm assuming the architect took the photographs. So the photos are all taken from the facility itself, from the outside on the subject property, right, on their own property. But they're not taken from the parapet walls as you walk around the roof. My concern wasn't about the property where where they are operating all the time, where you can see the walls, they're exposed, right? My concern was the bizarre reality that this building runs down the center of the block, and it backs up to the rear of houses, and therefore, it's not accessible, right? So that wasn't looked at. And so what I just wanted to suggest as a condition is that as part of the facilities management inspections, that once a year, they walk on the roof and they inspect, well, I don't want to tell them how to do it, but that they inspect what the wall looks like on the outside as opposed to the inside. Because you start to see damage most of the time first on the outside, right? So, and to say that the exterior is only cosmetic, no, actually, it needs to be pointed. That's not cosmetic, that's maintenance, and otherwise, you can actually see the bricks cracking, or let's say the bricks pulling apart from each other at the mortar joints. So there is pointing that's necessary, so cosmetic is not correct. If it doesn't look pretty, that's not my concern. So what I just want to suggest is that we add a condition that annually the facilities manager inspects all of the walls on the exterior, running all the way along on all sides, on the outside of the property, and obtains permission from the neighbors to enter the property where repairs are necessary. But they actually have to look at, usually they use mirrors, to look at what's happening on that side, unless the property owner says, sure, you can come inside, no problem. But if they don't say that, then they use mirrors and they walk around the roof. Okay? So,
I'll just note that there have been no issues with the neighbors thus far, no complaints, no issues, claims at all. So, and they've not had to maintain this in any other way, never issues.
well, that's good. I mean, a lot of times, this is New York, people just put up with stuff. So, and when it's offered, they're kind of like, really? You mean I don't have to worry about this anymore? But New Yorkers are just used to putting up with really bad situations because they came to this, there it is. That's the way it is. We'll just take care of it ourselves and plant a bush, or... Okay, so then, thank you. Are there any other comments like that on this? Okay, so then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
And I'd like to make a motion to grant on the condition that I just discussed, that there be an annual facilities inspection, which includes inspection of the exterior walls all the way around the facility. And then I won't tell them what the methods are, but where repairs are necessary, that they obtain permission from the property owner to enter the property and do the repairs.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Thank you.
This application's been granted. Item number 2, 16-12BZ, 184 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn. Do we want to reopen this?
Yeah, we need to.
Yes?
Yes.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. Eric.
Yeah. Thanks.
Hello, Eric Blatnick. It's a Jewish holiday right now, which is appropriate since I'm here for a yeshiva, right?
Oh.
They're all having carnivals today, all the yeshivas. It's a big
Having
carnival.
carnivals?
Big carnival day. It's the end of Sukkot, and I don't know, Ellie could probably help me out, but I know everybody is having carnivals, a lot of carnivals going on today. So our clients are not here because I know they're having a carnival.
Okay.
So there's a lot of them going on today.
Well, happy celebration.
Yeah, right. Happy celebration. It's been very quiet around my office for the last couple of weeks, actually, so it's been nice. We attended your review session yesterday, and we heard your comments. We've given you, we think, most of the information. I know that you had a comment about the Environmental Control Board violations on the property. They've been letting a contractor use the property who's been using it for their trucks and things of that ilk. We think that's what caused the violations to be issued. There's no construction being done at the property, nothing at all. There's construction trucks on the property. There are. It's a demolition company. So that's with respect to that. With respect to the big question you had about the catering, we have no desire to do catering at all. We will come back to you if we want to do catering. It's not our intention at all. We know that you've been very gracious in saying we're allowed to do it in the district. If you want to do it, show it. We have no desire to do it. It's a school, it's a yeshiva. That's what we're doing. The rooftop, I know you you had concerns about the elevator at the rooftop. We want to try to assuage you. There's no intention of any wrongdoing to occur. The reason why we want the elevator on the rooftop is because... we didn't reopen, I'm sorry.
Sorry, no, you
I
got
should
a point.
have remembered
I know
that too.
We never did a motion.
No, we didn't do a motion.
Didn't I?
Sorry,
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so motion to
I apologize.
reopen.
No, that's my
Motion
fault.
to reopen, Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Thanks.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta? Sorry, I apologize.
So,
Eric Black.
all of that previous was in the record, right? Or do you have to say it all over?
I could repeat very quick. I could
Yeah,
talk
repeat
like
very
that FedEx commercial from years ago. Guy used to talk like really quickly.
Oh, okay.
We can
that's
accept that on the record. We don't, right? We can accept.
Somebody remembers
I
the
don't know.
commercial.
it. Okay, we can adopt what we heard before. Can we do that? Ratify it? What happened?
Someone's phone was.
Miss Matias, I thought you were, oh, Miss,
Oh,
It's Mr. Mitzner.
okay.
you know, Marvin's always on the latest on technology, so it's not surprising that he's,
He needs to learn about the moon also.
Is Tony his ringtone?
Marvin did good. He took the pressure off Tony right there.
Sorry, back on the record. I
All right,
apologize.
Eric Palatnik, again, just to reiterate what we just spoke about a couple minutes ago, though, before, the construction equipment, there is construction equipment on the property from somebody doing demolition, and with respect to the elevator bulkhead, the elevator, we desire to have an elevator going to the roof because we have a storage unit on the roof. The storage unit on the roof is designed to take all the chairs, books, you know, all the nonsense in the build, not nonsense, stuff like you see in this room. If this room were to change uses, you need to put stuff somewhere. That's the purpose of everything. It's all been in there since the beginning. We've never changed any of that on the plans.
No,
So-
actually, from the beginning, I mean, in terms of the storage.
You're right.
Or in terms of the elevator. So the elevator was in there in the beginning because there was playground on the roof. And then we said we have to take the playground on the roof off because of environmental issues.
environmentals.
And so with it should have gone the elevator. And I observed that if the use of the storage, if the elevator is really supposed to be for the storage room, then why is it the elevator that's going to the roof, the one that's not in the storage room? There's an elevator that rises right into the storage room. If you're gonna, so the way that you got, it's currently laid out, which is obviously to allow passengers, because the elevator stops in a lobby, and then you go outside onto the roof, and there you are, as opposed to the elevator that is rising up and has a bulkhead in the storage room.
I'll ask him why they can't use that one and raise that
That's
one.
the one they should use. In order for me to be persuaded that that's the use of the elevator, you would put an elevator
I don't
in
see any
the
reason
storage
why
room.
that one can't be.
Are there two elevators?
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
still
there's
Yeah, there are two.
So
is
this
any-
one is not shown as having
Right.
a landing inside the storage room, it's just a bulkhead in the storage room.
Okay. So then maybe the one that's landing in the storage room can be the elevator that...
That's exactly, I think, what the chair was just trying to
And the other
communicate,
one can
and
be just
I'm on,
and the other one can just be the
I'm
bulkhead.
on board. I don't have a client behind me kicking me, so I have to speak to
Okay.
them.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to speak to them about it, but that makes logical sense.
Okay. And then then you want to continue? There was an issue about I wanted to just know about the status of the lease.
The lease is still in effect. It's in effect till 2021. We have a copy of the lease with us,
So,
which we
but the
submitted
lease is in
earlier.
effect, but the school hasn't been open. Have they been parking buses there anyway?
I'm not sure, I think they do use it for their other facilities. It's an existing school. This isn't a new school, so I do believe they use it. I can confirm for you if it's currently in place right now.
Because that's the thing about a lease. So you've got this lease, it's committing you to pay however much a year, and they arguably haven't used it because it's associated with this.
Maybe, yeah, but it might actually be I'm sure the buses are used for multiple purposes. We could find out for you what the status is of that, what their arrangements are.
Okay. And then we need the drawings updated with the proper date.
Yes, we changed the drawings so that they have revision dates that include the original date of January 4th, when we first filed in 2012, and then it's got revision dates from the environmental notes that we added on 8/30, and then we have dates that we added from just recently with the zoning notes and
Okay, so
other things.
the-
So we have a revised set with us,
Okay.
which I guess we'll include in our next submission for you, which hopefully could be the final one.
What about the notes? Oh,
The notes for,
The
no,
notes with no access to the roof, will
Yeah.
that be in the next?
no play.
Yes, that's on this set of, that's on
No
this,
play area.
that's on the set of plans I'm holding right now, too. Yeah, it says a roof area is not to be used by school or students.
okay, by fact, yeah, school, and-
It says by school or students, that's the language we included.
all right, that's where we're done. The stop work order, I think that's related to.
That's related to, and we tried to figure out yesterday how we have a stop work order on something we don't have permits for, which, but, it's a whole nother question.
Yeah, well, you can have people who are working without permits, so it's a stop
I
work
guess they put a
order.
stop work, it's like getting a ticket for speeding without a car, it's sort of weird, but nonetheless, there is no work going, the ECB file, yeah, but that's okay, we got the violation, but there is no work,
Okay.
and we're working on resolving it.
And what about paying the ECB violations, which is what we do? We don't grant.
The specific ECB violations?
The ones that have fines. We always ask prior to closing that the fines be paid, prior to voting, sorry, that the fines be paid. We don't grant where you've got a,
We'll talk to the client about those and make sure that.
I always said where you have outstanding fines.
yeah. Okay, and then, okay, I think that was it.
Can you just repeat the issue with not planning to use the facility as a catering hall? You had stated that before we reopened, so just for the record.
Okay, yes, and for the record, there is no intention to use it as a catering hall. We know it's a permitted use, and we could ask for it if we desired to right now. We have no desire to do that, and should they desire to in the future, they will come back and do an amendment, but there is no desire to do
The
it right now, or
amendment
no
would have to,
intention.
just so everybody's aware, once it becomes, it's a banquet facility, not a catering hall. Once it becomes a banquet facility, it's use group 9, there's parking requirement, they would have to satisfy the parking requirement.
And there's no intention to do that at all, or use it as a banquet hall, so.
Okay. All right, and we have that as a condition. All
Yes.
right, all right, so I think that's it for now, and then we can close. Are there any speakers on this because I reopened? No, okay. So I'd like to make a motion to close again.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
And well, it's paying the fines.
Paying the fine is probably the slowest part, so I know that everybody's on holiday until the middle of next week, so maybe if we could have 4 weeks.
So it would just be verifying the fines are paid and that the drawings have been amended to reflect those notes, right?
October 30th?
Yeah, I'm not here, but that's fine. Yeah. Okay.
October 30th
Okay,
for the next hearing,
okay.
so that would be a.
That would be the submission, oh, sorry.
We could submit
Submission would be
everything,
10/10.
we could submit everything right away, and if the violations, I'll make the representation that we'll let you know if we have a problem, but we'll work towards that, and that might lag behind the rest of the submission.
So the elevator, they're gonna do the elevator, so then they don't have to lower the bulkhead, right?
Yes, they have to lower.
Yeah, we're eliminating the bulkhead, we're eliminating the,
Bulkhead from the main.
we're taking it from the main one and putting it on the,
Okay, I just want to
Putting-
be clear about that on the plan.
yes, yeah,
Yeah, so, but then it creates a bulkhead of some type for.
Over the
other
storage area.
elevator.
So that's a hearing date, October 30th, submission date, October 10th.
October 10th, thank you.
Okay,
Do you want to close your meeting again?
I did. I closed.
We close.
Okay, sorry.
Close, reopening, it's hard to keep
Sorry.
track. Marvin's
One of
phone.
those days.
Lots to keep up with.
Item number 3, 2016-4255BZ, 4801 on Ocean Avenue, Brooklyn. The applicants made a submission this morning.
Didn't see it. I guess we have to reopen this too, otherwise we can't talk about
Yes.
what the submission was.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Yes. Okay. Are we reopening, Madam
Yes.
Chair?
Motion to reopen.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye. Thank you.
Want me to turn the air
Turn the
conditioner?
AC down or
Eric,
off?
could you just flip down the switch? The white switch? Thank you. It makes that hum, this
That's a hum, that's a roar.
potato.
Good morning, Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC. The submission I made, I gave you the 3 pages that were changed, but I did a full set of plans. And it was just to show, because you asked to show that more than 50% of the home will remain. So on A1, 2, and 3, A1's the cellar, A2 is the first floor, and A3 is the second floor. It shows more than 50%. So the first floor has 63.7%, all joists to remain, and the second floor is 71.7%, all joists to remain.
Okay, good.
So that was the submission.
And that's based on the legal,
Yeah, that's
the
why.
387.
I'm sorry, I didn't give you color, I meant to, but the little, like, kind of looking shaded box is the legalized portion that's not.
You're not approving.
Okay. And then?
No, it's okay.
And then, I brought the architect here to discuss the minimal, there are slight differences between the ZRD1 and the plans, so
Yeah.
I brought him here to help discuss those minimal differences.
Thanks.
Isn't it better to have a whole set? This is what they.
My name is Dmitry Shenko, I'm an architect for this project. The explanation of the differences is when we submit in PW3, building department may recalculate it. And my examiner accepted PW3 with number 299,950, so less than $300,000. Then when I submitted ZRD1 and CCD1, they appointed different person to review it, and he recalculated it differently. He came to a much higher number. And he did it by hand. This is his handwriting. And to explain my case, first of all, I was required to explain that seller going not to be affected by this project. It remains as is, we're not touching seller. So when I explained this to commissioner asked to resubmit my CCD1, ZRD1, and then reviewer see it different. In my situation, to start explaining to commissioner that his reviewer made minor mistakes in calculating square footage, I found it's just not possible because it's difficult to explain even though we have to remove cellar. And to explain this to the reviewer, even more difficult because I don't have any contact with reviewer. I cut off reviewer. So I decided that because in any way, if we calculate it based on real numbers, on my numbers, or we calculate on his square footage calculation, result, the cost of construction will be anyway much lower than the threshold. So I decided that it's just impossible to explain. So I cannot submit CCD1 with all these explanations that local calculation was wrong, we recalculated. Just technically impossible.
So, but what's confusing is the CCD1 limits the new construction to 1,112 square feet. So what's that based on? Because what you're showing is much more than 1,100, or not much. You're showing more than 1,112 square feet of new construction.
That's correct.
So then that doesn't conform to the CCD1.
Okay, my numbers 1,271 and
1,100.
reviewer number 1112.
Right.
And my number for gut renovation 1642 and his number 1754. I cannot say how he came to these numbers. Probably he just made a arithmetical mistake.
But wait a second.
But-
So when you go to get your building, your drawings approved,
Yes.
they're going to be looking at the CCD1 and saying, I don't understand, you're putting in more than 1,112 square feet, 12 square feet, which is what you were allowed to do. So what are you going to say to the buildings department when your building is bigger than what your interpretation allowed?
Usually they're not asking these numbers because PW3 go for changes numerical times, and the only reason they do it to change the fee Department of Building charge.
No, but it's based on whether you're a substantial improvement or not.
Yes, but in both cases, we are not substantial improvement. This or other way, the difference is $14,000, and the threshold is about $50,000 above the construction cost in any case.
Okay, I mean,
Can you explain, can you repeat that again, the number?
the 40,
So
yeah.
the threshold which we should be below is 511,997, so 512,000. The numbers we're getting with calculations, either 453,000 or 467,000, which is both almost 50,000 below the threshold.
Okay. So, and the difference between what you're proposing, it's about 1,000, is it 1,000 square feet? Hold on a second. So I see, I don't know whether it's gross square
48,
feet or
it's
zoning.
48.
Sorry?
Right, it's 48 square feet difference.
That's what she's asking. She's asking, is it gross or zoning
Zoning,
square
we're
feet?
talking about zoning. Actually, gross will be the same situation.
So
The
we
difference will be
have,
48.
the building size permitted is 3,771 gross, and you're proposing 3,800. Okay, so it's not that, it's actually
It's a difference of
29 square feet, right?
Yes.
So that's what you're saying, even if I build 29 square feet, you're not going to throw it over by $40,000?
Yes.
Okay, so what I think that we need to do, because we do rely on these CCD1s, is to make clear that we are not opining on whether the size of the building complies with the CCD1, okay? Because otherwise, there's a disconnect between what it says and what we're relying on and what you're proposing, even if it's only 29 square feet.
Just so, the numbers quoted here, the CCD1 is 1,112 square feet, and the drawings shown is 1,271, so
His calculation.
based on his calculation, which is like, what, 130 square feet or something like that?
That's correct, but gut renovation number, the other number, is in the opposite direction. It's 1754 against 1642. So he got more on gut renovation and less on new.
Okay, so we're not getting into the calculations. I just want to defer to DOB that whatever they've decided in the CCD1, that's their department in terms of the size of the building. We're approving the addition, but its compliance with the CCD1 is not something that we are opining on, okay? Sure. Something to that effect. All right, thank you very much. It's
Thank you.
appreciated your explanation. And I do understand that other people would come to different calculations. Every single time you measure a drawing, you come up with a different number. It's reality. Okay, so then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
All right.
Okay, and these are drawings dated, this is the last set of drawings, right?
Yeah, they're dated 9/26/2008.
18. So to note, 9/26/18 is the set of drawings that will be marked, stamped.
And they were submitted this morning.
And they've already been submitted?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so on a motion to grant on condition, the condition that I just explained, that the board takes no position on the compliance of the building with the buildings department determination on the CCD1 and ZRD1 that you can refer to by date, okay?
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Continued hearing items, item number 4, 430-1350BZ, 691 East 149th Street, the Bronx. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Yes.
Elise Fullader on behalf of the applicant. You got the revised.
Yay.
Yay.
Finally got that alteration type 1 correct.
So,
So I don't think we had any other issues. So I'd like to make a motion to close. Are there any speakers on this? I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
All right.
And I'd like to make a motion to grant on condition. The first condition is that this alteration type 1 that was submitted result in a certificate of occupancy within 1 year of grant. Okay, which is for a different lot, okay? And then then also I'd like to just read the conditions that were imposed by, no.
Yeah, you just turned it back off.
Oh, okay. Oh.
No.
Off.
Off.
And to make, these are DEP conditions about the spill. So it says, the spill was closed due to natural attention of residual groundwater contamination, which evidences by reduction in on-site concentrations as well as minimal groundwater contamination across street from site, across the street from site in wells MW7 and MW12, semicolon. Removal of source USTs and piping, semicolon. Cleanup to the extent feasible, including cost effectiveness as per CP-51 guidance, as undulating bedrock geology, makes investigational and remedial activities, this is great, to residual groundwater contamination, not cost effective, considering future use of site, semicolon. Site will remain a commercial gas station, semicolon. Inclusion on residual contamination cautionary clause in spill closure letter. Site is not a threat to the wider community as per DEC central office guidance. I think those were the conditions, and if not, then we'll get Tracy to correct them. Yeah.
may I bring something up quickly? I think it's relevant in this case, but if we have a year condition, can we have the year from the time the
Resolution is issued?
great.
Oh, yeah,
is
from the
issued.
date of the resolution. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, just thought I'd bring that up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so on that motion.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
All right.
Motion is granted. Item number 5, 240-55BZX, 20722 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Good morning, Todd Dale for the applicant. I attended the review session yesterday and heard comments that were raised by the board.
City Hall.
I can address, hopefully, maybe any outstanding questions regarding some of the materials that have been submitted, but I think it's important at this point. I'd like to sort of reset the application because I think that we're losing the forest for the trees. This application was originally filed to convert from use group 16 to a use group 9, changing from an auto repair use to an auto sales, which this operator, who has a long history on the block in this neighborhood, believed was more consistent with the neighborhood. It also reflects their past history. Both Lot 29 and Lot 25 have also undergone similar changes where they've changed from an auto repair use to an auto sales use. And in fact, Lot 29 was a grant approved by the board with no term to the grant that allowed curb cut access on 45th. However, during this application, there were questions that were raised due to a letter that was submitted by an individual and an initial confusing recommendation from the community board. As a sign of good faith, this operator returned to the community board, represented the operational plan, and the community board issued another letter recommending approval of the application. They, because of this particular situation, because they do have these other lots, attempted to create a proposal and actually have implemented a proposal for their test drives that further limits the use of 45th, where they do the loop, where they're only exiting onto 45th for their test drives. And they did that because this particular situation, they do have access to those adjoining lots, and they have that single lane that runs through those lots. They also went to all the residential neighbors that are on 45th, approached everybody who was available, explained to them that they sought to use the use of Volvo curb cut. And I think it was over 20 people, a significant majority of people, no objections, and everybody signed the letters of support that were submitted to the record. I just say that this is representative of this operator's historical commitment to the area. They've consistently converted repair uses to lower intensity dealer uses because they find it more appropriate. They've moved repair off of this block. They moved the vast majority of new inventory off their block. In fact, their repair shop is actually next to our office out at Great Neck. And whenever possible, they've eliminated or not used these legal curb cuts. As we submitted, both Mercedes and Volkswagen have curb cuts that are on Northern Boulevard and on 45th. This particular lot only has a curb cut that's on 45th. There is the gate access through the building on Northern, but it's awkward to use for the proposed use. So it just, I understand the concerns that have been raised, and I just believe that this operator has consistently demonstrated an effort under all, avenues to reach out to the community, to try and come up with an option, and, for a use that is going from a high-intensity use to a lower-intensity use, where there are 5 test drives per day maximum, 3 during the week. It really is a minimal use on 45th overall. I would also say, I personally have taken those test drives, and the days that I went on a test drive, I was the only person who took a test drive both those days. As an aside, Volvos are very nice cars, if anyone's looking. So I would just say, if there are particular questions about what we submitted, I'm happy to try and address them. But, this has been a consistent approach to try and address everything. It's just not feasible to fully eliminate 45th for this particular lot, because this use, even though this operator has different businesses on the block, this particular business only has the single lot, but they've done everything they can to minimize. And the last thing I would say is that, beyond any questions, if it would ease any of the concerns of the board, this operator would put forth a suggested condition, should this be granted, that they would agree to a condition that if the operator changes, that they would be required to come back to the board, because they're that confident in how they intend to use this lot. But if there are any particular questions that have been raised about how the materials were submitted, I'm happy to answer them at this time.
Are there any other comments, questions on this? All right. So are there any speakers? I'd like to make a motion to close then.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And I don't know what the conditions would be. I'd like to make a motion to grant then.
Chair Promoter?
No.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Yes.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Motion is granted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Item number 6, 17096BZ, 8501 Flatlands Avenue, Brooklyn. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? No, this one. I'm sorry. Oy, sorry.
Elise Fullader on behalf of the applicant for Eric Latnick PC, and,
Okay.
you know, the
So I think that dealing with that sidewalk issue that way, maybe that's what we ask everybody to do as sidewalk issues. I think it's a good approach, whether it'll work, who knows, but.
Yep.
Okay, any other comments here? Any speakers on this? Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown? Aye. Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
And I'd like to make a motion to grant on condition, taking advantage of the applicant's proposal, which is to install a security camera with 24-hour surveillance that monitors the sidewalks, to install on the exterior of the fence a sign that says "No parking on sidewalk," and designate an employee to ensure that there is no parking on the sidewalk. So that's belt and suspenders and suspenders. Okay, so on that motion, a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown? Aye. Commissioner Sheta? Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
Thank you. Have a
Motion is
great day.
granted. Item number 7, 19705BZ, 813 Broadway, Manhattan. Raise your right hands. Raise your right hand, sir? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Yes. Please sign your name, state your name when you get to the podium.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Marvin Mitzner, the applicant. I just want to reiterate once again that, as is evident from what we've submitted, we are not proposing any increase in floor area, zoning floor area, and we're not proposing any increase in saleable floor area, so that the essential parameters of the previously approved variance are not changing. We've indicated what the deductions we're taking to arrive at the zoning floor area on the plans. When this is submitted to DOB, there will be a clear indication of what those deductions are and that they're allowable, and that the resulting zoning floor area will be exactly the same as the board has approved.
So I have a question about that, because there are some deductions that are taken that are not allowed. So then it sounds like you would need to modify the bulk. So, right, so specifically, there's some stairwell deductions that are taken that aren't allowed. So, yeah. So.
Well, I have the architect with me who can address that. But as far as we know, all the deductions indicated on the plans we submitted to the board are permitted deductions. But I'll have the architect address that.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members.
Please speak
My name
up.
is Amir Shuri.
Could you move the microphone a little bit to...
Or maybe hold it in your hand if you want.
Is that good now?
It's,
little
you're
up,
speaking
little
a little quietly, so either speak up
Okay.
more or hold it in your hand.
Okay, I'll try to speak
Okay.
up a little bit. So my name is Amir Shuri. I'm from Fisher McCoy Architects. Basically, following our last meeting, we tried to bring in the comparison chart. If you look at the third page of the set that we've submitted to the board,
Can you give us the number of that
it
page?
is Z002. In this chart, we are giving a summary of a kind of apple-to-apple comparison between what was submitted and approved and what we have currently in the proposal. So I would like to focus on the deduction because I heard basically the summary this morning. There is a kind of ambiguity and it's not clear, I think, to the board what the deductions are and how they are deducted. I would like to walk you through the process and let you know what we designed and what we used in our basically deduction charts. So we have in upper section of the page, we have the bulkhead deduction, mechanical stair deduction, exterior and open to below, versus only the mechanical and the bulkhead deductions to the original application. So as you can see in the upper chart, there is a significant amount of deduction for the exterior wall deductions that we didn't have that as per the old code. The new code gives us 8-inch, after 8-inch, whatever we have. So we have about 1,200 there. And we have the stair deduction, which wasn't there in the code as well. The new code tells us, I have the section in the submission, I will show you. If your building is 125 plus in height and you're using 44-inch stairs, you are allowed to deduct 8 inches from the riser and the landings. And that's what we included here. The
But read the entirety of the text. 8 inches from the risers of which type of stairs?
I will walk you through that, Madam Chair. So we have mechanical deductions, and the accurate mechanical deduction portions are presented. You can see that we have 913 versus 1,200, which was less than what we had. Then we have the bulk deduction, which is increased from 200 to 367. So let's walk you through the pages. If you look at Z101, the 5th page in the documents, you will see all the mechanical areas are bubbled and basically shown in numbers, and the charts are presenting. So the mechanical area is only showing the shafts, the locations that we have for the mechanical equipment. And I'm copying the section from the floor area definition that we have from the zoning regulations that allows us to have, let's say, 30 square foot for the first dwelling, 10 square foot for the followings. And if you look at the numbers, on each floor, we are deducting about 42 square foot. So this is about the mechanical deductions. Then we have
Wait, but so before you go there, so on the roof mechanical, now, it doesn't have the little red boxes around that roof drawing the way you have it on the other drawings, but you're deducting the entire bulkhead for the passenger elevator, the entire elevator stop.
It's all bulkhead. We do not have an elevator stop on the roof.
You're showing an elevator stop. You're showing a wheelchair turnaround and door that stops at the elevator, at the roof.
No, this meant to be all closed. So our bulkheads on the roof, we do not have an elevator to the roof, ma'am. Our stair also stops at the roof.
You're showing it on the drawing.
That's
All right, maybe it's not on that, maybe it's not on the
If you
main
look at
drawing.
elevations, I'm sure it's reflected in our elevations. that
Well,
are-
let's just make sure that it's not in the
Absolutely.
plans.
Absolutely.
I mean, we usually then as an,
Oops. Yeah, on your plans, it shows the elevator
Yes,
stopping
this-
at the roof.
This is, we
A108.
need to graphically change this. This needs to be closed because this is elevator bulkhead. You're absolutely right there. This is a graphic mistake. This is a drafting mistake. We need to enclose that. We do not have the elevator to the roof because we do not have any amenities in the roof. It's all mechanical space.
Okay.
So that one, I think.
So then the, and then, well, let me just go back to the other deductions.
did they send in the lease?
Oops.
Oh, no.
And then, okay, the rest I think is all right. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So number one is to take out that elevator.
elevator.
On both Z101 and on the floor plan.
Floor plans, that's
And
absolutely
if you
right.
have a bulkhead that's higher for that elevator, then you have to drop the height of the
Yeah,
bulkhead.
so
We will revise that. ma'am.
8300 shows the elevator bulkhead, which then should be modified.
Modified to bring that. That's absolutely right. So In the next one, the stair section, I am showing basically both zoning and code sections where we have more than 3-foot stairs. So these are 3'8", and the code gives us 8-inch deduction on stair and landing. So basically, I'm giving you here at the bottom of the page at Z102. Yes.
Yes?
So number 3 says, in the exceptions, the stair shall have 44 that we have. Basically, the space shall be excluded and limited to the length of 8 inch of stair and landing. So if you look at number 4, there's a 3-line item, and in that one, in the second line, it says stair and landing width measured along the length of the stairwell. So in that basically code section, we are deducting the stair landing. So our read from the code was that we have continuously kept 3 foot clear, and the additional 8-inch is deducted from the stairwell.
Right, but it says, number 5, where such stairwells serve non-residential uses
Yes.
on any floor.
Correct.
Right? Or are located within multi-level dwelling units, the entire floor space within such stairwells on such floors shall count as floor area.
But we do not have basically non-residential use. In this one, for the levels, we have basically, the uses are separate. So the commercial space is not having access to the residential space.
But you're deducting the stairwell thickness in the commercial space. You have, that's what I was talking about before. The thicknesses 6, 7, 8, 9 on your first floor are servicing the cellar. So that's for the commercial space.
Cellar, ma'am, I don't have any. Are you looking at Z102?
I'm looking at your first, yeah, I'm looking at Z102. I'm looking at your first floor stair deduction. If I go to the second floor, it makes it easier. If I go to the second floor, you have one scissor stair, which I know has a weird switch back to get down to the ground floor.
That's correct.
Right?
Yes.
So that's servicing the residential. I don't have any issue with that. But then I look at stair number 26, and which is marked as if it's a deduction, so I don't really understand that. And then you have deductions 6, 7, 8, and 9, which obviously don't go to the residential. They're going down to the cellar. I don't know how those count, because it's a commercial floor, and that it's specifically excluded from here.
I understand. I got the point, ma'am. So
Okay.
6, 7, 8, and 9 total together, they have 11 to 13 and 2 square foot. Overall, less than 40 square foot. That's
Okay.
basically the argument. Yes.
And stair 26.
That is opening to below.
Oh, that's open to below.
That's open to below. So that needs to stay. In the chart, I'm showing open to below. But for stair deductions, we will take off 40 square foot. That's fine.
Okay. Okay. All right, so in other words, so the deductions that we've been able to find would reduce, so that's my question. When you increase the bulk, and then you don't have as many deductions, even at the moment if it's only 40 square feet, and then you don't have as many deductions, then where is that 40 square feet coming from if you're not going to be increasing the?
I have, if you look at the roof mechanical level, I have basically in my plan to basically play with those areas. So the way we designed it,
I mean, you're going to make the mechanical, well, the mechanical
So the
space on the
bump-
roof?
So the bump that we have in the mechanical roof is, let's say, has 2 feet. So we at the roof, we were, the way we had this basically calculated, based on the deductions, we needed, let's say, 1,500 square foot of area. So that bump that you see on all floor plans that comes up, it's based on that. So if we need to get basically deducted again from the floor area for another 40 square foot that we are finding here, 40 square foot is going to be divided to the 11 floors, and 4 square foot to the full width of that bulk that comes up will come down. So that section is going to be, instead of 2 foot 11, it's going to be 2 foot, let's say 10. 2-foot one, it's going to be 2
No,
foot.
no, you're talking about the entire, not on the mechanical floor.
Yeah, I mean
On
from
the
the
whole
roof
building.
down. I mean from the roof
So you're going to
down.
bring that bump out
Correct.
in a little bit.
Correct.
Okay, but so then, that's the problem I have, right? So we're approving a certain bump out. If it doesn't comport with your mechanical, with your deductions, then the bump out has to be less, right? And so you can't go after the fact and make the bump out less, because, for one, Department of Buildings will just allow you to build what we're showing.
That's absolutely right, ma'am.
Right?
You're absolutely
So the point is that we need to know what the depth of that bump out is relative to what the allowable deductions are. Understood? Like, we
Yes.
can't just sort of let DOB go forth because we've granted the right to build that much more of massing. And DOB may look at that and say, well, good enough.
So, ma'am,
Yeah.
we will make the corrections. Basically, let's continue on the rest of the items. It's good that we are having this discussion, so we know where the discrepancies that you're finding in the plan is.
Okay.
So, for basically the next section, we have the presented diagrams that shows where the enlarged stairs and the relocation of the stairs basically went through. And we have obviously this detachment. In the cellar level, we are losing area. In cellar and sub-cellar level, the client is losing area, but it's not counted in the floor area for the zoning floor area. So that's kind of loss that client is having, but we are not able to deduct it anywhere. So that's the point that I wanted to bring up.
Which drawing are you on?
So if you look at A005,
Okay.
in here, basically based on the construction that was built on 811 Broadway, our neighbor, we had to detach our foundation from whatever they built, and that was to secure our structure. Here, the amount of area that is shown in the green hatch area is lost to the client, and it's like 500, 600 square foot in total for both cellar and sub-cellar. So, and this is not compensated anywhere because this is not a zoning floor area, but they can have it in cellar rented to basically the commercial space that they have, but we are not able to compensate that.
So before you go on about the compensation, we're not, let's see, the board granted a certain amount of floor area, and we're not willing to increase the floor area,
Yes,
right?
understood.
So then when we talk about, we don't want to talk about compensation either to meet code or to deal with a neighbor who probably paid the client a lot of money for this accident, or I hope so. So both of those things are being compensated by the marketplace, basically. So we're not allowing for any compensation
Understood.
there, right? That's why the board granted X floor area, and that's what you have to stay with. So we don't really need to go through the compensation.
Okay, we're not talking about compensation.
Okay.
I think the point that was being made is that there's lost floor area in the cellar that's not being recouped anywhere. That's all.
Yeah, so rather than that, I think if we go back again to the comparison chart for the deductions, I understand the mechanical deductions, there is a mistake in cellar because it's a commercial space, it's not deductible, but it's 40 square foot of total, in the total, basically, project. We can have that revised, or we can have the approval conditionally. Okay, so we will
Right.
revise that.
So, but it's not just it's the staircase and mechanical, right? It's the elevator bulkhead.
The elevator bulkhead, we will close it.
You're going to take it out.
That's
So you
correct.
need to change the drawings anyway, so, right, okay. So, right, so as long as you need to change the drawings, then you can go back and look more closely at your deductions to make sure they comply with the zoning resolution's clear direction, and then, okay. All right. What else?
Now, additionally, I think that Commissioner Shabeta asked about the 7-Eleven lease. So I do have the language, which is a termination provision, if you'd like to take a look at it.
Thank you.
Essentially, it gives the landlord the right to terminate the lease, provided all the other tenancies in the buildings are vacant, which they are. So that can be exercised. Notwithstanding that provision, I think this tenant is ready to end his lease, and we're working on that.
But does the lease have a demolition clause?
Yes,
I missed
it
that.
It has
Okay,
on
yeah, yeah, okay.
Section 3 of C
Okay.
states that if all other tenants have left the building.
All other tenants have left the building,
That's
but there
correct.
is a specifically a
There's
demolition
specific,
clause.
it's not a
Okay.
demolition clause per se, but you would have to leave, your termination would cease if all other tenants have left the building.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, to that extent. If you could submit that,
Yeah, that should be submitted.
thank you. In the entirety?
You want the whole lease?
If that, yeah,
Okay, that's fine.
just one piece of paper makes it a little.
Okay, good. All right then. Are there any speakers on this? Any other issues? Anybody?
None.
Okay. So then, can we close? We could close. Right? There isn't any open issues. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Okay.
Well, you need a.
Oh, yeah, hearing date.
Submission and hearing date.
No, yeah, submission and
How much?
How
How
much?
much time do you need?
We can have this to you in about a week or so.
week or so.
So if we do it at the end of next week,
End of next week is, what are we up to?
actually,
That would be the 5th one.
I mean, the next hearing is October 30th.
Do we, yeah.
That's the day
room
of
for that?
Yeah, October 30th, we now have 25 cases.
But it's only to check that the drawings have been modified to pick up the mechanical. And,
that's it.
and the
The elevator.
elevator has your bulkhead is.
Close off the elevator, identify the
The
mechanicals.
elevator doesn't stop on the roof, and
reductions.
the elevator bulkheads have been
Right,
revised.
and whatever modifications necessary for the bump out to
Right.
accommodate
Pull back
the loss
there.
of mechanical duct.
Or in the alternative, Chair, we could do November 8th.
How many?
There's 26. And again, that's the one review if you're here.
We have that
Really matter,
large case on that
Commissioner
day. so somebody can-
And to check the massing. Okay.
October 30th,
Yeah, that's
submission
fine.
date of October 10th.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, that's no problem, you'll take care of it. Okay. Good,
Okay, thank you very much.
thank you.
New cases, item number 8, 17706BZ, 1840 Richmond Terrace, Staten Island. Mr. Shimon? Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this, in your testimony before the board, and respond honestly to board member questions?
Good morning, Stephen Simisich for the applicant. I attended review session yesterday, and I'd like to go over the requirements that were mentioned. I do think that it is fair for certain elements, particularly the razor wire that needs to be removed, the painting of the building, the light diagram, and even the trash enclosure being turned inside the site, as Commissioner Chanda mentioned, should be done, before approval. But I'm just requesting that the more expensive elements, particularly the resurfacing of the asphalt and the removing of the curb cut, if those can be conditions in the resolution here. So good faith can be shown on those other elements, and then go from there.
Nope. The site is in really bad shape. It's not a good, doesn't reflect well on this property owner. So a lot of things that were supposed to have been done, that were conditions of the last approval, weren't done. So, it's arguably different when you have somebody who's really demonstrated that they stay on top of everything, the site's in great shape, and then we point out something that's new. But that's not the case here.
Okay, fair enough. Then, in regards to the resurfacing of the asphalt, that does connect with the 2007 landscaping, which was mentioned. We were seeking an amendment here because the plantings kept dying on the applicant's property, so those planting units were removed. So they're looking to instead
What kind of planting units were they?
the pots, the extra
That's
pots.
why they die.
So what they're looking to do now is actually plant in the ground.
That's what they were supposed to do in the first place.
So so that's what they'll be doing now, is
Okay, so
planting in the ground.
they need to get a landscaper to provide for them specifications on how to do this. Because what we've seen in the past is a do-it-yourself operation where the owner goes to Home Depot and then buys a few little bitty shrubs and they die within 4 weeks kind of thing. This
They were
has to
big ones,
really.
but they still died.
Well, they still, if you don't know what you're doing.
Yes.
For one, it's a waste of money, and for two, it looks terrible. And so it's better to do it right the first time, and then you'll have somebody who can give you advice about why is it, I paid you, why are my plants dying and
Okay,
so on.
certainly recommend that, and we'll move forward on that.
Okay.
And then in addition, the fencing on the residential side, the applicant is willing to go forward in replacing the fencing, but it's just wondering if a snag may be hit, because that fencing is actually owned by the residential property, that white fence that goes along there. So he's willing to move forward to replace it,
How
but
difficult will it be for you to put a fence in front of it?
Fence in front of the
That's
fence?
yours. That way
Yeah.
you can maintain it without, I noticed that the previous owner has cut the fence around in a way where I guess it doesn't block the light and air, I don't know.
there
but-
wasn't been any complaints with the resident
Yeah, but
ever
it
over
looks
the years, so.
Yeah, and I think the fact that you are now proposing a new repair bay, which is right next to the residential area, it is in your best interest now to
Okay.
have more of that protection, so you minimize.
So either
the-
option works, either changing the fence out or just putting another fence in front of
Yeah,
that fence.
I would say just put your own fence. This
Yeah.
way you don't
No,
have
if
to
they would've-
deal with negotiating with the property owner.
If the property owner agrees for this owner to replace the fence, then that would probably be the best solution. If he doesn't, then
Yeah.
putting a fence alone for a
Okay, so
fence.
either,
mean,
Then
that-
you will be responsible for maintaining that fence
Right.
also. Please remember, if the owner
Yes.
allows you to, then you should be
Sure.
responsible for maintaining.
There's also
Right. So that's a little tricky
liability that
because,
goes with it.
sorry?
There's also liability that goes with it,
Yeah.
et cetera.
I mean, the fence needs to be on your property. If that fence is on your property, then that's a different subject. But if it's on their property, I would leave it alone and I would put a
Just put
fence in
another
front.
one.
You have a right to install your fence
Okay.
on your.
That's probably the
that's
most.
fair enough.
And it should be like a stockade fence so that it is really,
More residential.
yeah, more residential in character. And it's also more appropriate to the behind of the plantings, right?
Okay. So that's what will happen in that. I think that is all of the requirements that were listed yesterday at the review session.
Yeah, so, and then the trash enclosure, to change the orientation of the access.
To be within the site, yes.
Yeah, okay. So, and then what else was it? Okay, so in order to make sure this goes properly, we should get a landscaping plan that specifies all of the landscaping and how it's going to be installed, the depth of the planting bed. There must be curbs around the planting bed because you've got cars here that will otherwise run over it. Anyway, that's the right way to build a planting bed.
Okay.
And then a light spread diagram.
Yes.
Or, I don't know what the lighting situation is, so it might be, I don't know how many lights there are, right? So, but anyway, light spread diagram. And if the diagram is indicating that the lights are spreading past the property line, then shields need to be installed,
Okay.
right? Okay. All right, are there any speakers on this? All right, so this goes a little bit into the future. Like in December?
How long will they need to resurface the asphalt?
Sorry?
How long do you think they're gonna need?
I don't know, I'll have to bring it to his attention. But now that we're
no.
doing the planting also, I guess it will make sense to do it at once.
Yeah, only the revised plans, and I think in terms of the season, unless you got us the revised plans were sort of right away, they're not going to be able to probably plant this
So
season.
who knows with this weather?
Yeah, maybe December it'll be fine. Who knows?
Yeah, sometimes it's 70 in December, so
Yeah.
we don't know. How about a December 4th that you return?
Okay.
That might give you a chance to get in before the
Yeah, that's enough time to motivate
frost.
and get.
Even though I know there's always a frost on November 15th without fail.
At the submission?
So that is submission date of November 14th?
Yeah.
Mission November 14th, right before that frost day.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Item number 9, 27207BZ, 344 Amsterdam Avenue, Manhattan. Mr. Dale, come visit me. Hello, nice to see you. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board? And to respond honestly to board member questions? Wait till I finish my statement.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, Todd Dale for the applicant. So from review session, I know there were a couple of key questions. We did make a submission yesterday with a new statement correcting the transposed gross floor area for PCE. I know there was a question raised about the hours. They are the same as previously approved, which was 5:30 to 11 Monday to Thursday, 5:30 to 10 Friday, and 7 to 9 Saturday to Sunday. And the last key issue raised was regarding notice to...
Sorry, so those are the same
Same
hours that
as
are the
approved
same?
as
Yeah.
going forward.
Okay.
And reflected on the Equinox Pure website. The other question that was raised was regarding notice to residences of the building, which is an issue when you have a mixed-use building. For this particular application, we wanted to submit the Community Board 7, which is this local community board issues notices to us. They require us to post.
Yeah.
So when we posted those for the community board meeting, we posted those notices in the area and also in the lobby. No one at the community board meeting expressed any concern, and I believe the community board voted to recommend approval. So I know it isn't exactly the notice you were talking about, but I did want to let you know that the building was notified internally and the
Right.
signs posted. So
Because this community board has that kind of posting
Right.
requirement, which is very rare, unfortunately. Community board should do that.
there's a
more.
few, we know, but 7 is
Yeah,
definitely
yeah.
one that does it.
So that makes sense to me. They've already been notified. If they were really up in arms about this, somebody would have shown up at the community board. So is everybody all right with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I wanted fire department to comment, and I think you picked up on, you revised the plan to pick up on that error with the
Yes,
floor
there was
area.
submitted, yes. There was the transposed gross square footage
Right.
of PCE. was
Okay.
transposed.
Okay, good. So then I just want to hear from the fire department. I think they might have sent us a letter of no objection. You sent a letter of no objection on this, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. I apologize, John Daly, Fire Department. I apologize for my late submission. Both our fire suppression unit and our PE unit have visited these two PCEs, and they've had no objections or violation on this application.
Okay, great.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. All right, any other comments, anything? Okay, are there any speakers on this? No. So I'd like to make a motion to close then.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown? Aye. Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vice Chair Chanda, where'd that come from?
Wow.
Whoa. Commissioner Otley Brown? Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
And I also said
Can
aye.
you call Vice Chair Chando?
Vice Chair Chanda?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, that was deja vu. Whoa.
Yeah.
Collins, where did that come from?
Sometimes your brain goes into those places.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain.
Item number 10, 24709BZ, 123 East 55th Street, Manhattan. The only person? Yes. Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Your
Yes.
testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
You can feel the dust.
That's okay. That's okay.
You could lift this up and put this here. Little bit of construction dust.
Good morning. Sheila Pozon from Kramer Levin, here on behalf of the applicant, Central Synagogue. I did attend yesterday's review session, and I wanted to respond to
the questions and the concerns that the board raised during review session. I'll start with the owner authorizations. I do want to clarify, the chair had specifically mentioned Lot 12, and that's the lot owner that did deliver an authorization for this application. It's the other two lots that are part of the larger merged zoning lot that have not yet consented to the extension application. When I last spoke with the owner representative for Lot 63, which is Tower 56, that's the parcel behind to the north, they indicated that they would not be delivering an owner authorization, and I'm not sure if they're going to come to speak or not, but we did inform them that we were calendared and today is the hearing date.
And what was the other one?
And the other one is the townhouse to the west, that's Lot 9. That has changed ownership since the last time we had filed, and I do want to note that for each of these other lots, Lot 63 consented to the initial filing of the application, and during our previous application to extend, they did not consent. And the townhouse, which is Lot 9, the previous owner consented to both prior applications. I've been diligently trying to get the new owner to respond and to deliver the owner authorization, and we spoke once, but it doesn't seem to really be on their radar. But we will be making formal requests to waive the requirements and submit all of the background documentation and all of the efforts that we've made.
Okay. So it, as you know, if you looked at the prior two resolutions for the extension and the initial, the board went on at enormous length about the receipt or lack of
Yes.
the authorizations, right? So you need to brief us on why that should be, using the same kinds of arguments that we've seen, that why the board should not require and therefore waive
Absolutely.
those authorizations.
Yes, we'll be making a written submission for each of the other two lots, on the assumption that they don't, provide the consent. I'm still trying to follow up with the townhouse owner, because obviously it would be better if they deliver the owner authorization, since actually both parties are contractually obligated per the Zelda to consent. They just,
Isn't that funny how contracts work?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the second issue that was raised during review session yesterday was whether or not this extension should be granted.
Oh, before you do that, no, I brought up Lot 12 because there's a lot of discussion in your statement of facts about Lot 12, about what's been going on it and that kind of thing, and I didn't understand why that was relevant to us.
In this most recent submission?
Yeah, or let's say in the folder on this application.
Oh, and so in the original application, Lot 12, which is the hotel to the east, they'd actually brought litigation against the against the synagogue, but that was all resolved, and like I said, they're actually the only property owner that has consistently delivered their owner authorization on this application, so that's behind them. They have a very good relationship now.
So
The issue was about when the synagogue was redesigning their front facade, and there was a very big concern about security issues, because at the time, they only had one entrance that was being used for the nursery school, the homeless program, so there was talk of shifting the entrance, and neither neighbor wanted the entrance to be closer to their property. So that was the genesis of that.
So could you just go back and look at your submissions, which do go on about Lot 12, and just verify that maybe the reason you gave us that information is because they were opposed to the initial application, so you wanted to bring us up to speed? Because I was reading it, and I'm like, this isn't about Lot 12. Why am I reading so much about Lot 12? Okay.
Yes, of course.
Okay, thanks.
So moving on, you had expressed that the board doesn't want to grant extensions on time to construct indefinitely, and we absolutely understand that, but I'll actually circle back to that issue after I explain what the synagogue has been doing with respect to the building, and also wanted to point out that the description of the variance is a two-story addition that wouldn't be hugely expensive, I think doesn't fully grasp the scope of what's going on for the building. If you look back at the original approved plans, it's much more than just the two-story addition. It involves the reconfiguration of the existing 400 fixed-seat auditorium in the subcellar to create two separate floors. It involves relocation of the fire stairs, which are in the front of the building, away from the front so that they can actually use that space for windowed classrooms. It's relocation of classrooms and core elements to create better circulation spaces. And it's also, opening the floor slab on 2 floors, the 3rd floor and the 7th floor, to allow better flow and communication between those floors. Updating the street facade to create a more inviting entrance and to address security issues, and also redesigning the play roof structure. So it's not as simple as a 2-story addition. And with respect to that there hasn't been any movement on construction, they actually have reworked the facade and the entry to address the security issues and to make it more inviting.
But that didn't vest this application.
No, that did not vest this application.
So, okay, but so the thing is, a variance doesn't grant indefinitely, right?
Understood.
There needs to be an indication of progress, and there's been no indication of progress, right? So with a 4-year extension, this would be 12 years where there would be no movement on the project. The city changes, as we know, a lot in 12 years. So the idea of holding on to the exact same variance and not being required to come back, the programmatic needs could have changed. We see that, actually. So I think that, they were able to focus on their facade design, get framing up on the roof, get something on the roof to show that they're vesting this approval.
Well, I'd like to explain a little bit more of what goes into what would be involved in moving forward with the elements of the application, and that's, this is the community house for the synagogue, and the rooftop mechanicals on the building. There's an AC unit that serves not just the community house, but also the sanctuary building. So it's a very it's been explained to me that it's a very complicated procedure to have to put in the temporary cooling options, and it's also very expensive. So, this all goes into the reason why, the synagogue doesn't want to start on something without the adequate funding. They are making, they're in the midst of a master plan. They have done a full assessment of their MEP, their building facade, their elevator engineering assessment. So, it's not that they're just sitting on their hands here. They're just trying to be responsible stewards and not start on something when they don't have the ability to finish it. The other issue, big issue here too, is that once they start this work, they have to relocate all of the programming that's in the building. We're talking about not just the internal programming for the clergy and the support spaces, but all of the public programming. They have a nursery school that serves 160 children. They have a religious school that serves 700 students, and in addition to the adult education program. So that means they have to find temporary space in the neighborhood and try to time the construction so that it minimizes the impacts to all of the congregants, all of the students.
Ms. Posen, is it possible for your client to complete construction in 4 years? The 4 years you're requesting for an extension? That's what she said.
I think that's the justification.
That's the.
So what I'm hearing, which frankly doesn't really make any sense to me, when you file an application at the buildings department to do what is an alteration type 2, that's what this is, right? Or maybe it's an alt 1 because you're adding 2 floors to the building and you're moving stuff around, right? You file all the drawings, all of them. The mechanical moving, the reworking of the interior, the kids moving out the temporary space, you do all of that. And that's called an application that was approved by the board, right? The board may have only waived those two top floors, but without looking at the application. I'm sure it was looking at the rest because, without my looking at the application, I'm sure the board was looking at the rest because it needed to see the programmatic needs analysis. Why do you need this thing? We need this because we don't have enough classrooms or whatever it is that's up on the roof, right? All of that is filed under one application. And if this is being done in little bitty alteration type 3s and all of that for some reason, you're never going to vest on this part of the application, and I have a big problem with that. So what I'd have to say is within these 4 years, the synagogue needs to have filed an application that includes the entire scope of work, pulled permits, and begun to vest that application. Because what we're looking at now is only vesting the two-floor addition, but that's not how a project works. Project works where you start, and it takes however long it takes to finish. And by the way, there probably was there might have been an EAS on this, and I don't know if there was. That's something we should check. Because a staged EAS has a different impact than an EAS where that's assuming that once you start the work, you complete it, right? So I'm actually having a lot of trouble with this, and I think that you do need to come back with your client who knows what's really, what the plans are and all of that, because I'm not okay with this lasting for 20 years or 25 years. Which is what you're sort of describing.
No, I understood.
We're never going to be able to move the mechanical system. It's a disaster, and so we put that off for 15 years while we reallocate the classrooms or something like that.
No, we just didn't want to preclude the synagogue's ability to, if perhaps it is a staged process. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the logistics are going to be.
Right.
And, I mean, unfortunately, my client was not able to come today, as Mr. Palatnik had said, it's the end of Sukkot, so. They're doing a full assessment of all of their needs, and they are doing a comprehensive planning study, and this is part of that. I mean, and they're, I was told that they engaged an owner representative to do this work, and that their intent is to present all of the results to their executive committee and the board of trustees this November. So it's not that they don't want to do this or they have no intention of moving forward with this. We don't want this to go on indefinitely. We just don't want to be locked in or precluded from seeking another extension if necessary.
Okay, so just like they've got an owner representative who's putting together a master plan and so on, is going to present to the board, their board, in November, that's what we need to see. So Commissioner Otley Brown mentioned that, and that's correct, that we need a schedule. How are you going to achieve these milestones?
Understood.
When are they happening? Because we cannot have a 25-year extension on a variance. That's called a new variance, right? And, it's just not. I don't know that the board would have granted this in the first place if it thought that you weren't planning to do anything for 12 years or 15 years or whatever. It's not, it would have been premature. And I'm not even sure why, maybe things changed, but I'm not really sure why the synagogue came to the board for this waiver if it didn't have its ducks in a row yet.
Well, the approval was granted right before the downturn, so it was, a lot of things changed. They thought that they would be able to have more robust fundraising, and,
What do you mean before it was granted in 2010?
No, it was in the midst of it that they thought that they would be able to secure the funds, more easily and more quickly. But as it turns out, they don't have the money.
Well, so we've seen other cases where they don't have the money, then we don't grant the extension. I mean, if you don't have the money, you're never going to do it. So then there's no actual intention to proceed. There's a desire, but not an intention. So we need more. The fact that they have a master planner sort of working and a construction manager, I guess, working, we need to hear from them. Okay.
Understood.
Okay, are there any speakers on this? Anybody else? Comments? All right. So I think we just put this this on in December.
Okay.
They're not meeting until November
November,
anyway, so
yeah.
we should put this on for late December.
We have December 11th is our last hearing.
Okay.
Okay.
So December 11th?
Yes.
Yes, and that is a 1, 2, 3.
11/21?
Yeah, a submission date of November 21st.
Okay, so the submission will be, as we talked about, what in the world about Lot 12? Just why is this coming up? The briefing on any waivers you're not able to achieve and why we should waive them. And then I think it should just be the writing that's effectively submitted to the board, to the synagogue's board, about the master plan. How are they doing this? How will it be accomplished? When will step one start? And and specifically, you should be asking them, you're filing a permit for what? The permit has to include the project that was approved by this board. The application, the application with the drawings. So I'm assuming the drawings haven't even been filed.
With respect to the master plan submission, I don't know when in November they're actually meeting, so if,
So let's move it to January.
Do you want to do a January hearing date?
Yeah, end January.
yeah, just because I don't want to promise the plan if it's not ready.
January 29th?
January 29th, 1, 2, 3, of a submission date January 9th.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 11, 231-14BZ, 124 West 23rd Street, Manhattan.
And they need to amend this, adjourn this, right? Oh, did you want to speak? No?
Raise
Oh,
your
I'm
right
sorry, did I just, I'm sorry, I skipped.
I'm sorry, we're still
Yes.
speaking about
I was
it.
out
I
of order,
apologize.
I skipped it backwards again, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Okay, please sign and then.
The last one is till December. The last, January 1.
I thought you said 10. January 28th is what I thought, but.
Almost got adjourned before I started.
Yeah, sorry.
Jordan Most from Bryan Cave on behalf of the applicant. Orange Theory. This is an extension of term application for a PCE gym that was approved in April of 2016. Just to briefly recap this, so it's a ground floor gym with about 3,600 square feet. And the gym operates on a class basis. It doesn't operate sort of on a general walk-in at any time you want. There's a schedule and there are classes. Just respond then to, we were at the review session yesterday and noted that the board acknowledged the proof of notice and the posting in the building. Maybe I'll talk about that again in a moment, a little more if we need to. But most importantly, I just wanted to speak briefly to the sound attenuation measures that have been implemented at the gym. So prior to really the approval by the board back in April, the gym implemented a variety of measures, including ceiling and floor and walls, which all have separate sound attenuation features to isolate noise and vibration. And the measures were implemented during the initial construction of the gym. Subsequently, during the hearings at the BSA, there was, with the dialogue with neighbors and the BSA, those measures were further supplemented, and you may recall, and it's in actually the BSA's resolution, that there was a locked and reconfigured sound limiters, rubber mats. There was a number of different tests regarding the weight area in the gym, and rubber mats were, several different options were tested and reviewed, and the best option was selected. Also, the maximum dumbbell weight was limited. There are only 40-pound dumbbell weights in the gym, as there was some concern about weight drops, although that's not part of, in any way, the program. And Participants are generally instructed not to do anything like that, and instructors are instructed to tell people not to do that. And that's done on a periodic basis. Post-approval, so this is after April of 2016, there were further minor modifications. There were acoustical engineers that have been working with the gym, made some modifications to the floor mats underneath the treadmills. Treadmills were pulled off the wall. There were some points where there was actual contact between the treadmills and the wall, which I think was not a good thing. Creating that separation and a different flooring underneath was created to further reduce any sound transmission. So that's where we are today.
But your submission makes reference to ongoing complaints that are being addressed periodically here and there.
Well, right, so there have been several complaints in the past 3 years. I would say this is certainly not a daily occurrence. They're very sporadic events, and like I said, so post-approval, there was, in particular, there was the belief and the impression that maybe it was related to the treadmills, and some action was taken specifically with regard to the treadmills. Secondly, there have been several viewings of the video by some of the neighbors with the operator of the gym, and on several occasions, it was even determined that it wasn't the gym. The noise, whatever the noise that was being heard on several occasions, was not attributed to the gym. So it's an ongoing thing. The gym is not in any way snubbing its nose. It's always been trying to be a good neighbor and continues to do so, and continues to make whatever modifications or adjustments that have been deemed necessary.
Well, so there were, from what I understand, there are 3 tenants that are the ones making most of the claims against the gym. Is that accurate?
I think there are really 2. I think there's a third tenant who's more supportive of the other 2, is how I'd characterize it, but 2 or 3.
If those 2 tenants were here today, would they say that they're, in your opinion?
Well, I don't know, and I think that, and I guess this goes back to the notice. So we posted this notice, and I would offer that while the notice didn't say anything about making a written submission to the board, which I wasn't aware was a requirement in that notice, but that's fine. I would offer that these people have been and sat here before, those particular tenants or owners, and they're well aware of their ability, and that they have, in the past, they've actually had hired counsel who made written submissions. So I guess I wonder whether an additional notice is really required to tell them something that they really actually, I think, is implicit, or that they really did in fact know, that if they wanted to send a writing to the board, they're certainly within their rights and within their power to do so.
I think it is. I think the appropriate notice should be posted with the information telling them that they can write in a response.
Right. Well, I mean, normally we, like on the prior case, where there hadn't been noise complaints and the community board posted in the lobby, it's a different thing. But in this case, because there were serious complaints and there was a lot of work back and forth with the prior board, and the community board denied this on condition, unless. So I do think that reaching out and offering that people send in something in writing is the right way to go for this particular case. But we always require, and I don't actually know why the postings don't say, it's actually because I think that the way they're sent out, the postings attach to it, the form, and when you post them in isolation,
You don't have the form.
you don't have the form. So obviously, you have to transfer the information that's on the form to that little sign, right? So the sign should show, if you want to make a comment, this is where. And then I would have to say, because we want to focus on those people who had the most problems, you know who they are. Send them a, dear neighbor, we're having a BSA hearing. We know that you've had concerns in the past. If you have further concerns, we invite you to send a note to the following address.
ask, I mean, I can't, I'm not going to tell them to reply to the board. I mean, I think you can lead a horse to the water, right? So I think it's, I should post, certainly I should post
I think what the chair
something.
is suggesting is, as a good neighbor, you, in addition to providing a note on the, in the lobby with a very clear message, you provide a similar notice and mail it to them directly, so that they're not just relying on what's posted in the lobby.
All right.
And the notice clearly will be saying that hearing will be held. If you have any comments, please send it at the following address. And
Fine.
that's the same
Like the
information.
BSA's notice, the BSA's
Right.
regular
That's
notice.
the same, right.
The same.
Okay,
Exactly.
it's fine,
Yeah.
okay. I mean, I would say that it's a very small, the notice is posted, it's the same place where I posted it back in 2015, and my notice, it's my notice, which has the BSA's language, and it is a piece of paper that has, in large words, notice, in a place that is the only thing on the wall, in a very small mailroom. There is no way it could be missed if
Well,
you walked
yes.
into that room, unless you never went into the mailroom.
You didn't go into the room.
Unless you, right, well, if you don't go into the mailroom, then you're not going to get your mail either.
Well, some
It's in the
people-
mailroom.
I
I'm just,
avoid my mailroom because
Yeah.
I only get junks.
well, then you wouldn't get my notice.
So there are a lot of people actually who never go into their mailroom. There are some people who use post office boxes. There are some people who have
Okay.
all their mail sent to their office, et cetera, and therefore they know it's only junk that
Right.
goes home.
And if and as you're saying, you've taken all the necessary measures with each complaint, you've tried to address them. So this is just,
I understand. We will do that. I'll modify the notice. I'll get it, in fact, I already communicated with council yesterday. I modified it. I'll modify it further to make sure the email information is included as well. And I'll run it by council one more time, and then we'll do the sort of standard mailing, I guess, to the
those affected tenants, especially.
just the affected tenants, or I'll talk to
Mail
council to make.
specifically to those 3 tenants that we
Right.
know have been making the complaints.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, good, thank you. All right, are there any speakers on this? So then what?
We just need enough time to do the appropriate notice for
We just need 20 days, technically.
What do we have in November?
November 8th has 26.
No.
November 20th, 28.
Okay.
December 4th
this-
has 16.
November 4th. November 4th.
Sorry, it's not
November 8th.
4th,
you mean.
November 8th.
I mean, sorry, not November, December,
You mean
I'm sorry,
December
December
4th.
4th.
Yeah, okay. And that's a submission date on November 14th.
November 14th
14th
submission?
submission, yeah.
There's nothing sooner, we think, or that's?
Not that we can
Okay.
handle.
Okay, 11/14, and sorry, December
4th.
4th.
Will be your hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Okay, no problem.
Mr. LaBelle, Richard, are you here with your client on Kent Avenue? Are you ready? Yeah. Okay. We're gonna just switch up the calendar just a bit, so accommodate the fire department also. Zoning calendar, item number 22, 2016-4171BZ. I thank everyone for their patience. Let me just get the swearing sheet. 22. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions? This is 2016-4171BZ, 823 Kent Avenue, Brooklyn. Okay. Yeah, and let him sign. Okay, I guess it's the client of the fire department will come up.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel, PC, here with Giselle Cruz. Just by way of a brief background, of course, we're here for a use waiver to permit a new residential building on the front of a lot within an M1 district. Mr. Cruz is here today, and perhaps we know that representatives of the fire department are as well. Mr. Cruz was going to express his understanding of the timing of this issue, as well as his somewhat frustration with the process. Really, what it amounts to is that while we've been proceeding in good faith with revisions to the plans and have listened to the board and basically gotten to a point where we feel that the plans and the application are in a form which can be approved, we now kind of have very late notice from the fire department that they object to where the plans are right now, and they can't approve this. And so, obviously, we need to have comments from the fire department representatives, both of whom are known to the board as well as our office, and for whom we could not have more respect. The only thing I'd say in just as an initial statement, because all of the information and plans and materials are as they have been for the last 5 or 6 months while you've been waiting for hopeful approval from the fire department, is that, first of all, the measures that we've proposed for the building at the rear of the property are compliant with other measures which the board has requested in similar cases. So, for example, the sprinklering will run through the new building to the rear of the property, as well as this 8-foot easement that exists along the side of the property, bringing the property into really what we feel is in a better condition with regards to fire safety than might be available for an as-of-right design with a manufacturing building in the front of this property. So while we understand the fire department's objections, we would note to the chair and the commissioners, while they listen to this testimony, and while they think about the fact that other cases like this basically have the opportunity to provide new housing on lots with existing housing, that there are similar situations where we've gone to a certain point with the board, and FDNY has basically said, we can't approve this, but the board has said over their objection that this is acceptable. We've had cases, for example, GCL cases, where there's no access to a map street, but where there is a more narrow or more than, less than typical access for the property, and FDNY has come out and said, we don't approve this, and BSA has said the applicant has done what they can in this position, and so we're going to approve that. So again, I would basically defer to the board, and obviously the board wants to hear the fire department testimony.
Right. I mean, I just want to make a note that I personally feel extremely uncomfortable to do something that the fire department doesn't find to be safe. This is a residential building. The back building is a residential building. A manufacturing building that might be built there would be 1 story, so maybe arguably the fire department could go up a ladder and across more easily. That's not what this proposal is, so it does absolutely change the access to the residential building in the rear. Yeah, so the idea of putting firefighters or residents at risk where the fire department feels uncomfortable seems like that's not what we should be doing here.
Understood, Chair. And I would note that Mr. Cruz himself is a current and would be the proposed resident of the building at the rear. And so he would never do anything to jeopardize his own and especially his family's safety. But again, we'd be happy to discuss that further.
I think it would be helpful to hear from fire department.
Yes, of course.
So we know what actually the limits are here.
Yeah.
Ourselves.
Morning, John Daly, Fire Department. I thank the board for accommodating us for the captains can get back to what they're doing. Thank you.
You don't have to swear in.
Good morning, everyone. I'm guided by your questions.
Oh, okay. So could you state your name, please?
Kevin Malloy.
Okay. So you're familiar with this
Very familiar with this
application?
case, yes.
So we're trying to understand as we analyze this application, so at the moment, the way the building is designed in the front is to have an 8-foot side yard, basically. And we're trying to understand what the concerns are, first of all, with that 8-foot side yard by the fire department.
Okay, and I'll just state just the history of this case. I believe it's been about a year that Captain Resner and myself have been working on it. We are sympathetic to the developer, but as we analyze the situation, we realized that we dubbed this house behind a house is what we coin it. And in this scenario, we need adequate access to get to that rear development. What we call adequate access is a minimum of a 20-foot wide fire apparatus access road, and that will facilitate our apparatus getting back to some type of frontage space back there for us to operate. So with an 8-foot wide access road, that'll completely obstruct any type of apparatus access for our operations.
And how high does this 20-foot wide access have to be?
Oh, well, in our code, I believe it's 14 feet is the number, 14.6.
So, I mean, one of the reasons for asking you to come here is to see if we can sort of design together what a solution might be. So if this was a building that, what's the width of the lot?
25.
25. So if this was a building that, I'm not sure exactly how that works, but it has a 5-foot access where a staircase goes up to the next level and a 5-foot little storage area, I don't know what, on the ground floor that, and is 14 feet off the ground otherwise, so that you could actually drive through and the rest of the time the owner can use it for, I'm not sure what, that's something to discuss. Would that be something that might work?
Could you reiterate that?
Yeah, so in other words, it's a 25-foot wide lot, right? And you need to be able to get upstairs. So, right?
Or we need to get to the rear
No,
occupancy.
not you. I mean, the property owner needs to be able to get up to the second floor.
Mm-hmm.
So the 5 feet, arguably, would be taken by an access stair that just goes right up to the second floor, right? So that would be in the 5-foot width. But meanwhile, the 20-foot width would be left open, right? And then that level would be 14 feet high to the underside of the second floor, to the joists. And then above that, apartments.
So I would not comment or give any final answer on something being proposed here, but so what you're telling me is to create some type of underpass,
Yeah.
and the house will be almost on stilts, and a 20-foot wide underpass would exist that we could perceivably take our apparatus underneath there and have some type of frontage space
Yes.
past that.
Because there is distance between, what's the distance between the back of the? 40 feet. 40 feet between the buildings, so.
So as I
that's your
recall-
30 feet turnaround, or 30-foot access point is,
Well, I just recall that the rear residence is 125 feet from the curb, and I don't
Right.
recall what the length of the front home was going
so
to be.
the way it's drawn now is it's showing 40 feet from the back of the new building to the front of the existing building.
So
Which
the
would
front
be
buil-
acceptable space.
The front building is, as proposed, is 65, then there's a 40-foot of rear yard, or the space in between the residential building.
Yeah, and we've seen those sort of proposals presented to us before, and Captain Resner and myself have reviewed and I believe have approved those type of designs, but obviously we would have to see the plan.
Sure.
And present an analysis on it.
And the reason for the 20-foot width, what's
That's
the
our-
width of a truck that has to?
Approximately 10 feet wide, minus mirrors, we're talking mirrors also, but we typically ask, anything less than 15 feet is going to create undue hardship for our ladder company chauffeurs or engine company chauffeurs to navigate through that roadway.
So the absolute minimum is really 15 feet, but
Really, on
20
record,
your-
is 20 feet.
I just have a question.
Yeah.
Yes.
So in this case, a truck could not be located on the street, and necessary
Hoses, et
hoses
cetera.
could not be pulled through the 8-foot wide, all the way back 65 plus 40 to the residential building?
In the world of the fire department, we make anything possible, but especially since this gentleman's family is living there, and my experience in the fire department is Murphy's Law, and when it comes down to bringing tools down, which our ladder company does, they bring ladders and all assortments of tools, and then our engine company, at the same time, are stretching hose lines down. So one or the other might work, but to do both simultaneously, that distance, over 125 feet, and that's only to get to the point of the home, and then you have a potential fourth-story penthouse there, it would just be too much, and there's too many things that could go wrong in that scenario.
And even if the house was sprinkled.
Well, and the house is being sprinkled.
Right. That's even including sprinklers, you still have that situation. Yeah.
Chair, this is Captain Ressner from Fire Department. To the previous question, like Captain Malloy said, anything is possible, but almost the entire Chapter 5 of the Fire Code has to do with requirements for access and operations, and that has to do with the time factor of getting equipment and people to where they need to be. And it's very explicit about what those distances are. We make variations, and we're open to the variation that you proposed before, because it essentially gives us the access that you're proposing. But if we start to go down the road of, well, can we do this for 125 feet, then maybe it's 150 later, then it's 180, and that all adds time in terms of us arriving, getting equipment, getting people, getting ladders, and rescuing people. And time is what we're always working against on that.
And I think that's one of the reasons why I personally am very sympathetic to the fire department's issues. I know that they will climb anywhere and do anything, but we also lose firemen who climb anywhere and do anything, right? So that's not the goal, right? So, okay, I think it's very helpful. I don't know, does anybody else have any questions about this? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Let's hear
everyone.
thank you, really appreciate you coming and talking about this. Richard? So, it's one design idea, right? That seems like you could actually, I mean, we see for instance, on the Build It Back projects, 100% of them are lifted 11 feet. Some of them are even taller than that. So it's not different than many projects that we see in the flood zones, right? And this one even, this one you have a little bit of play on the staircase and the structure on the side to hold up the other side of the building and so on. So it's one way to look at it and make this possible and still, and I think the other question that would be worked out is kind of like, so on the Build It Back houses, they often enclose the lifted house with some kind of grading or something so it's better looking, right? And then ultimately, of course, people store stuff underneath there. So it's a question about how might the homeowner be able to use that under area and still the fire trucks, when they have to, can speed through. I mean, I don't really know what that would be, right? So that has to be something that's understood, that needs to be worked out, right?
To address that question?
Yeah, please, yeah.
Please state your name again for the record, Chief.
Captain Ressner, Fire Department. I think we're always open to work with the property owner. We're not looking to ever obstruct people's use of their property. I think we could, if we had a schematic, an initial plan to analyze and give them guidance as to how much space, but what we're looking at essentially is to see how we get from the street itself into the back of the property. So we look at the turning radiuses and how much clearance. So we don't need to maintain the 20 feet necessarily that is normally on a driveway. And it would also be that if there were storage permitted, the nature of that storage, so like not combustibles, not flammables.
Right.
So that's something we would work with the applicant's architect, but it's sort of an iterative process.
Okay, that's fair, great.
Chair, we obviously would need time to explore this. To the extent that it's feasible, we would produce plans demonstrating this. Again, obviously, don't have the benefit of having our architect here to immediately comment, but regardless, we would need to do that anyway. We would note that to the extent that floor area, we're asking for a use waiver within an M1. There's no bulk regulations for this, for a residential building, so we would ask that if there's floor area that is deducted from the plans pursuant to a pass-through, that we be able to recoup that on the top of the building.
We don't know. We need to see the
Okay,
drawings. It
understood.
needs to fit within neighborhood character, blah, blah,
Understood,
blah,
understood.
right? So
Yeah.
it still needs to go through all the findings.
Right. We would only ask that, and again, Mr. Cruz as all applicants are required to be patient, has been really patient. We would just ask that we be given, the chance to produce these plans and have them reviewed, not only by the board, but by the fire department as quickly as possible, given the fact that we have had some rather long layovers in this matter.
So we can only work with our calendar.
Understood.
Right? So we have a calendar that has availability in December 11th, I think is the...
December 4th.
December 4th, sorry, December 4th. December 4th, whether that's enough time for you to have your architect come up with a design that's satisfactory to your client, then goes to fire department, et cetera.
December 4th with the submission date,
November 14th.
November 14th. So,
You need to say something? You need to come up.
Yeah.
You gotta come up and identify.
I'd just like to add that plans could be directly emailed to myself and Captain Resner, and from the data email, if you give us 14 days, we'll have a determination made by then.
Thank you. That's amazing. Okay, thank you. Right, so if you work back on that, you need to submit by November 14th. If we just did the math like that, and you submitted your drawings to fire department by November 1st, conceptually, you're done. So, but that's giving you a month.
yeah.
To do the drawings and submit to fire department, and maybe fire department has comments, and then you maybe need to change the drawings, so maybe December 4th is too soon, right?
While it may be too soon, it's not incredibly, it's not too soon that we couldn't push it maybe for a week past that. And
We have December 11th.
We have December 11th, November 21st submission.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay.
So hearing date December 11th, continued hearing date December 11th, submission date November 21st.
And we would take the opportunity to say, to thank Captains Malloy and Ressner, as well as Deputy Chief Inspector Daly for their work on this. We understand the demands on all the agencies, but we're hopeful to get a resolution.
Thank you very much, thank you. We really appreciate
Yeah.
fire department's help with this. Thank you so much for coming.
Okay, back on calendar, appeals calendar, decision items, item number 12, 2017-68A through 96A to Ritzy Loop and Frozen On Lane, Staten Island. You have to sign in, Mr. Dale.
Yeah, you're deferring.
Oh, we were going to
Because-
ask Mr. Daly about FDNY's change position. I think he just left.
Oh, all right. Did he leave? Yeah, we need him back, actually.
You don't have
We
to
need
get
fire
sworn in.
department.
We need fire department for this
Yeah.
one.
I was going to say, we're just hoping to defer. We're going to issue the restricted declaration. We can get that submitted next week.
Okay, but fire
Yeah.
department apparently on, this is Chief Daly, this is Toritse
Ritzy and
Loop
Frozenon.
and Frozenon.
Ritzy and Frozenon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you have no comments on that?
You don't have comments? We wanted to understand, originally, the fire department was looking at requiring more parking spaces. Right now, no.
No, there was a suggestion that FDNY's conditional approval would change with regards to allowing parking. and
Yeah.
So you were exploring that, but then,
The architect's office reached out to see if there would be a possibility of changing the letter that required no parking, to see if they would grant a condition, a variance to that, allow limited parking.
Oh.
And the response back that we received from the fire department was that at this time, they would like to maintain the condition of their letter of record. So we're
okay.
prepared. So essentially, no changes. We had reached out to see if there was any possibility of changes.
Oh, yeah, okay. No, I do want,
This case is-
it's closed, but can I? Yeah, because then he's going to have to speak, I guess. So we need to open it, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So I'd like to make, we have a subject that was brought up by a neighbor, so.
on this.
On this case.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, so the motion to reopen, Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
So we received from a neighbor who lives in, she's the owner of the property at 11 Butler Street, which is the same block, lot 136, as the subject, same block as the subject site. She says, "My property is directly neighboring above the reference development," and just as a reminder, this is the development that has this retaining wall that's built all the way around, and that's been some of the discussion. She said the retaining wall was built a few inches off of our development's property line, and then explains that, well, I can read her.
Todd?
Yeah, I can read her, what she said. She said, the property was sold with deed restriction for the land specifying that it was to be used for non-for-profit. The restriction was to run with the land in perpetuity. The property was then sold to Joanne Estates. In spring 2017, removal of trees and soil began. In November, excavation of soil along our property for the retaining wall was performed. The excavated soil was left unprotected until May of 2018. Oh, okay. I don't know if I'm reading her own testimony. When installation of beams and piles begun. In June, we started observing cracks. That's why I'm reading this. In June, we started observing cracks in our backyard deck. We contacted the contractor and asked them to proceed with work to avoid further damage. But at that time, our property was undermined already and the cracks are getting wider rapidly. We continued notifying the contractor, and finally, at the beginning of August, the engineering company that designed the retaining wall visited our house and installed crack monitors. They visited our house for 3 weeks, reporting the progression of cracks that continued to get worse every week. We also had a meeting at our house with the engineer who designed the wall, and during that visit, he confirmed that the contractor did not follow the sequence in which the wall was supposed to be built. At that point, by leaving the excavated soil on the property line, they caused undermine our property. At that point, my husband visited the job site and asked the owner to confirm that they will perform necessary protection and repair, at which time he refused to cooperate. The next day, we submitted a complaint to New York City Department of Buildings. The inspector visited their job site but did not show up at our house to verify damage and dismissed the complaint. We were forced to submit another complaint demanding DOB visit the house. It took 1 week for the excavation unit to finally send the inspector, who observed and photographed all damages, and after visiting the development site as well, issued a stop work order for any further work on the retaining wall. The stop work order still remains in effect. Please see pictures. And so one of the reasons that I'm reading this is because the subject of the retaining wall has been constant in this discussion. And you do see in these photographs, which I will pass around, significant damage around the retaining wall. We were also concerned about flooding issues. So I don't know whether they've also had flooding problems as a result of the retaining wall, but I'm passing down the photo. Okay, so I don't know whether you want, or we can just take testimony from the neighbor, or have Mr. Dale speak to this if you just learned about it.
This is the very first time that I've
Okay.
seen this, so obviously I can't respond at this point. I mean, looking at these photos, I'm not making any assessment regarding, the photos or where these locations are or what the current status is. All state is that we submitted previously that permits were issued by Department of Building for, construction of the retaining wall, and it was proceeding. I don't know what the current status is, but we can reach out and find out. I mean, obviously they want to construct it, so it's not going to cause problems with their property or adjoining properties, and we'll review the issue, but absent, receiving it before 2 minutes ago.
Sure, I understand. Okay, so why don't we have the neighbor, is there someone here to speak on this? The neighbor, please.
No, no, you don't have to be sworn in. Just state your name for the record and you have 3 minutes. And then she'll
Good morning.
come sign in later.
Good morning. My name is Aneta Sush. I'm as per my letter, I'm the direct neighbor to the property development. We are experiencing extreme amount of damages on the property because of the retaining wall. There is some flooding issue as well. The flooding will become much worse. I don't think you had the chance to read through my letter to the end, but we are located on the dead-end street, which the end of the street is basically the edge of the retaining wall. The street is sloped and it comes down from the Wiener Street. When it rains heavily, that's one of my last pictures, when it rains heavily, the water from Wiener Street and from Butler Street comes flooding down like a river down Butler Street. And at this time, it goes over the wall. But once the wall is built, I have a serious concerns that this water will be going into our front yard. As going back to the damages are getting worse every single day. I am absolutely devastated since we renovated our backyard and front yard just in 2012. The pavers are separating. We paved the entire front yard. Everything is separated. I'm completely distraught going outside and looking at everything, at all the distractions. And the Department of Building finally, after several complaints, they finally sent the inspector who stopped the work on the retaining wall because apparently there is something wrong that's being done. But I really don't know what else to do. And I just found out about this hearing 2 days ago. So that's why the very late submission, and maybe it's not very coherent and everything, but I was writing it last night, so.
No, we appreciate your submission and also that you're coming. We know it's difficult to come.
Yeah, and it's really, for me, it's really important that this information gets out there so people can see what the effects are of these type of waivers when they're not going through all of the same type of detailed analysis as they would go through.
Just to clarify, if I could, this is all construction that's permitted as of right by DOB, right? They wouldn't have had they don't have the permits they're not here seeking permits to do the work.
Right, they wouldn't be building
Right. I just want to be sure that we keep this issue, which could be an issue between this property owner and the applicant, separate from the application before the board. We very much appreciate your coming, and we want to understand the topography of the area, so it's definitely relevant to that, but I just want to be careful about
That was my another question. How is it permitted, how is that wall permitted by the DOB, since the development should be, as I understand it, the entire development should be approved by BSA before they started. But I think I might have been wrong on that.
Well, it's an interesting point you raise, because putting up a retaining wall, you can file for a permit to put up a retaining wall for no apparent reason. I don't know why anyone would do that unless they're preparing to build the development that's the subject of this application. So most people don't install retaining walls for entertainment, right?
But there are some of the homes that are being in this development that are not part of this application.
None of the ones up against the retaining wall.
Just to.
Right, also,
Only the ones that are facing the main street, but anything that's back that relies on the retaining wall requires this waiver. So to pick up what our counsel said, is that the subject of the retaining wall was relevant to this conversation and came up a lot during this conversation, because in order for this development to exist, there needs to be, and because there's a significant level change, there needs to be this retaining wall. Right. And the concern expressed by some of the board members was that the retaining wall was not reviewed in sort of looking at the big picture by the agencies that might look at the subject of flooding. So the subject of a collapsing retaining wall, that has to do with engineering and good engineer versus bad engineer, and not so much the Department of Buildings, because it's supposed to be done correctly, and once it's engineered, that the contractor hires the right subcontractors who know how to install a retaining wall. What some of the concern here is about the retaining wall's effect on flooding, which is a subject that you've raised, and we don't have a good grasp on.
I have videos showing, when the water comes down. It basically, I can provide and submit more photographs. I didn't have everything available to me last night. I have a lot of photographs when the water comes down the Butler Street. It's flooding sometimes so hard that it took out a piece of the asphalt at the end, and it's flooding like a river over that retaining wall. That is another concern of mine. That once that water keeps undermining that retaining wall, that retaining wall at some point is going to fail, and it's next to my property.
Right. Understood. Yes. Well, that's another part of that's an engineering aspect in addition to a flooding issue.
You mentioned that the DOB went to the site and
Yes.
looked at the conditions, and they issued a stop work order,
Yes,
right?
the stop work order is in force right now.
Okay, we really appreciate your
Thank you for hearing
information.
me. I really appreciate letting me submit at this late time,
Yeah,
the proceedings,
absolutely.
and I really appreciate you, everybody listening to me. Thank you.
And thank you,
very
and
much.
if you can submit the remaining documents that you have, if you can submit whatever else you have, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this? Okay. Okay, so obviously, there's problems with the construction, which needs to be addressed, and we want to hear how that's being addressed.
We'll reach out to the property owner and find out what the current status is of any stop work order, or what's going on, or any Department of Buildings visits. As said, overall, we obviously don't want to construct anything that's going to hurt our property or adjacent properties. But as council noted, the Department of Buildings approval for this was issued. It's not pertinent to the issue that's before the board.
I
It's
do just
related.
continue to disagree with
It's not
that.
pertinent.
I disagree with
You're insisting it's not pertinent, but some of it's pertinent. The issue of flooding is pertinent. The issue
But
of,
the wall was permitted and obtained all necessary approvals from all agencies, regardless of what form the construction or development of this site would take. Whether we wanted to develop one home or 150 homes, the wall was built pursuant to code and approval was issued. That said, if there's issues with it, we want to take care of it, and we will take care of it. But I do think it is important to note what the issue is before the board, specific
I
request.
just want to remind you that you're a fact witness. You don't know whether the wall was built pursuant to code.
I didn't say no.
Yeah, you did
I said
say
it
the
was
wall
approved.
was built
I said it was approved.
And you said it was built to the code.
pursuant to code, so you don't know
And I retract
that?
statement.
Careful,
There.
okay.
It was permitted. How's that?
And
Pursuant to
you
what we
stated.
assume was a code review.
And
by the
and you also stated that this retaining wall would have been required even if it was an as-of-right development on that
No, I'm going to
site?
say this retaining wall could have been built,
Okay.
whether it was as of right or not.
Okay.
As was stated. I don't know if they would have needed it for one home or not.
You wouldn't.
Design it.
But no, because I was just looking at the as-of-right plan, at least along the Butler, you would have, I don't know about the rear ones.
Sure.
So I just was curious.
No, but I mean, as I said, overall, we'll respond, we'll present it to the property owner and developer, find out what the current status is of what's going on, take time to review this. And if, I'm not going to say if there are any issues that are being caused specifically by this wall, we'll address them. They may not be, I don't know.
Okay. All right, thank you. So we were updating on the restrictive deck.
That restrictive declaration, which will be based on the current letter of record, we can submit that next week. I would say by tomorrow, but short schedule, so early next week. So we would request a deferral based on that.
October 11th.
The 23rd?
Yeah.
What's that one?
It's 27.
And 11?
It's 26.
Let's do the 23rd.
Okay. It is, sorry, I have to open
What date are we doing?
October 3rd hearing?
No, October
Sorry,
23rd.
it's October 23rd hearing.
So submission will be October 3rd.
October 3rd submission, not the end, I was trying to say.
So October 3rd submission, and then October 23rd hearing? Or
Hearing.
are we
Here,
leaving
no.
this open?
Here, well,
We want to close this, right?
I
We've
also
been
want to,
reopening so many things today,
Yeah.
I don't know how many motions
let's
we
just
want to go
leave it open, and, yeah,
through.
but we
we gonna
will do a, if
We can do a
everything,
close and vote.
we might learn some more things from this testimony, but if, other submissions by the neighbor, however, assuming we don't, then we can do a close and a vote on the same day, because it's true, we keep opening stuff that we close.
Sure.
Can
We'll
we-
definitely
can we
submit
get
that.
an update on the construction status for this retaining wall? Where is that?
Oh, sure. So
you believe you're going to have all that?
100% will submit the restrictive declaration, but by that October 3rd date, we'll submit, I would say we could submit early, but, what we can do is, right on the 3rd, submit an up-to-the-minute report, what the current status is regarding any stop work order or any issues or any DOB visits, and we'll present all that information.
And since
Do you
it's
believe
open
it's-
on October 23rd, you could also
Sure.
add an up
So
to
we'll
the
do it on the
minute
3rd,
status.
and if anything happens between the 3rd and the 23rd, we'll bring it in for the actual appearance that day. No problem
You
bringing it in.
believe that all the issues with the neighbor's property will be addressed by October 23rd?
I would first state that I'm not sure at this point, not having had a chance to review.
If
it, since I'm
your
not there,
statements are true.
If those issues are related to our development,
What do you mean
I
if
don't
they're,
know.
what do you mean if they're related to your development?
based on what's been submitted here, the photos that are there, I'm not disputing there's issues, but, as was described by the neighbor, the water comes running down from the other side, not our property. So I don't know if anyone from this point, from those photos alone, can sufficiently determine what portion of the damage that's shown there, whether it's existing, pre-existing, whether it's caused by the wall or it's not caused by the wall, but we'll review it and we'll find out. I mean, I don't think anyone here can realistically, from those photos, in and of themselves, know what's going on, and we'll get more information. And if it is related to the construction, then we'll
Well, if there's a
address it.
stop work order on
Sure.
the wall, there must be something wrong with that wall, otherwise there wouldn't be a stop work order.
I haven't had a chance to look at DOB. I don't even know, did anyone look at DOB to see
I'm
if it's a
trying
stop work order?
to, I'm
Okay, I
I'm
don't
not
even know if it's
sure
still active.
under what address this is listed. No,
There's
what
many lots,
address
so I don't know which
the,
lot it's under.
I believe that she said 51.
no, for the Department of Buildings to be able to look up whether this is a Hook Creek Boulevard filing or how Department of Buildings is,
We need to find out which
listed
lot it
this.
was under, and we'll take a look at the lot and see what the current status is.
yeah, that, because the one that I have doesn't work.
Sure.
Okay. Okay.
So anyway, we'll submit the 3rd, and we'll bring up to the minute on the 23rd as well.
Great, okay. Good, all right, so we've set the dates. Let's set up.
Continued hearing items, item number 13, 205-15A through 214-15A, 12860 to 12876 Hook Creek Boulevard, and 12863 to 12875 Fortune Way, Queens.
Okay.
Todd Dale for the applicant. From review session, I know that a couple of issues were raised. First, regarding the sign that was there and the suggestion that the paving take a different format or different color. We 100% agree. We'll resolve that. I reached out to the architect to see if we could have a note regarding the type of paving to put on the plan, or if the board wanted to do it as condition, that's fine, or both. With respect to the sprinklers, we had submitted information February 2018, including pertinent provisions of the building code and the fire code, noting that based on those provisions, the sprinklers shouldn't be required for the residential homes that are being proposed. I don't know if the fire department's had further time to review that to address, but the key issue being that surely based on the building code, these homes would not require a sprinkler. Per the pertinent provision of the fire code, if the access portion of the private, of the fire apparatus access road is 34 feet wide, sprinklers wouldn't be required. And the fire apparatus access road here is just Fortune Way, which is that cul-de-sac, which exceeds, even if you look at the radius as opposed to the diameter, exceeds 34 feet. So, we present that back to the fire department for review, and upon any, further response, we can address and respond. But at this point, our position is the code provisions say no sprinklers, so that's what we're saying.
Right, but I thought that we were working on this with fire department before. Would you like?
Yeah, I don't know if it's
speak,
been-
fire- Still working on it, okay, so we still need fire department.
Sure.
So, okay. And I didn't have a chance to review the restrictive deck. So what I'm recollecting from the restrictive deck, which I read very quickly, was that it's pretty light.
Okay.
So as long as we have time here, the restrictive deck needs to make clear that there will be a sign stating Fortune Way located at the demarcation point of Fortune Way, that the Fortune Way will be paved in a way that's different from the main road, 129th Avenue, and that paving system will comply with Department of Transportation standards for paving, there's a right-of-way granted. I don't know who owns Fortune Way. That's the other thing. Is that owned by each of the property owners that extends into the street?
Fortune Way is currently owned, there's one entity that currently owns Fortune Way, and I believe that we said that added development LLC and Futures and Assigns would own Fortune Way and be responsible for it.
Is there an HOA?
No.
No.
No HOA.
I don't think there was one planned because it's so few homes, so.
But, so that's the point,
That's the
is we
question,
need clarity on the ownership of Fortune Way, and then we need an easement granted from that property owner to everybody else for access. So that's probably separate from the restricted declaration, because there's one grantor and several grantees, right?
Right, and as far as the points regarding the sign, the pavement, and DOT, 100% we'll add that in there. Because currently there is only a single entity involved, we can explore the language to ensure that a restrictive declaration is clear that should this entity transfer title of a part or all of the subject lots, that any of those grantees would be responsible.
No, that's not how it works. You need to have some kind of provision that an access easement will be recorded against all the properties. That's why you create HOAs, by the way, because the HOA is all, at the moment, everything is owned by one person. And then the HOA says, this is what we're doing in the future. We will grant an access easement. Here's a copy of the access easement. It will be recorded against each property. So if you're not actually doing an HOA, then what in the world is requiring the current developer to grant access easements to the property owners?
No, understood. We'll make it clear.
Okay.
I understand the point that you're making as far as expanding upon this, and that's not a problem since we're waiting for the fire department. So
Right, okay. So, but it's not, I'm saying it's probably not in the restrictive deck. It's probably a separate document. And maybe and I don't know how you do this with, you can't grant an easement to yourself. So maybe it's this restrictive covenant, that's a separate thing, that says something to the effect of, I, property owner, currently own all of this, and the covenant will grant an access easement upon the subdivision of the property and its sale to successors and assigns.
we have many options and examples in the office. And we'll find that.
Okay.
Just a question, are there any utilities in Fortune Way?
Per the architect, no.
No, okay. So there's no need to add anything about the maintenance of
I will
utilities? in this?
confirm that.
That would be great.
You know what? They said no, I'll double confirm.
Yeah, please. So, all right, so then the restrictive deck needs to make very clear that it's the maintenance, so that the roadway will be constructed according to DOT minimum standards, including the sidewalks, right? And that the sidewalks and roadways will be maintained and repaired by who? That's the other question. So, again, you don't have a property association, so who's maintaining the roadway? I think you're going to need an HOA, even for 3 houses. You need something.
I don't.
Otherwise, it's
necessarily
all my
follow the HOAs.
problem. You know, it's all I'm the owner of the roadway right in front, So I'm just going to repair my part, and I'm going to use the cheap guy who who smears the asphalt, and then the guy next door is going to, right?
Or perhaps,
That's fine. I'll talk
Right.
to Team HOA at the office and see if they think it's appropriate or if we have another suitable alternative. But big picture will expand upon that restrictive declaration.
Okay.
While we're waiting for the fire department. As far as our timing, the restrictive declaration, I mean, I know the board's calendar is full.
Right, it's full, but the thing is, you can submit the restrictive declaration, but we still don't know what the HOA situation looks like. Then you have to submit it to us, council has to review it, et cetera, so.
No, understood. And depending on if an HOA is required, that would be a more timely
Correct.
situation. So we're flexible with submission. We'd obviously rather sooner, but I would say if we could get for our portion of the submission, 2 to 3 weeks minimum.
Right, so I just think to make it easier so that we have the back and forth on the HOA and the deck, let's just do this for that first hearing in December 4.
Okay, so November 14th?
Yeah, so that's.
And you can, Mr. Dell, you can submit draft RDs to me at any time.
Yeah, you should submit it as soon as possible. And you know, when you're submitting it, you submit to submit, but make sure that you're alerting council that you've submitted it. Otherwise, we don't know it's here, and then nobody reviews it in advance.
Happy to copy
Okay.
on the message. Sure. So the hearing, December 4th, submission 11/14, is that what I
Yes,
heard?
that's right.
Okay. And then in the interim, if the fire department responds, we'll respond accordingly.
Right, okay.
Sure.
Thank you. We're giving you a lot of work. Fire department, a lot of work. Okay.
Item number 14, 257-15A, 1221 Forest Hill Road, Staten Island.
Hi, Todd Dale for the applicant. After discussion with the property owner, we would respectfully like to request a withdrawal of this application.
Good decision. Okay. All right then. Are there any speakers on this because it's still open? So then I would like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to withdraw.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Item number 15, 2016-4296A through 4298A, 3236, 3238 Schley Avenue, and 580 Clarence Avenue, the Bronx.
Afternoon. Todd Dale for the applicant. We would like to adjourn. We did meet at Department of Environmental Protection on September 6th with board staff, set forth a plan. They have, just the board is aware, submitting early next week the feasibility study to DEP, and then based upon that response, we'll be able to resolve this accordingly. We're not sure what the DEP time is. I'm going to assume 30 days, which is their usual thing. So if we submit early next week, 30 days from then, and then if we get a few weeks after that to respond, so maybe for our submission date.
No, but they may respond in a way that you have to respond back, because this seems to be an ongoing debate, right?
Right, they need to submit a feasibility study to Bashkar and then to their division, and then they'll review it and see whether or not it's feasible, that they don't have to amend and do all the other things, right?
Right, so.
Right, but what I would say is with the assumption that DEP responds in a full 30 days, a month, we believe our timeframe for responding to that, if it goes the way we expect, based on initial discussions, that we'd be able to respond in 2 weeks. So if we could set our submission date in like 6 to 7 weeks, we think that would be appropriate. If for some reason it comes back and we need to amend the drainage plan, we're going to need to go much further than that anyway. So I think that 6 weeks for us is an appropriate time in case the feasibility study is accepted. If it's not, it's going to be longer regardless.
Okay, so then I think end of December, that December 11th is probably your earliest. It might even be too soon.
November 21st submission?
This is November 21st submission.
Yeah.
So what's, today is
That's
the-
2 months. That's 2 months.
We could submit within 2 months. We think that's fine based on what DEP's response is.
So hearing date December 11th,
Yeah.
So
submission
this-
date of November 21st.
Submission November 21st, you said?
Yes.
That's very dyslexic. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, right, 12, 11, 11, 21.
Item number, keep going, sorry. Item number 16, 2017, 323A, 108 Crook Avenue, Staten Island.
I don't know if anyone's here on this. This was
Oh, she's not.
administratively adjourned,
She's not here.
and I'm trying to figure out what this.
December.
So we were,
Yeah.
we discussed December 11th, since that's the last hearing on the calendar, but then you suggested maybe something January.
Yeah, so,
No, that's
so we said the end of
She
January,
doesn't object.
right?
Okay, so.
Yeah.
So that's a hearing date of January 29th, submission date of January 9th. Yeah, synchronicity, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, new cases, item number 17, 2016 4142A through 2016 4146A, 70, 72, 74, 76, 78 Cunard Avenue, Staten Island. Todd Dale Day, huh?
Good afternoon. Todd Dale for the applicant. So we attended review session, and I know there were certain questions that were raised. Just to provide some big picture to this as far as the history of this application, I know it was discussed briefly regarding the slope of the site. You had a chance to visit. When this property owner was originally seeking to develop the site, the original plan was to seek to come up from Wandell, where there is a CCO on Cunard down below. And in initial discussions with the fire department, it was expressed to us that they really did not think that it was a good idea because of the slope and the difficulty of obtaining access from the north. So in conjunction with that, that's when the current proposal was put forth, where Lot 237 was purchased by this property owner in order to provide the access lane coming from Cedar Terrace, which would then be more of an even level to reach the site. I, in reviewing the record, apologize that it hasn't been submitted. We'll submit it for the next thing. But there was actually, there's a recorded document on Staten Island. There was actually a action commenced in court to quiet title or quiet the action regarding that portion of Cunard with respect to those tax lots that front on Cedar Terrace. I have one copy here. I will, as I said, submit this.
Sorry, quiet title as to which properties?
Well, the question, the issue that came up is with, in order to obtain access through Cunard, because Cunard, as you look at the map, I think on the tax map, the various maps, I have here the topographical map. Cunard, which is a record street, is a CCO only to a portion of approximately 270 feet
Right.
On this. And the rest of this is a record street. There were questions when the developer was originally looking at Lot 237 and providing access, whether any of those lots that are fronting on Cedar would have any rights to Cunard Avenue, okay? So an action was commenced in court, and there was a stipulation of settlement that was presented there, where all of those lot owners agreed that they would, to summarize, I want to parse it out, but essentially agreed to the right of access for this property owner and wouldn't dispute any claims, would work towards like city planning applications with this property owner. It also reflects the use of Lot 237 in order to provide access. And as I said, we'll submit that so everybody has a sufficient time to review that.
So was it 4 homes? Was it 4 properties on Cedar that were defendants in that action?
I think it was 4 to 5. Let me grab the tax map.
It seems like there's a little.
It's 4, and then they purchased the lot 247.
Correct.
Right.
Yes, you're right.
237, sorry.
Lot 247, Lot 245, Lot 242, and Lot 240. So it was on record and has been recorded.
Yeah, they all stipulated to you having title to the property.
Exactly.
So what does that mean? So that section of Cunard is now owned by who? In the court action, and we'll provide supplemental information when it was before the judge. Now, I wasn't personally involved with the action, but when it was before the judge, it was determined that this was a public way, a street of record that was filed but never officially mapped with the city. And it actually dates back to 1890. So we'll present the map regarding this. It's part of the lands of Wandell, which I guess explains Wandell Avenue.
but we'll provide that map as far as the history of it. But in short, it is a public way that was a record street filed but not officially mapped. So the title to it would actually be the city would have the rights to Cunard. And each of these property owners, though, as part of that order and part of the discussion, we'll look at the materials, as I understand it, has right to access through that portion of Cunard Valley. Yes, it's a little much right now, as I said. We need to submit the information so we have a chance to review it, and we'll parse it through. But
So it's not a CCO?
it is not a CCO. The CCO extends, if you look at the tax map, the CCO extends roughly to where that line is on the
Right.
tax map. That's the extent of the CCO. I don't know if this, do you have the street status? If not, we'll resubmit it. There's a letter from the Borough President's Office regarding the street status for Cunard that speaks to the fact that there's an opinion of dedication for 25 to 30 feet from 2003 for that portion. And then the other portion says not final mapped. But
Right.
it was during,
But it says it's not final map, but then the court is making a determination that it's a...
in the proceedings, the only thing that's recorded is this stipulation of settlement. During the proceeding, it was presented in the materials to the court that this was a public way, and I think the exact language, again, which we'll submit, was that it was a public way that was filed, but not officially mapped by the city. And we're talking 1890 to 1900, so I'm not sure if the terminology equates.
Well, your submission, can you also attach the complaint
Yes.
and whatever documents are submitted and to substantiate it? Or oppose it, for that matter, which I don't believe they probably didn't, they stipulated.
Yeah, there was the settlement, so complaint and action. We'll get that information together.
Was there an exchange of anything for the stipulation, or was it?
I don't know at this time. I'll find out.
Okay, so, but you do have, because we don't have, a copy of the deed for Lot 237.
Oh, it has, we can.
No, we don't have that.
That was not included originally, I think, with the application materials because the Department of Buildings didn't issue an objection for it. We filed based on the DOB objection. We're proposing to just put that private road or access lane there. There's no objection that's required from the Department of Buildings. So that's why it wasn't included with this application. We're happy to include Lot 237. I'm just saying as far as why it wasn't put in.
Okay. Otherwise, we don't, you're right, you're trespassing over somebody else's land in order to get to it, so.
I think that a look at Acris would show, but we'll provide the deed.
There is no Acris for Staten
For
Island,
Richmond County Clerk, sure.
so that's the problem.
That's been burned by that before, right? All right, so we'll provide the deed for Lot 237.
And the other website's very unuser-friendly.
What's there? Sure,
Or
we can provide that.
unfriendly
Just
user.
quickly as an aside regarding Lot 237, just 2 points. It was mentioned yesterday about the Borough President's original comment as far as accessory use, but I think it was noted that there are other lots that exist that are private roads. I would put forth Industrial Loop, which has been before this board many, many, many times. It's a very similar situation. It's much larger than this, but it's a similar configuration.
So just to clarify for the record, Industrial Loop then is a separate zoning lot? That's what the Borough President is talking about. It's a
my
separate
understanding,
zoning lot?
Yes, it is a separate zoning lot. It's been a while since we filed one on Industrial Loop, probably has gone before the board more recently, but it is definitely a different tax lot, and as I understand it, a different zoning lot, because each of those properties that's been developed on Industrial Loop, their zoning analysis and zoning lots are their lots in and of themselves, right? With the design of Lot 237, I think it was mentioned either in discussion or in a comment to the board, the original proposal was to have it 30 feet wide. We reached out to the architect, we have no objection, and we think it makes sense to widen that to 34 feet or more based on current fire department and code requirements. I think they originally did 30 feet and showed a lot of trees, but they can widen that lane, which should make any access in and out of that area.
Okay. But the question that's raised by a significant amount of opposition, right, is that the access from Cedar Terrace is very narrow. it's only like 20 feet wide, something like that, right? So what's your response to that? I mean, I want fire department to comment on it, but what's your response?
The response to this is that the big picture is that the property owner is seeking to develop this parcel. As I said, their original proposal was seeking to come from Wandell, which has a CCO. And this redesign and this proposal was based on fire department's original concerns about the steep slope and coming up. So that's why all the efforts went through to obtaining lot 237, to going to court, to reach the stipulation to come through there. We don't dispute, I make no comment as to the width of Cedar Terrace, but that's not part of this application. We're separated from Cedar. I understand what you're saying, but the lots in question don't front on Cedar Terrace. They're not part of that.
Wait, they don't front on anything, right?
Sure.
And if you didn't include Cedar Terrace, you can't get to these lots. So you have to look at the connection between this section that's not really Cunard because it will again be cut off at a spot, though it won't join with its paved portion, right?
Sure.
The only connection of this unmapped street to, I'm not sure what the status of Cedar Terrace is, but to an access point to the main roads is Cedar Terrace. So you cannot say it's not part of the application.
If we continue with this design based on, the fire department requirement. If it's determined Cedar Terrace is too narrow, we have to go from below, we'd go from below. There, as I said, the initial concern was, the fire department and the steep slope. But as far as Cedar Terrace, that, as far as what we control, that's why the proposal that I just said will propose to widen the access road on lot 237. I'm not sure what we can do with respect to the existing width of 237. I will note, though, I don't know what individuals...
Of Cedar, you're talking about?
Yeah, we have no objection if the city wants to widen Cedar Terrace, but it's not something that we have control of. We can't...
Understood.
We can't control it. But I would note, though, I don't know as far as the letters of opposition, but I do think it's important to note that the stipulation that was just circulated when we submitted letter, those property owners that are there that are most immediately effective, they're on notice. They know that this proposal is there, that, those 4 lots that are right there that are closest to our area agreed to this development settlement. Scenario.
But that's a different subject, right? One is, should you be allowed to develop what's essentially a landlocked site where the access is from a substandard, I don't know what the record status is of Cedar Terrace, but a substandard access way, right?
Okay.
So that's the question, right? So at the moment, you don't have the right to develop this landlocked portion, right? As of right. So that's the question before us. Should you be allowed to?
If I can just correct
yes.
briefly, we don't have the right based on this current proposal, but I would note that there are portions of this lot that front on the CCO Cunard Avenue and do front on Wandell Avenue. If you look at this particular tax and zone, not tax, the existing tax lot do front there. It's this particular proposal where we're choosing not to front on either Wandell or Cunard because of the safety concerns that were raised that require this particular type of application. There is theoretically an alternate design where homes could front on Wandell or front on the Cunard portion of CCO, but it was determined that because of the slope, it wasn't the best option. So that's why we're trying to work with city agencies to come up with this alternative option.
Right.
Safe.
But you keep talking about this thing is sort of shaped like a dog, so the head of the dog is on Wandell, and you could get a couple of houses there, maybe more than that, because right next door on lot, whatever that is, 92, right next door to the head of the dog is a attached 2 families. So semi-attached 2 families, right? Or semi-detached, depending on how you look at it. And then the front of the dog leg, the front legs, that faces on Cunard could get a similar kind of development, right? So you could put as of right without needing to get this waiver, maybe 4 houses, 4 2-family houses, something like that, right?
Understood, and, the response that I would put back to that, though, is then when that's explored with various, agencies, the preference was is that we would, this whole exercise was because of initial discussion with fire department response and going forward. I just
Right.
to know.
No, so,
As far as Cedar, I mean, we understand, I mean, how's this? As far as I haven't received any of the particular objections that were done, we can take a look at the record or request that they're sent to us so I can review any of those. But I do think it's important to note that the property owners that are most immediately adjacent and near Lot 237 are fully aware of this particular proposal. So I just think that needs to be weighed in light of, and I'm not minimizing other comments, but I do think it needs to be weighed in light of those other comments of, these homes that say Cedar Terrace is narrow, at least these 4 homes that are the closest are aware of it and are agreeable to it.
okay, I'm just thinking about fire department access. I'm not thinking
It's
about
definitely an
whether the
interesting site
neighbors
to
are in
explore
favor
and
of the
definitely,
project.
as far as what's going on.
Okay.
There were some other, how's this? As far as the current fire department, this project architect recently resubmitted to the fire department, and it's under review. They resubmitted this proposal because the last letter, I think, or official communication it's a few years old now. They've resubmitted it for review again to get any new and updated comments. If there's any new and updated comments that come from the fire department, we'll respond and address them accordingly.
Okay.
We did have the DEP letter. I forwarded that out to the project architect. They're currently reviewing it. We'll respond to those questions. I just don't have that response right now. There was a quick question, I think, at review session where somebody asked about what the tail was that goes down to Wandale.
Yeah, I did.
That's for utilities, to connect to the utilities that are in Wandale. That's what that little,
So is it kind of a utilities easement?
I believe so, yes, and I'll get the information.
Can you check? Yeah.
Yeah. All right. There was a question as to whether this property owner owned any adjacent lots. They do not. They own this lot and lot 237. Any other work that's being done in this particular area is a different owner, different application, different project.
But with respect to that, there's this road clearing that's going on what it looks like the site, the subject site.
I will confirm with them if there's perhaps some clearing that may have gone into their site. They may not be aware of it. I'll talk to them.
Well,
they're not doing any work with respect to the road. And the only lots they own are this lot, as I said, and lot 237.
So when you look at right now on the corner of Wandale and Cunard,
Sure.
there are 3 houses recently built.
Okay.
And a lot of site clearing that was needed. And the site clearing includes, oddly, like a roadway behind those houses that extends all the way onto the subject property, it looks like, and then swings down onto Wandale. So what is that?
I will look at
Okay.
the corner of Wandale
And Cunard, if you just looked at, a 2018 Google satellite, you'll see it. You don't even have to go to the site.
Sure, I'll ask about that. I do
Okay.
know that those would be, assuming that they are residential homes, wouldn't need to come before the board because the CCO exception.
No.
CCO, yeah.
They don't need to come before the board, but we're talking about access from a map street, which Wandale is, and there seems to be this road under development and clearance now. So what's going on with that?
Okay.
Well, like what's
And is that, as far as discussion, is there also I don't know if there's discussion as far as the possibility of changing the access point to be from the CCO? As you said, the dog head, the lower jaw. If that road continued there, maybe that would be an alternate sort of reorienting the homes. I don't know if that's been explored. I can.
Sorry, I didn't get the last part.
So
coming up from
if you
Wandale.
look at, if we take the dog head analogy, which I think is excellent, the lower jaw, which connects to the CCO portion of Cunard, okay, currently on our proposed, that is left undeveloped.
Oh,
But-
your dog looks different than my dog.
My dog looks different than everybody's
The
dog.
dog
So-
here touches the window.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, I
So,
see.
okay, so
Oh, he's got a
the
head.
portion that comes from the CCO of Cunard, that little lake
Mm-hmm.
right there, as the chair was discussing, if there's development there and it seems as if there's a road there, I don't know if there's been any reviewer or examination as opposed to coming from the south, if you could use that portion of the
Continue.
property, develop a road to come in.
Continuing the Cunard.
And again,
That's
I
the
don't-
question I had in
I think
terms
it's
of,
worth
is that
examining.
possible? Because it's just that little pinched area.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's a situation where, again, it's been a while since I've been at the site. I don't know what the slope is there, and I don't know, again, if there's still a severe slope there, and it's
Oh, yeah.
still too much of a slope compared to Cedar.
So that's the thing, is when I saw this after remembering vividly us hauling ourselves up that slope to go look at that site, and we're
Hopefully not
thinking,
in the winter.
how in the world does anyone do this in the winter? Never mind with a car, with your feet, like, nobody is going for a walk who lives on the street, right? And so, when I saw the proposal proposing to come from Cedar, I thought from a topological perspective, it's a very smart solution, because you've got a very gradual slope on that side, as opposed to when you look at the topographical map from Cunard, it's one line after the next at 10-foot increments. It's not funny, you are hiking, right? But, it seems to me from a design perspective, it's a really smart idea, but I wasn't focusing on the width of Cedar, which I didn't realize was so narrow. So when that was brought up by neighbors, then I'm thinking, uh-oh. So now we just had the fire department speak about accessing one house where they want 20 feet to access one house, and this is going to be accessing, I don't know how many houses, it already accesses many houses that are existing, and now you have the fire department have a fire truck that has to make a sharp right up the access road and then swing around, and so on a narrow roadway. So that's why I really want fire department to look at this, and which one is, do they think either of them are a good solution? That's
Sure.
the other question, because that's what's before us. Are either of these a good solution? Should this site be allowed to be developed the way it's proposed? Because there is a way to develop this site as of right from existing Cunard, where you're not extending the length of the street, because you can get to what you're viewing as the snout, and I'm considering the front legs. You can get that from Cunard, and you can get to the ears, or that's the head, from Wendell, because there's already a development there, and you could get 4 to 5 houses already on that site, which isn't that different from what you're proposing.
We're proposing 5. I think actually when this was originally thought of, the original proposal may have been 9. It was reduced to 5 in conjunction with the stipulation agreement that was filed. As I said, this project has been going on. It's an unusual site. I know that this property owner is definitely willing to work with options, provided they can develop it. And I just wanted to provide some background with the Cedar, which was supplemented by a personal visit to the site as to why that came about, because it was.
Understand. But then this goes then to the question of hardship, which you need to address.
Sure.
If you can develop 5 houses as of right, then why do you need this waiver, even if it's laid out in a different way and all that stuff?
We will supplement that to
Okay.
clarify any as-of-right development versus what's proposed, and make sure that it shows sufficient.
And then the other one is because, well, maybe if you did it as of right, you wouldn't need the waivers that are requiring ULURP in your application. So that's the other thing, but let's just say, if you did this, let's just say for argument's sake, if you did those 5 houses as of right, or if you did the proposed and you're already in the ULURP process, why can't you just add to the ULURP process a mapping action where all the questions that we don't have the capabilities of reviewing here are reviewed by city planning, because it's a very complicated site. And your client admits it's a complicated site, and city planning takes one look at it at one of their informational sessions, or whatever it's called, the introductory meeting, and concludes without having looked very deeply at the project that it's a complicated site. So
I understand that. I would make this point. I know it's something that's come up on other applications. I'll just say, the actions that are required here are brief actions, city planning. They're not as involved. It can be done within 6 months.
wait.
The estimation,
ULURP is no brief action, right?
compared to mapping, the estimation of mapping is that they take 3 to 4 years. And the fact remains that no mapping action has been filed at city planning for 3 decades. And it's because city planning doesn't actively.
No, actually, that's not the reason. The reason is that the Department of Buildings for a very, very long time ignored what the general city law is, and essentially granted approvals without realizing you can't waive state law.
No, and I
So,
understand.
right? So that's the reason. So nobody was confronted with a mapping action, and so then city planning, as you know, sort of forgot about it when it was looking at lots of these very large sites.
It's still
They
a factual
forgot.
statement to say that none have been filed for 3 decades.
But it's
Okay?
misleading.
But
That's a fact.
because somebody else was taking care of it.
That's fine. I'm just going to say that that is a true.
What are the city planning commission actions?
I'm
What
sorry?
are the city planning commission actions and the time frame?
Well, it's Euler.
And that's also not true. There are mapping actions that have been filed in the last 30 years.
Well, there's demapping actions that have been filed.
Yeah.
Both mapping and
Privately, but no, private mapping. What Mr. Dale's referring to is private mapping actions. There've been private city-sponsored mapping actions for rezonings and UDAPs and those kinds of things, but there've been many private demapping actions. So-
Trying to find quickly.
Was topography something
The
else?
topography was one for sure.
I actually looked at the data.
Me too.
Just it's a mixed bag. Generally, a lot of mappings also go with demapping, especially a lot of the city actions. So they go.
But city actions.
Yeah.
We're
And then
talking
the
about private.
Private actions
There's a
might be also
private-
a combination of demapping and mapping.
I would also note.
Wait, so are you
Especially
saying that it's
Staten
not accurate, that there have been no private mapping
No, I'm not,
actions in
I'm just
30
kind
years?
of,
No, but so it's a question.
Yeah, no, that's-
And again, Mr. Dale is a fact witness. He's either presenting a fact or an assumption
I just say,
or
when we did research from available information,
Mm-hmm.
the last time we did research, we looked for street mapping actions. There hadn't been any for 30 years.
You haven't found any in 30 years. Is that more accurate of a statement?
From available records.
That you reviewed.
Right. If there's a hidden
And when
database that
you're
we don't know
saying,
about, right.
when you're saying mapping actions, you mean private mapping actions, because you would have found many city-sponsored mapping actions.
Yes, that is correct. So private mapping actions. Thank you for the correction. The various actions, there was subdivision certification, there was
The
topographical on a steep slope.
And those are all
grading
certification,
controls,
right? No,
but there-
Certifications.
there's two
We'll
here.
clarify these actions that
Yeah.
are listed and what the time frame is.
Wait, no, but the meeting, whatever that meeting thing is called,
Look at the interdivisional meeting record.
interdivisional meeting, stated that there were 2 modifications that were necessary that are subject to Euler, that had to do with, something to do with the site, right, in terms of site topography, but it's not the usual typography, it was something that required Euler. That was very specifically
That's fine,
stated in
and we'll
interdivisional.
clarify that. I have no problem providing more supplemental information, but I do think it's also important just to note that, as was noted, the general city law is a state action. And the state law requires the board to review these applications. So with respect to seeking relief, this is a state law that requires the board to revise. So we're taking advantage of a state law.
That's not an entirely accurate here. It's the
Just
state.
for the record, the two requirements that ECP said was 119-316, modification of grading controls, because the proposed sewer 5 connection goes beyond 15 feet of the building footprint and runs through the steep slope 469 feet, contrary to 119-213. And the other is 119-317, modification of required for private roads, because at the 50 feet wide, the proposed width of the private road within the record portion of Cunard and the wider bulb outturn, it says bulb, I guess, outturn around both exceed 30 feet, which is the maximum width noted in 119-214B3.
So,
Right.
We'll get
And I just want to clarify, we're not required to grant waivers. We have discretion to grant a waiver. And when there's a case that there's, such as this one, so many other issues going on in the process of a ULURP action, and while I don't believe the size would be an issue, the amount of homes here is necessarily an issue, but there's a slope hillside preservation issue that we don't have much information about. There's a great deal going on in this site, and since you're already dealing with city planning and there is a ULURP action, it may be best to continue down that road.
Understood. I think that's a very fair comment, and we'll respond with respect to what city planning notes as would be required for this.
Did you provide
We can
the,
compare.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but did you prepare an EAS? According to the divisional meeting, you had to provide an EAS.
do that.
I don't,
Yeah.
I don't know if any EAS was prepared.
Okay.
Well, you're going to be required to do one for the ULURP action, which then brings up, most of the time, we see these applications, they've already gone through city planning, so city planning has already decided and looked at the road slopes
Sure.
and where the houses are located and whether there's too many houses and that kind of thing. Because we can't opine on this issue, I'm thinking it's actually premature for us to be deciding on this without city planning involved. And so a lot of this feels like cart before horse, because it could be completely undone by city planning. They might just say, nope, too many houses, or the slope is not consistent with the topography, or when you go through the Euler process, because it's public review, you'll have opposition, there may be pushback, and city planning may be responsive to the pushback, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So then, what is it we're looking at? Something that doesn't have an approval from the agency that controls all the issues that we don't know how to review. Runoff,
I
drainage,
understand.
everything.
That's a very fair point, and we'll respond. I personally, in our office, was not involved with the city planning action.
Right.
Status, to find out what that is, and we'll respond accordingly, and, can view that. I just want to just make it clear when I said the state waiver, I don't believe I said, and I didn't want to imply that the board is required to grant a waiver. They're not under the city law. I just said that the state law requires the board to hear a case.
Hear a case. Yeah, here we are, hearing a case.
Amen.
We have a neighbor. We have a neighbor.
Yes, and so, okay, let's go to we have members of the public who'd like to speak?
Just one gentleman, please. Please come up, ahead, state your name. Oh, you have a submission? Can you pass that to the chair? There's another copy.
My first name was William, and my last name is Martin, and I'm a neighbor to the, proposed development, and we have a group called the Grimes Hill Concord Neighborhood Association that I'm a part of, and I'm speaking on behalf of that, excuse me, that association, and I have submitted testimony on the record, so I just want to address a couple of issues that came up today. One that I didn't address in the testimony is the lawsuit. A first point to note, I think, is that the landowner expressed an intention of building 10 homes on the space, and in what looked like a compromise, said 5, and the subject defendants thought, well, this is a good deal, and they agreed to it. I really think that when you look at the topography and the hillside preservation zone issues of these parcels, 10 homes is really impossible. So I'm sort of wondering, we are sort of wondering whether this was a good faith action. So it is true that there was, I think one of you asked a question about, was there, consideration for the quiet title agreement, and the answer is, well, they look like there was. Secondly, on the lawsuit, there have been, as is, normal in these things, changes in the landowners, particularly on Cedar Terrace, and 2 of the homes that were subject to the lawsuit have changed owners, and neither of the new owners was aware of the stipulation. Presumably, they got title insurance, and they looked at, somebody reviewed what was on file and didn't come up with this. I also think it's sort of an exaggeration to say that everybody's agreed to it for all those reasons. The second thing I want to address is the nature of Cedar Terrace. Cedar Terrace, which is the street that those of us in the association are all very familiar with, is an extremely steep and somewhat narrow street, not as steep as Cunard, which is quite treacherous. And we have brought up, before, the issue of the width of, excuse me, the problems with the width of Cedar Terrace. We would also note here today that this is an area that's extremely difficult to get plowed in the winter. And I live on a street, nearby that's similar. We've heard that we're a tertiary street, but if there's a, designation, lower than tertiary, I think it, applies to us. And it's usually icy for long periods after snowstorms. And some people have gotten their own, equipment out there to try to, deal with that. So I think that presents an additional danger on this very fragile lot or series of lots that we're dealing with here at the top of a very steep hill on a hillside preservation area, and one that will, development that will double the number of homes in the upper part of Cedar Terrace. There are now 5 homes that exist as Cedar Terrace turns around and goes up the hill. There are 5 homes there, and this is going to double that number. So it's going to place a significant burden on the neighborhood and on the utilities and the resources available to it. And as I said, I've submitted testimony, and I hope it will be made part of the record.
It certainly will. Thank you very much. Appreciate your coming. Are there any other speakers on this? Okay. And just finally, if I didn't mention it already, you need to make the findings of the GCL 36, right?
Yeah, the hardship issue for sure.
Right.
Todd Dale again for the applicant. I would just state that, as noted, the original proposal of 10 was reduced to 5 in recognition of a more appropriate design for the site. And as to new property owners not reviewing restrictions against the property or deeds and the title insurance, I can't speak to that. I'm sorry the new owners didn't know, but they're on record, and their attorneys should have informed them.
So in terms of the hardship finding, if 5 houses can be developed as of right, then what do you need us for? That.
We can compare and contrast that, we understand we would need to show that there would be a loss in return based on that hardship.
There would be a what?
A loss in return based on the hardship.
We don't actually have a financial standing.
How's this?
Right.
There would be a hardship. Well, I'm assuming the hardship relates to return. I realize it's not actually.
Not necessarily, right. So I mean, if 5 houses could easily be developed on the site, and you're just building 5 houses on the site, then why do you need this?
We will review that.
Right. Because I don't know that financial hardship has been an issue. The only cases where I think it might have been that we've read about a little bit are where the one-family home wants to build on an unmapped street, and the court says it's onerous to expect the one-family owner to do something extreme, so that obviously implies costs.
It was the cost of a mapping action. It was, that case was, it would be too much to ask of a one-family home for a one-family to map, to go through a full mapping action. And the cost, there's also written in some of the legislative history about this is an avenue that is because of the cost of a mapping action.
Right, okay. But there was another.
Just to be clear, I think it's, again, we're focusing on the mapping action. The GCL talks about frontage on a mapped street that is improved to the conditions necessary for a city. It could be, I believe in the Browse case, it was also about, should they pave for the entire paving of the entire street? So it's not, it doesn't have to be solely related to the cost of mapping, but that is one example of a hardship.
Right, and
Hardship, we'll address it.
Great. So it seems like there's finance.
No, that's fair.
But,
No,
right.
I agree. So as I understand, what we'll do is we'll submit to the record a copy of the stipulation that's recorded.
And the complaint,
We'll provide
as
a
long
copy of
as-
the complaint and the associated materials that were included with that. We'll submit the deed for lot 237. We'll investigate a little bit about what's going on at the corner of Wandell and Cunard and see if it affects our site at all. We'll clarify cedar width, may already be in papers, but we can clarify that. We'll address the hardship. We'll confirm the city planning actions and try and get an update from the property owners to get steps towards that. And I think that was the extent of
That's the extent
list.
for now, because of course, when we get there, we need to figure out who owns what and who's going to maintain it and all that, assuming we get to that spot, right? I would like to hear about from fire department if they've had a chance to look. No, they haven't yet. So we really need fire department to look at the whole issue of access, both from the legal route up Cunard and the proposed route that would go down Cedar Road, whatever it's called, Terrace, and then take a sharp right at this lot 237, if that's the right path.
I think it was submitted July or August. I can confirm with you later the contact that we had, or unless you've got, we'll talk about it. I'll make sure that you got the information or know about the information.
All right, good. So, again, I guess we put this on for sometime December, right?
That seems
December
very-
11?
Yeah, that seems very reasonable, because we're going to need time for all parties.
Okay.
To review.
So, is that enough time?
For our purposes, the court items shouldn't be long. The deed is very quick. The Wandell Cunard, I assume is going to be quick. Cedar Width will be quick. Hardship shouldn't take long. That should be enough time.
So that's November 14th
November
submission.
14th submission? Sure.
That, almost 2 months.
Wait a second. So the hearing
14th?
is at 11:21?
I'm sorry, 21st, sorry.
Okay.
What date is it, December 11th?
December 11,
So the
21st.
submission would be 21, right?
Yeah.
Is that enough, or you want to go to January?
Is that enough? Really?
That should be enough, because.
It's
I
about
mean,
2 months. 2 months.
2 months should be more than, I mean, how's this? For our purposes and what we need to submit, we can,
Whose other purposes do you have?
the fire department.
Oh, fire
That's what I'm
department,
just saying.
okay.
You know, I'm just trying to understand. And also, by that time, we'll have a response to what's going on with DEP as well, and at least submit it. If DEP responds during the interim, we can address it.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
I'm sorry,
We said
December, you can go ahead and
December
write,
11th.
December 11th. I'm sorry, it's just been, before you go on, there's been brought to my attention that people, residents of calendar item number 11, the Orange Theory Gym, are here because their notice was for a hearing at 1 o'clock.
The president of the co-op, the condominium?
So if we could,
And a tenant.
Reopen
So we
that
need to,
hearing?
well, not reopen, we just need to recall. And then we have to get in touch with Mr. Most to refer to this section of the hearing.
Okay.
So Tony, if you could call that again, and then we can get these individuals who are here.
What's that? Are they going to speak today?
Yeah, they're here, they came for 1 o'clock. They missed the 10 o'clock session.
Hey, listen. Oops. Where are they?
I'm doing my best.
What are you doing your best for?
Jay has
You're
a
always doing your best.
schedule. Quincy wants to get out, as does everyone. Are the people here who are, okay. Tony, can you call the number
Sure.
11 one more time?
We're recalling item number 11, 23114BZ, 124 West 23rd Street, Manhattan.
Yeah, we understand there are members of the public who came to be heard on this application, but we're given a different time, so.
Till 1 o'clock?
If you could sign in, and then you can go to the podium, say your name.
Sorry. You know what, I'll have you sign this one, swear sheet. Just sign this one. Okay? You're in favor or opposed, either.
Obviously, we'll find out who the neighbors is in our file. It says one.
Oh, we sent it out?
Yeah,
It said 1 PM.
It said 1, it's on PSA. It's our fault. It's a notice. Okay.
Okay.
What are we gonna do?
Yep. We'll hear them, so, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you each have 3 minutes. Please come to the microphone, state your name for the record.
Hello, I'm Carlene Asadi, and I'm on the second floor of 124 West 23rd Street. And my apartment's right above the gym. I wanted to just briefly say that they haven't improved the situation there since the last time that we saw you all. And I'm going to read a letter from the woman and the man that live above me, because she moved to California and she's back and forth. So her name is Katie.
Katie what?
Katie Lynn, Lin. And this is from Katie. Greetings, my name is Katie Lynn. My husband and I are owners of our one-bedroom condo on the 3rd floor of the Citizen Condominium. As of the last meeting on June 18th with Orange Theory and the Community Board, Orange Theory have not reached out as agreed to follow up on solutions to improve the noise problem. Specifically, we can hear treadmill noises in our master bedroom and in our master bath. This issue has not been resolved. Occasionally, we can hear weights dropping, thumps in our bedrooms. It's especially troublesome in the early hours of the day. This is a concerning issue, especially because we have a young baby. I request that the board consider these facts and withhold the grant of permit for Orange Theory until the residents have consent that the noise is not an issue. Thank you, Katie. We all have different issues depending on where we're located. Mine continues to be a treadmill noise, where she has treadmill and thumps or weights.
Do you hear thumps?
Me, I don't. I hear treadmill.
And when you say you hear treadmill, what is it? How loud is it? Where is it coming from?
Well, it's coming from the gym.
Where do you hear it in your?
I hear it in my kitchen, dining room, and hallway and guest bedroom and bath.
Is it enough to wake you up, or?
No, because my bedroom's on the other side. It's in my son's room.
And is it like a loud humming sound, or?
It's a repetitive, it's like that.
It's like
And it goes on for about 5 minutes, and then later on, throughout the class, you'll hear it again. It's a class where they, it's intermittent treadmill and weights and burpees and all those, so they were just back and forth.
So, and what time of day would you say this class? It's so you.
It's
put it to a
random.
class, right?
It's very random. A lot of times it's in the morning, sometimes it's in the evening, like when we're sitting down to dinner, we can hear it.
How early in the morning?
Well, they start early, 5:30,
Okay.
So it's just different times. Yeah, and I don't know if I'm just more sensitive in the evening. I tend to hear it more in the evening. But yeah, I can't pinpoint, say it's at this class at this time.
Okay.
Because it's also different instructors and, they have a different class schedule.
And you sure it's to a class? It's not like a.
No, it's 100%. It's with the gym.
And you hear
Yeah.
the people on the treadmill running, or what do you think
It's
you're
like
hearing?
if you were to run on a treadmill and you would hear the,
Of my own feet.
yeah, it's
Okay.
that kind of sound. It's not the humming of the treadmill, it's the motion of the weight with the feet,
I understand.
yeah.
Thank you.
And we've tried to get them to change something, it's not up to us to tell them how to design the studio and improve it. There can be more done. I don't think they just want to spend the money to do it.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Andrew Lee. I reside on the 4th floor of the Citizen Condominium. I also serve as the president of the board of the condominium. First of all, thank you for allowing us to be heard. The notice that was provided by Brian Cave indicated that the hearing would be at 1 o'clock.
We realized that we think that was actually on our fault.
Apologies.
Apologies for that.
Well, again, thank you for allowing us to be heard. Unfortunately, there continue to be noise issues, as Mrs. Sadi indicated. I can still hear the treadmill as well in my master bathroom. I can also periodically hear thumps Unfortunately, we had, or we thought we had, a stipulation with Orange Theory, which was a condition of our acquiescing in the grant of their conditional permit 2.5 years ago. And among the requirements of our stipulation was that they cooperate with us in minimizing noise and also permit us to view video in the event there was a noise complaint so that we could identify and work together to resolve the noise. Unfortunately, in the past 2.5 years, they have consistently denied me the opportunity to view the video when I've heard things like thumps from weight drops. Apparently because I'm a male, and for some reason, because they have both males and females in their class, and again, this is just video of the studio, it's not video of the locker room, the video of a studio where there are both males and females working out. Because I'm a male, they have not allowed me to view the video as they agreed, and I have actually have emails from Adam Krell, stating that.
Can you submit those emails?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
At this point, I have to rely on my neighbors who are female to, to tell me what they see on the video. I should also note that a couple of weeks ago, there was a sound issue, and I think Carlene looked at the video, but there were 4 minutes of video omitted from the video she saw. So we don't know what was in the 4 minutes that we were not permitted to see. As recently as September 18th, I heard what appeared to be noise from weight drops. I called down and confirmed that, the noise didn't come from our own gym. However, because they have consistently denied me the opportunity to listen for, or rather to view the video, it's sort of pointless for me to complain at this point because they're not going to cooperate with me.
Were the 4 minutes that were omitted, were they aligned with a specific complaint time?
They were Carlene would be better able to testify to that, but I believe that was the beginning of when I heard noise starting. I was actually in the basement of our building underneath Orange Theory when I heard those noises. And then when I went upstairs to my apartment on the 4th floor, I continued to hear the noises. And so
that was within the 4-minute interval of the time being, of the video being omitted?
The 4 minutes probably corresponds to when I was in the basement or just getting to my apartment.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So unfortunately, I don't know what they said, earlier today in support of their application, but we have ongoing issues, and they have, contrary to the terms of our stipulation, I would say that they have breached the terms of our stipulation and are not cooperating with us to resolve these issues.
I understand that the first speaker's on the 2nd floor and you're on the 4th floor. Are you directly above her or to the side of her?
So Ms. Asadi has a full floor apartment.
On the 4th floor?
On the 2nd floor.
On the 2nd floor, okay.
On the 2nd floor. Katie, whose letter was read, has a 1-bedroom and home office apartment, which is almost identical to my apartment as far as footprint.
Okay.
And we are both above Ms. Asadi's apartment.
But not directly above?
Oh, yes, we are directly.
Yeah, because
above.
she's got the full floor.
Okay.
We are directly above, Katie and I are directly above the treadmill and weight area in Orange Theory.
Okay.
And obviously, Ms. Asadi is a full floor apartment, so she's above everything.
Okay.
Do you know, go ahead.
Go ahead, no.
Do you know what rooms in her, that your home is over, your apartment? So do you know what rooms in the 2nd floor you're over? Would it be aligned with the kitchen and the bathroom and the bedroom?
It would be aligned, I believe, with her, it would be the southwest corner.
Sorry, you can come back up to the microphone.
So if you were to have a block, okay, it's basically this corner here, where I'm hearing all the noise and it just travels up through Katie's apartment and Andrew's. Before we had other issues all over the apartment, which were like, we could hear them screaming on the mic, or we could hear music, and that was all over the house and in the bedroom. That's better.
Would it be fair to say that your son's bedroom is aligned with the apartments?
Right.
Yes.
Where they hear the noise. the
Okay.
treadmill and
But you're saying you don't hear any weights dropping?
I tell you what happened, a couple of years ago, he did something to his floor to improve the weight noise. And for me, that improved, but then it created a whole other issue with the treadmills because for some reason, the sound travels differently, like it just has a way of moving and then it just made another problem. They still hear the weights. I don't hear the weights that much, I just hear I hear the treadmill.
Oh, the
Occasionally I
upper
still hear-
apartments hear the weights.
Yeah, occasionally I still hear the music or the instructor, but it's not where I can hear every word they're saying. It's much better.
Okay.
But yeah, when he made that improvement, then it started another problem because they had to tear up the floor and who knows? I don't know why it changed things, but it did.
Okay.
So we also don't have above his Orange Theory. There's a ceiling and there's no insulation there. It's just painted black. I don't think they want to spend more money to insulate it. It would help. I'm assuming.
We can direct them to do these things.
Yeah, I mean,
so-
it's right. It's not up to us to tell them what
Right.
to do. It just needs to be done.
Okay.
Because we continue to have the same problem. None of us want to have to keep coming up here and dealing with this, but it's a problem.
So I have a question for Mr. Lee as the president of the board of the condominium. Has the board, as a board entity, approached Orange Theory with any kind of formal complaints or anything like that, or has it just been individuals?
So they've basically been allowing me, back when Carlene used to be the president of the board, so basically, they've sort of...
They is who?
The remaining board members.
Oh, board members, okay.
They are much higher up, so they haven't been hearing the noises, so it's not their, I think they view it as not being their problem, so, no, we have been the ones who have been dealing directly. The board did, I think about 3 years ago, collectively meet with Orange Theory, Mr. Krell, in an effort to resolve it. This was before the last permit was granted. Frankly, I just don't specifically recall what came of it.
But when you meet with them, do you meet with them as a representative of the board, or do you meet with them as the individual apartment dweller?
Well, I don't meet with them because I'm a male, so I'm not permitted to view the video. It's been Ms. Lynn and Ms.
So then nobody is, my question is, the official entity that is the board of managers, right, that has more authority than an individual homeowner, right, hasn't reached out to them in any formal...
In the beginning, yes.
In the beginning, but not recently? In the beginning, as in after the initial approval?
Before the initial approval.
Before the initial approval.
I should note that we have a 6-member board. One of the members is the sponsor, who is also the owner of the unit and the lessor of the space. Another board member is an employee of the sponsor. So right away, 1/3 of our board has an interest in letting Orange Theory do whatever they want. The remainder of the board, I mean, we had a board meeting about 2 weeks ago, and the issue has, at which point we basically asked for funds to engage counsel to represent us here. And I think there was basically a lack of commitment to, while the board collectively wanted Orange Theory to be quiet, our financial condition is such that we don't have the resources. The last time, before the last permit was granted, we spent collectively over $65,000, including attorney's fees and engineering, sound engineering fees for Acoustalog in combating Orange Theory. To this day, that has left the condominium in shaky financial condition. And so the remainder of the board, while, willing to stand up to Orange Theory, was basically unwilling to commit sufficient funds to engage counsel to represent us this time.
Understood. Wow. Okay. Understood. Okay. What else did I want to ask?
Not to mention the time that you have to spend.
Yes. When did the gym first open?
I believe February of 2015.
2015, okay. All right, thank you very much. Are there any other speakers?
Just for your own information, because you missed the hearing this
Oh, yeah.
morning, the next hearing is scheduled for December 4th. Mr. Most, who represented, or Brian Cave, Leighton Paisner, who represents Orange Theory, they have to make a submission on November 21st. So on that date, you're available, you can come or contact us to get a copy of their submissions. And then you're invited, as are your neighbors, to submit any materials, photographs, letters. You don't have to appear at the board the next hearing, but you can send comments in advance to submit at bsa.nyc.gov. Ms. Matias can give you the email address. And we've also asked them to, Orange Theory, to specifically notify you in particular, since you were tenants who complained in prior applications of the next hearing, so you should be receiving that in the mail.
Right. And the reason we asked for that specifically was because when no one came to the hearing this morning, we thought that the notice was improper, and we wanted to make, or it might have been improper. So we wanted to make sure that you were contacted directly, so you'll receive this thing even though you actually did know to come. The other question that I have is, because there's something that Mr. Lee said that sounded very similar to what the community board said in their resolution. Did you attend the community board meeting?
We did.
You did? Okay. That's interesting, because that was not what was explained to us previously. Okay, so that's why they voted against, unless you sign off essentially on the noise mitigation, the board was opposed to it, the community board was opposed to the application. Correct. Okay, understood. Thank you very much. Thank you.
If I may,
Oh.
I have 3 copies of an email from Mr. Krell explaining why males can't view
Oh,
video.
great.
And I have 3 copies of the stipulation with Orange Theory.
Great, thank you. You can hand them to
You could
Commissioner.
hand-
That's-
Give it to Mr. Lee, I'll take them.
And then the only other piece of information for you is, because you missed the hearing this morning, you can go on by tomorrow afternoon, or maybe
right. Maybe by
about
Friday.
tomorrow afternoon, maybe Monday. The video of this entire hearing will be available online, so you can listen to it. And this was item
number 11 on the calendar, and so you can fast forward and you can listen to the comments. If there's anything you hear that is not consistent with the facts as you know them, please let us know.
Okay, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Really
Thank you.
appreciate.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
We appreciate it, and we know it's difficult to get here. Okay.
Okay, I think we're back on
Appeals calendar.
in order.
Item number 18, 2017-16A through 2017-19A, 1558-62 Clintonville Street, 150-9395 Clintonville Court, Queens. And item number 19, 2018-105A, 150-87 Clintonville Court, Queens.
Good afternoon, Sandy Anagnosto representing the applicant, and I'm joined by Mario Ferrazzoli, the property owner. This is a series application contrary to General City Law 35 and 36. I attended the board's review session yesterday and noted their comments. The plans were actually revised in February 2018 to include a note that all buildings will be fully sprinklered, which was one of the requirements of the fire department, and that note is on sheet P002, fire department notes. But if that's not sufficient, we can revise the plans to include it on all the plan sheets on the...
Maybe that's the easiest. I looked
Right.
for it, but I maybe didn't keep looking.
We can put it on all the plan sheets, the site plan, include that note. Okay.
You know, part of it is there's so many plans on this.
Yeah.
You have your individual houses, so it should definitely be on each of the individual houses, right? Maybe.
It's in the notes, it's not actually on the floor plans, so we can...
Oh, I see, because,
Right.
and you prepared this like as a 8.5 by 11 set or something?
No.
The sets are reading on the PDF like they're little individual sheets. And the notes appear in a completely separate sheet, no?
Oh, maybe it's the way they scanned it. No, it's 11 by 17.
Yeah.
So it's reading like that, is that, can you see
how you
it?
put it.
So it's odd because the notes are, that means they'd be enormous for viewing from a distance.
No, it's actually 11 by 17, but I
Oh,
don't...
it is the same. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So it is like that. Yeah, it should, I think it should be on the drawings themselves in case for whatever reason the notes
Sure.
get separated.
Okay. Also, we submitted a proposed amended drainage plan to DEP, which they accepted in their July 26, 2018 letter. The board requested a copy of the homeowners association agreement, which I have here. Declaration of covenants, restrictions, easements, charges, and liens, and the Clintonville Court rules and regulations. We will formally submit this for your review.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we're not going to be able to, it's like small print. So, okay, you've got, so usually, though we haven't looked at this at all, I don't know if this is the HOA or if this is a separate declaration. So, but usually what we want is a separate HOA, if that's what that is, and then another one that's
Here
the
it is.
declaration. Oh, you have a separate one?
There's the
That's rules and
court.
regulations.
The court, oh, these are rules and regulations.
No, so
Sorry.
you don't have the time
Yeah,
to look at
okay.
it. So normally we ask for a restrictive declaration that's very short, that talks about the maintenance of the roadway and all the common elements, so that we know that, so everyone is on notice that they have to take care of these things, or someone has to, that the HOA will take care of them, and that basically the homeowners are responsible for the costs, right? In this case, you know, there's really just 3 houses that are relying on access through Clintonville Court. I don't know whether that house that fronts on, whatever street that is needs access to Clintonville Court for any reason. It doesn't really look like it. There's no garage there or anything like that.
Lot 21 you're referring to?
Yeah, 21, the one that's, is it 21?
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
seem like, so the approach to the parking spaces off Clintonville Street.
So the people who are responsible for maintaining Clintonville could arguably just be those 3 houses at the back.
Okay.
Of course, that makes it more expensive for them. That's a business decision by the owner, right?
Also, the board asked us to address the findings for GCL 36. We will revise our statement to do that.
Okay. And if you need help with that, because you don't do these as often as some of the other applicants, please call our counsel and just talk to them about it.
Okay, sure. Thank you. DOT issued a letter stating that the improvement of 16th Road, there is no capital improvement program. It's not included in their program.
And we commented yesterday that it seems really kind of odd that they would have even mapped 16th Road where they did, so it should have been where the church is.
Now, as far as the zoning, this is, lots 19 and 20 are separate zoning lots. And we're proposing 2 semi-detached homes on those buildings. So therefore,
Okay.
we fall under, as per section 2332, where we fall under permitted other, which is, the minimum lot width for that is 18 feet, and minimum lot area is 1,700 square feet, which we comply with.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay.
I didn't realize those were semi-detached.
Right.
Okay.
Also, the fire department, there were some, we actually received an approval on August 4th,
See what that is.
2014.
Yeah.
But subsequent to that, we received a letter on April 10th, 2017, objecting to lots 23 and 24.
Right. So you haven't had a chance to respond to that?
We
No,
have.
You did respond.
We did
Yeah.
respond.
And so maybe fire department wants to, no, they don't have an answer to that. So you did respond to fire department's objection with a long, I saw there was quite an
Right.
elaborate discussion, and so fire department needs to look again at those issues. I think there was such a big time delay between the initial submission with that easement area that fire department may not have been aware that that was discussed previously, I mean, or they changed their approach, so, which they're entitled to do as they learn things, right?
Okay, the site plan hasn't changed. Also, in the August 4th, 2014 letter, there were 4 conditions. One, that the residences shall be fully sprinklered and equipped with hardwired combination smoke carbon monoxide detectors. We show that on the plan, but we'll include it on all the plan sheets. That number 2, no parking signs will be posted along the private access road because our private access road is Clintonville Court. We also put those notes on our plans. And 3 off-street parking spaces shall be provided for each separate dwelling unit, and that was a question that Commissioner Otley Brown raised. There are 6 proposed 2-family homes on this site, and we're providing 12 parking spaces, 1 for each dwelling unit. So we comply with the zoning, and I'm not sure why this is worded this way.
Okay, so.
Isn't it 3 cars?
3
It's
cars.
supposed
to be 3 cars per
Two-family home.
Right.
If you have 6, you need 18 spaces,
Right.
not 12 spaces.
No, but they don't, are they all 2-family homes?
She just
Yes,
said
they
there's
are.
6
They are.
two-family
There's 6
homes.
They're all 2.
But there's always, if you look at the site, it's always got a garage in the back, a garage inside, and one side spot that's arguably tandem because it's in front of the garage. Or it's not always like that. Sometimes there's 2 side-by-side plus a garage. Except how do you get to the side-by-side? Yeah, you can get to the side-by-side. So there's 2
Right.
side-by-side plus a garage. And in another case, there's maybe
I'm-
not enough for the ones,
Yeah.
but those are the ones that are facing Clintonville Street,
The
so.
Clintonville, 2 of them, lot 20 and lot 19, I think are okay. I'm not sure about lot 21. Unless I go to the plan of
Lot
So
21.
lot 21 has,
There's 2 spaces,
2
one
spaces.
inside the building
And
and one in front.
So wouldn't
but it doesn't it need 3?
That's my question.
But why, the zoning
Doesn't it require
requires
3?
2, 1 per dwelling unit,
Is it 1 per
Oh. Where-
2-family homes.
No, but sometimes it requires 3 for
Right.
2-family homes. This is Queens R3.
What's the section you're referring to
Required
for the
25-23.
parking requirement? 2523?
Staten Island requires the low density.
It's 100%
Oh, so it's 1-to-1?
1-to-1.
Okay.
Okay.
It is
Right.
1-to-1, okay. 25, 23?
So it's in the lower density areas where they require
Right.
3.
Yeah, this
Okay.
is not in the low density.
It's not low
Right.
density.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
2523,
Yeah, yeah.
1 per dwelling unit.
Yeah, you know a lot that went to it.
So there's 2 per 2-family home.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So in this case, though, maybe fire department misunderstood and thought that there was a 3 requirement because that's in excess of what the zoning requires to have 3 parking spaces. So I don't know. Otherwise, we're into a whole new thing if we have to require more spaces than zoning requires.
Only lower density 1.5 is
Yeah,
required.
right, I know. Okay, so, all right, are there any speakers on this? And fire department will look at this for the next hearing. Okay, all right then. So, I think the biggest thing is the review of the restrictive deck and the HOA. We'll look at it because you've just submitted it. You need to, you need to formally
Yes.
submit it. we'll look at it in advance, so there may be some back and forth, in which case you'll probably need a separate restrictive declaration, is my guess. You'll have some of those changes on the drawings, and that's pretty much
And
it.
follow up with fire department.
And fire department, obviously, we need to wait for them to respond, because, so a lot of this hinges on the fire department. If they're not okay with turnaround in front of those two houses, then you have a redesign, right? So, okay. So let's try, can we put this on for the beginning of December?
Yes,
December
December
4th?
4th. Yes.
November 14th?
November 14th submission date, December 4th hearing date.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Keep going. How's everybody feeling? Fine. I'll break.
Do one more.
5 minutes? No?
You quick.
We can do.
Yeah, 5-minute break.
Okay.
And then we'll stop.
What are we
maybe.
doing?
We're taking a 5-minute break, and then after, like, at 2:30, something, I don't know.
Oh my gosh, it's 1:49.
Yeah, so either we do lunch or.
No, I think we should just, well, members are up. We'll take 5 minutes.
Just 5
5
minutes is fine
minutes.
for me.
And when would you like to do lunch then? Chair? 5? We'll do a 5 o'clock lunch?
5 o'clock lunch.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay, we're back on the record. Zoning calendar, item number 208915BZ, 92 Walworth Street, Brooklyn. This is continuing hearing. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, to respond honestly to the board member's questions?
I do.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicant. I attended yesterday's review session. With regard to the comment on the building height, I just want to point out, I wasn't clear from the conversation. So after the last hearing and hearing the board's concerns, we did pull the top floor of the building back. So we're 16, almost 15 feet 10 inches from the front wall. So the front wall of our building is only 33 feet 6 inches. The overall height of the building is 43 and a half feet.
Oh, it says 44 feet in the drawing.
It says 47 feet to the top of the parapet. So it's only 43 and a half feet. So the building was brought down. This was actually part of the initial application when we first came to the hearing. The board asked us to reduce the floor-to-floor height to 10 feet to get to that 44 feet. That's how we got to that, about 44 feet.
Sorry, wait a minute. Reduced to 10 feet. What was it before?
11 and a half feet floor-to-floor.
Whoa.
So we reduced it to 10 feet to bring it down to be comparable with the board approval that was further down that's 114
The board,
Boulevard.
but that building, according to the data that you gave us, was
44 feet.
44 feet.
Right.
So you're saying
We're
you're,
43 and a half feet. There's 3 feet 6 inches at the cellar, 10 feet floor to floor at the upper floors. So to the top
Sorry.
of that fourth floor, which is set back 15 feet, or almost 16 feet from Walworth Street, we're 43 and a half feet.
I just need to look at the drawing, maybe I was looking.
Sure, you can see it
Drawing,
on 8/5.
September 6th submission.
So the building rises up
The front
to
wall
the
is
third floor, and then the roof is set back.
1, 2, 3. There's
looking at it?
3 stories that are flush with the lot line.
Yeah.
Oh,
front
and then
yard.
there's the fourth
And
floor
then
is
the
set
fourth
back.
floor is set back 16 feet. So the front wall of the building is 33 and a half feet.
Mhm.
And the second floor to the top of that, or rather the fourth floor to the top of that fourth floor, which is 16 feet back, is 43 and a half feet.
Okay, I see what it is.
So-
It's your parapet is 47. You know, you
Correct, it
don't
was
have it.
mislabeled. I just saw it.
It's not dimensioned properly. That's
I know,
part of it.
I saw it yesterday. I would have made the changes in advance of today's hearing, but it's the Jewish holiday and everyone is on vacation, including my family right now, so. I couldn't make this in time for today's hearing, but the building is 43 and a half feet, not 47. It's in line.
Okay.
And it's also much further set back than the building up the block to create a 33 and a half feet building height.
Okay.
So we believe that addressed the questions from the board last
Yeah.
hearing.
Yeah, okay, so.
So
40
I'll address
or-
unless the board will take notice of it, but I don't think so, I'll address the height discrepancy, or the mislabeling of those dimensions.
Okay. And then the other one was the bulkhead.
So the bulkhead was reduced to 9 feet. Again, that was per discussions with the board. If you want me to kind of create that slope and then reduce it again, I can ask the architect
Yeah,
to do it to
so-
the minimum required.
So the thing is, when a bulkhead is really set back from a wall, then it's less visible. But this bulkhead is now rising straight up from the setback line.
Yeah,
So
I
it-
got the
right?
board's concerns yesterday. I can ask him to do, again, I'll have him slope it to the minimum required to allow this to be the bulkhead.
Right. Yeah, so I think what it'll end up doing is making the front only maybe 6 feet or even less, because there's a parapet, so it might even be
Right, so
almost
it's
the
9
height of the
feet.
parapet.
It's 9 feet from the roof, so it's really only 6 feet above the parapet, 6.5 feet, so I'll have him reduce it as much as he
Right.
can.
No, but so the point is, when you look at the landing of the, as you're going up the stairs, the turn is at the front of the building. So you only need to measure 7 feet.
I got it.
6.
No problem.
Above that, so that might even be lower than the parapet, and so, and then it rises. to-
Again, he'll do it based on what he needs to have
Right,
clearance,
okay.
and we can fix it that way, no problem.
Okay,
And I can give you the side elevations with the materials.
good, okay.
So if
I
that,
think that was it.
Okay.
And then a note that there will be no balcony provided, no
on
balconies.
the plans or in the resolution?
In the resolution and on the drawings.
Okay.
Yeah,
So council, if you can give me the language you want to use for resolution,
Sure, I will.
I'll include it.
right. Really, or
Or we can just
words
talk
to the
about it now.
effect, right? So.
If you want to dictate it now, I'll copy it off
Yes,
the transcript,
something to
no
the
problem.
effect of, there shall under no circumstances be a balcony or window cages projecting over the street line. Okay? Balconies or street,
Any
window
balcony.
cages that project over the street line. Okay? All right, so if you could turn this around quick. Are there any speakers?
I can turn this around. I mean, he's back in the office October 3rd. The holidays are over, thankfully, back to normal schedule. I can have it that week to you.
Yeah, we can close. Wondering if we could do this October 30th?
Yeah, October 30th, submission date, October 10th.
Does that work?
That works.
Okay. Oh, yeah, and then a motion to close
Sorry, one second. What's the submission date? October 10th?
10th.
No problem.
for October 30th decision, and so you'll just be looking for those changes on the drawings, right?
Motion.
Yeah, so a motion to close?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Arthur Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabbat?
Aye.
And I just want to remind that the materials are to include no styrofoam-related materials, commonly known
Brick
as
veneer.
EFS, right? Okay. So then for a motion to grant on...
Oh.
Oop,
No,
I'm sorry,
another
sorry.
hearing.
I'm sorry.
I'll take it,
Yeah,
but I'm
motion
back
to
on the
close. Sorry.
I'll come back anyways. I'm here that day.
I must be tired.
Yes.
I must
you very
need
much.
food.
We're almost ready for a break.
Yes.
We're almost ready for a break.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Low blood sugar happening. Okay.
Tony, can you call the next? 1 second. Quickly before we lose the chair.
2016-4127 BZ, 1547 East 26th Street, Brooklyn.
This one, they requested an adjournment.
The applicant is here.
To January. Oh, okay.
Sorry, it just started.
That's okay.
Good afternoon. I would just like to ask for something at the end of January, if possible.
Yes, sure.
Absolutely.
Delighted to give you something at the end of January, January
The last
29th.
hearing is January 29th, with submission date of January 9th.
Is that enough time?
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you very much.
thank you.
Item number 23, 2017-9BZ, 561, 565 Utica Avenue, Brooklyn.
That's not, that one.
Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Okay. Is this what you submitted in email? These are separate sheets? 2 sets? Okay.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicant. I attended yesterday's review session, and I'd like to hopefully address all the concerns today.
Okay.
I handed up for your review the plans. These are the amended plans. At the review session yesterday, you asked for the acoustic fence be shown and the note added to the elevation sheets, which we've done. The last 2 pages of the...
You could find here.
It's the last 2 sheets, A101 and A102.
Okay.
Now has the note that we use for the acoustic block that's on the other 2 sheets.
Okay. Acoustic fence?
Acoustic
block?
fence.
It's the acoustic...
So it's called acoustic block when it's a vinyl thing? Okay.
The acoustic block is the brand that we've been using.
Yeah.
This is the same note we've been using throughout
Yeah,
this.
okay.
We added the word refrigerated to the trash storage, which was...
Yep. That's yours.
Good.
We added the word refrigerated trash storage, which was noted in our statement of facts anyways. And we added the 3 DEP notes to all of the sheets, which were discussed with Tracy to confirm their accuracy. We also updated the...
Sorry, what did you add? The what?
We added
the DEP notes?
The DEP notes. We added 3 DEP notes regarding the interior noise, the vapor barrier system, and the handling of soil materials, if any. And we updated the RAP and the EAS to reflect the sign-offs, the conditional sign-offs. So those notes are all on the plans now, and the RAP and EAS have been submitted.
They've just been submitted, though. They still need to be...
No, they're done, they look good, they made the changes required.
Okay.
We updated the EAS to include the sign-off letters.
And
then with regard to the FDNY letter, I think that's the last comment. So the FDNY pointed out, and I apologize, I didn't see it because the building has 2 tenants. The 2 tenants had separate architects. So the first architect filed for our application. Subsequent, they filed to the new architect for the upstairs tenant filed to change the use at the 2nd floor. So I handed out the 2 Alt 1 Schedule As. You can see where the first one, 323, is the one we filed under to change the first floor. And then 061 is what they filed under to change theirs to the as-of-right upstairs use. Actually, Mr. Garfinkel is coming in as the applicant for the entire building. He's going to supersede the project, put his name on it, and clear everything up in terms of the uses proposed in the building. So that's the reason for the Alt 1 mistake. Previously, we've been able to do this by LNO, so I'm hoping that just because this application or the applicant needs to start preparing the site so they can get DOH funding to start in September. It's not a legalization. So I was hoping we can try and do that as well.
so we're trying to understand fire department's concern. I'm sorry.
So
Yeah, no, just to clarify
Right.
what Mr. Wilson was saying, in terms of the LNO, sorry, thank you. The way we get jurisdiction is by DOB objection, which is based on an Alt 1 application, typically an Alt 1 application. The fact that this Alt 1 was withdrawn, I think, identified by FDNY, kind of questions as to why the applicant's even here. But in the past, this has been the case mostly with old Alt 1s. DOB requires you to close out old ones and open new ones. And our resolutions indicate the specific Alt 1, and we've in the past done letters of no objection to the change in the Alt 1 application number. And that's only for DOB's record-keeping purposes. It does nothing to change the extent of the board's grant or...
Right. So that's with regards to the Alt 1, and I can let FDNY opine on that as well if they have an issue with it or not. But with regard to the fire alarm and sprinkler, which was also mentioned in their letter, our prior submission included the FDNY sprinkler and fire alarm notes. The board, again, through their staff, asked FDNY for proper notes for the plans. All of the plan sheets include the FDNY notes. I showed it to fire department, and they can opine if they're okay with that. Again, noting that this is not a legalization. This is a proposed use that's trying to get funding and get approved for September opening.
Right, so that's why, with respect to the LNO issue, we work by DOB denials, but many of our applications, they haven't started any work. So they make a kind of initial submission to get a denial, it's not like they have they've actually filed plans under their alteration or NB yet, right? So these alteration applications, which one was withdrawn?
323,
323. 323 is the one that says,
the one we're here on,
the
child
one we're here
daycare.
on, Children's Daycare Center on the ground floor.
Right.
3061 says storage, retail, community facility, adult daycare on the second floor.
Right.
So the issue is, we don't have an alt one for this particular use yet, but you haven't been approved, you're not allowed to have this use.
Correct, that's why we're here.
Right. So this would be a schedule.
We'd be filing a PAA under 061 to include the daycare use on the first
Right,
floor.
okay.
That would get objection. That would be resolved hopefully by L&O. The only reason I'm pushing as opposed to just coming
Sorry,
back.
why does it need to be resolved by an LNO? If we,
The timing, I think
timing
he's
is
saying, the time it would take to get it revised, schedule it.
If I have to go and, it allows me to run these paths concurrently. They have to go now to DOH and get approval so they can go to DOB, get their final sign-offs to get funding so that they can open in September. So it would save time on the RFP for this site is in January. It would save them time so that they can get it. So we'd get our approval today. By the time the resolution is ready to be issued, I believe we'll have superseded and we can request the L&O to change the Alt 1 number.
because our approval is hanging on an alteration number?
In our resolutions, we cite to the specific application number denied.
Okay.
But I've gotten many in the past, as council noted, DOB routinely makes us come back and file new Alt 1s.
So then we have to correct the
Right,
Alt 1
we end up doing this routinely.
Okay.
Not routinely, but enough.
Okay. All right, so then but the thing was, fire department's concern was that the first floor be fully sprinklered, that it said an application has been filed for new sprinkler system at the first and second floors, and the last action on this application was the plans were disapproved in April.
So again, since this is not a legalization, the plans note the fire alarm, the FDNY notes requiring the fire alarm and the sprinkler. So I guess FDNY can opine if those notes are sufficient to satisfy them for this application, as we do with many of the gyms and things like that.
Okay, and then it says the premises currently has a fire alarm system that's designed for mercantile use. We recommend that a new fire alarm system either be installed or that the existing system is upgraded for institutional use.
Right, so we, again, with the note from FDNY, we're going to update the fire alarm to include automatic smoke detection system, manual pull stations, local audible and visual alarms, and connection to a central station.
Okay, so I just want to make sure, is fire department okay? Since this is not a legalization, they haven't started construction?
John Daly, FDNY. You're correct, it's not a legalization. I did have the inspector visit the site because now we are responsible for inspecting adult daycares. While he was there, he visited the first floor that's not being used by the daycare. And as talked to Mr. Goldstein, they'll amend the Alt 1 to include the change of use. Now, prior to his client occupying that first floor, just to let everyone know, the DOH does notify the fire department of a new daycare and requires us to do an inspection and to sign it off. Since this is already in our radar, these premises, our inspectors and the chief of the unit is aware of the fire alarm system being substandard, for mercantile use and the requirement to be fully sprinkled.
Okay. So therefore, we're good because we have it on the drawings as a requirement?
Yes, Madam Chair.
And you're already alerted that you need to pay attention to this site?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Great. Okay, so, right, all right. So then the fire department is essentially withdrawing their request that we adjourn this until, yes, okay. Okay, good. Are there any speakers on this? All right. So I think we can close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown? Aye. Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And those drawings were filed that have the notes.
Everything was filed already, yeah.
Yes.
Everything was stamped.
Submitted. Is there anything else you want to
They're
submit?
dated.
They're dated correctly as of 6:30 this morning.
Fantastic. So their date, does anyone know what the date is?
September 26th.
September 26th is the date of the...
Does someone have a copy?
Oh, right.
September 26th.
Who's got the drawings? Right, I do. It's dated, so the drawings that should be stamped, approved, assuming this is approved, are September 26th, 2018. Okay? Yay. So for a motion to, did I already close this?
Yes.
Yes.
A motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
This motion
Thank you
is
very
granted.
much.
Yeah.
Item number 24, 2017-20BZ, 550 Fifth Avenue, Brooklyn.
They requested an adjournment?
Requested an
Oh,
adjournment.
it's here. Okay.
Yes, we would like an adjournment, additional time to review the issues that were raised in the last hearing. We need more time so we can be very flexible with the boards.
Like January, that kind of flexible? Yes.
How about early January?
Oh, that's early January. That's good.
Are there financials involved in this one?
No.
No, right? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, there could be. Yeah, that's,
There are, sorry. How
depending
many, what's it look like on January?
January 8th, we currently have one with financials.
No, I'm talking about the 14th, 15th.
Sorry?
The 14th, 15th, you're not here.
Is better?
Yes, I know.
What's better? Oh, you're not here on the 9th.
On the 14th,
On the
15th.
14th, you were not.
Right.
Not
But
on
you're
the
here
on the 8th.
Yes, the previous week I am here.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you fit this on, do you think this is okay for the January 8th calendar?
I don't think there's anything else, is there?
There's one with financials on DeGraw. And then,
Yeah, I could definitely do that one.
Okay, so your hearing date will be January 8th, or could be tentatively, with a submission date to December 19th.
December 19th to January 8th.
Is that good?
Okay, great. Yeah.
Item number 25, 2017-149BZ, 510 Quincy Street, Brooklyn. Everybody who's going to come, speak, come. Let's go. Rock and roll, let's rock and roll. I don't think HBD has to be sworn in, do they? I guess they do.
No.
No.
Okay, you don't have to be sworn in, HBD.
To require
Everybody raise their
another
right hands.
agency to swear in.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Okay, so.
Easier.
Start, Richard.
While the applicant team is being sworn in, good afternoon again. Richard Lobel from Sheldon Lobel PC here on 651 to 671 Gates Avenue. And of course, for a special permit pursuant to 73433. At our last hearing, there had been some environmental issues that have since been resolved. And so we were looking forward, hopefully, to a potential granting of the subject application, given the timing issues involved. At the executive session yesterday, the board had comments with regards to the nature of the restrictions limiting the units in the existing, in the proposed building to become to affordability. And in that regard, I know that we have representatives from HPD who were kind enough to attend today's hearing. To the extent that the chair wishes to address any questions to them, I know that they'd be available to discuss this.
Question. I don't know that we had questions for HPD.
Okay.
We had questions for the owner.
Okay.
I mean, the owner and you as his representatives, right? So it's one thing if so the issue was that the new project, though represented in the papers, will be built pursuant to HPD funding. There's no way for us to enforce the continuation through that program, right? So, because that's a relationship between the owner and HPD. But since the public policy purpose of these applications is to create more affordable housing or low affordable housing, and the owner apparently intends to build affordable housing, we'd like there to be a restriction on the property that requires that this building be developed according to that intent. So,
Chair, I think we all have a unity and interest here in that, to the extent that there's a grant of this application, we're going to be creating 96 affordable units. HPD and the owner will be entering into a regulatory agreement. The one thing and the reason that we have all the decision makers in the room today on our side is because we'd like to walk away, and again, understanding everything that the chair and the commissioners have said, we'd like to walk away with an understanding not only of what we can do to satisfy the board, but also to make sure that given the existing restrictions on the property and the current discussion on the regulatory agreement, that there's nothing done that is going to jeopardize our ability to move forward. And so with our consultations with affordable housing consultants, we just want to be sensitive. We want to basically give the board that assurance, but don't want to mess up the deal. In that regard, to the extent that the board's grant is conditioned upon the owner entering into that regulatory agreement, I think we'd be happy to have that restriction. You say your name.
There is no question about it.
State your name for the record, sir.
My name is Demetrius Morjanis. I'm the developer and will be the owner of the building, the new building going up on 645 Gates Avenue. It's intended to be affordable. It will be built as affordable, kept affordable.
okay.
I have
So.
no other intentions for it.
Okay, so, but it's one thing for you to state it in a hearing, and another for us to be able to have something that we can rely on that guarantees that that will be the case.
I can state a couple of things that you can rely on. We had a city council approval to approve us as an Article 11, which would give us no income, no real estate taxes for 40 years. That particular resolution is tied into the regulatory agreement that will be entered into with HPD, HDC, one regulatory agreement for both agencies, which is 40 years as well.
But so here's the thing. On your other site, we have a copy of your J51 contract, right? So we see that. It's a regulatory system that exists already. But a prospective regulatory agreement, that's hard for us because we don't know we don't know, it's not signed. If you had already entered into the regulatory agreement and you could just produce it for us, that would be another thing. But so what we're asking is simply a commitment that's in writing, that's recorded against the property, that this will be developed as.
If you are going to grant us the special permit to reduce parking, why can't it be contingent upon entering a regulatory agreement with HPD and HDC?
It can be.
That would keep everything lined up very well.
So the only way that a contingency works here is we issue these conditional approvals, that's the way it works, and then we have lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of cases with conditional approvals, and the conditions are not complied with, and we've granted the permit or the approval, and we have no teeth anymore. The building is built. Right?
May I have
Yeah. Let them see the big apartment. Show me. I don't want to see. Show me.
I will sign.
HPD. Good.
Right. So the discussion was whether or not, to the extent that building permits would not be issued until a regulatory agreement is signed, then he wouldn't be able to proceed with any construction until that condition is satisfied. So to the extent that, the BSA being, having jurisdiction over the premises would be able to basically include in the resolution that no building permits would issue until a regulatory agreement is signed, then that would, in essence...
It never started.
If we were to approve, can we have a tracking date upon, they're supposed to be closing, I believe, what was?
We don't have a mechanism for tracking or anything, that's a problem.
But we've done it on other cases.
With track, no, because we don't have bring it back and no more construction on the project. What happens on places where we have these conditions, and then the conditions aren't complied with, the building goes up, and then what are we supposed to
So,
do?
Chair.
Right?
An analogous situation, and I think that Vice Chair Chanda may have something to say, but an analogous situation is pursuant to 7344, where the applicant basically is required to provide a certain use group within the building. To the extent that and within the rule, to the extent that the use in that building changes, then the certificate of occupancy is so noted such that the applicant would then be required to provide the parking. So-
DOB doesn't regulate funding. They regulate use. So an inspector can go in there and look, oh, look, it's not occupied by a restaurant or whatever. They don't regulate funding sources, they don't regulate, in fact, we're just hearing that now in the news. They don't regulate whether it's a rent-stabilized apartment. Right now, landlords are going to have to be more careful about saying there are no stabilized apartments in the building, et cetera, et cetera. If we had DOB to rely on for something like this, it would be different, but we don't. And so the part that I'm not understanding is you're already going to be entering into this agreement with HPD. HPD has whatever its breakdown of affordability. I'm not even saying that you need to follow that breakdown. I'm just saying you need to we need a restrictive declaration that the building will be built to service 100%, levels below 100% of AMI. That's it. So it's a promise that's much less strict than what you're agreeing to under HPD's program, which you gave us once this
Right, and this is, and again, I think we're all in unison with regards to the nature of the restrictions. The only thing is that absent, absent the fact that the agreements are currently in place, which they are not, we want to make sure that, because we're dealing with several agencies here, that all of a sudden we don't put a restrictive declaration on the property, and then for some reason that somehow conflicts with our interest holders in the property and what we're able to do.
But
Again,
so you
we
have-
are 100% in favor of the restriction. To the point that was made previously with regards to tracking dates and such, we have evidence in prior resolutions of the fact that, for example, in school cases where there's an additional study performed 6 months from the date of grant, and that the applicant is required to submit proof of that back to BSA, to the extent that the applicant for a PCE changes, and there's a change in operator, and there's some mechanism which the BSA has said that the applicant is allowed to submit that after the grant. We just want to be understanding, we'd like to leave with this understanding with BSA. We don't want to mess up the deal. We don't want to BSA to leave with anything other than being satisfied that we're going to use the property for.
But Mr. Nobel, you're also aware of cases in which you've had clients maybe who've come in, who've had prior grants, who have not complied with prior conditions?
Correct, who basically have come before the BSA.
So you can understand a bit of the.
I would basically offer the fact that, the inability of the applicant to receive building permits prior to the time of.
But I didn't say building permits, so I don't know where the building permit part is coming from.
To give
I'm
BSA
saying-
satisfaction that this building won't get built without the regulatory agreement.
It's actually not about the permits, it's about the occupancy of the building. Because you can build this building and then occupy it with market rate, right?
And
So-
justification for your parking waivers then.
Yes, exactly. So the occupancy of the building must be with affordable units. I don't see why that's such an onerous request.
As we've identified the occupancy that would be proposed for the building, that's what we're going to do. If you want something in writing to that effect, I'll sign it.
Okay, and record it against the property. It's our only teeth, right? Okay. So, and I don't know why somebody from HPD is actually here.
If they want to speak.
If they want to speak to it, but I don't see why a simple covenant recorded against the property that promises that in perpetuity, by the way, because that's the length of this special permit, the building will be occupied by 100% affordable units. That's it. 100% below AMI. That's much different than what HPD's range is.
I don't think we could do it in perpetuity.
Okay, so whatever the rules against 99 years or whatever it is.
So,
law school.
To be clear, I think one of the things that we did discuss with HPD would
The
be
life
that.
of the building.
Would be that the HPD regulation would only, would basically go through 40 years. So perpetuity would actually require something above and beyond.
Could the board be satisfied with reuse of the building for 40 years in connection with the HPD restriction? So there you have a
It's very
compromise.
difficult, I think it is very difficult for us to impose in perpetuity, since we do not know after 40 years what the funding programs would be
Absolutely.
of the city agencies, and what other regulatory agreements would be, and contingent upon then regulatory agreements and requirements, the terms and conditions may change. So I think it would be too premature for us to make it
And
into
that wouldn't
perpetuity.
be enforceable realistically speaking.
Well, perpetuity, no, but the life of the building might,
But if-
things like
Again,
that.
it's the same thing, it's the life of the building, the same thing.
The life
It's,
of the
uh,
current contract with HPD
yeah.
for as long, if we were to do it for the 40-year contract and to run congruent with the 40-year contract, if that contract would then at some point become void.
Yeah, then what?
So would our agreement, if it's running
No,
alongside
but
the HPD
I mean,
contract.
you can't, the building's there.
But also, if I could just point out that all of these questions we're talking about are not contemplated by the zoning resolution and the special
Yes.
permit.
Right.
And so I just, and to the extent there are problems with the way it's written and that these considerations aren't explicit, something to go to city planning about, but I
Right,
think,
well,
yeah.
well, that's why a lot of what we're doing here, because these are new special permits, we've only
Sure.
had a couple of these. In fact, this
No,
might
I
be the
understand.
second
I
one.
think it's the second one
right?
in hearing.
Right? And so some of this is us trying to figure out, in light of the public policy purpose, what's the right approach to this? And the fact is that, let's just say you didn't comply with the terms of the contract and the contract with HPD, the regulatory agreement, and therefore it's voided somehow. That's a problem because you built the building, right?
Right,
So
but
I would say.
We would be out of compliance with the BSA grant at that point. So basically, and again, as with the prior case, as with the prior example with the 7344, where the building is built, the parking is 50% of what was required for the building, and they change users to the extent that they are not compliant with the grant, they're brought back into BSA for compliance.
That's because DOB is inspecting occasionally, maybe arguably, and the uses change, which is DOB's domain, not that the regulatory agreement or whatever is now void because there's no one to regulate that, right? No one to notice to DOB that they're no longer in compliance with the terms of the BSA grant. There's no mechanism for that, right? Yeah, please.
Please state your name for the record.
Ken Silver from ACD. We will be issuing a loan on the property that will be cross-defaulted with the regulatory agreement. Should they be in default with the regulatory agreement, our loan, HDC's loan, will become due, and therefore we'll have to go into default proceedings, foreclosure. Maybe that will give you some solace.
Well, what does that have to do with the fact the building's already built on top of parking that was required that we're waiving?
HUD's goal is to build affordable housing. If we were
Right.
to take back the building, I don't think we'd be doing
Oh,
so.
so HPD gets to foreclose
There's a
on
cross
his loan?
default for the
I mean,
loan.
we have to negotiate with other lenders, but yes, that would be what would likely happen. We'd have to bring someone else in to continue the affordable housing.
That has happened in the past.
So, but this owner, who's a savvy owner, who's not going to let HPD get a hold of his building, might satisfy the loan by, for example, saying, wow, this neighborhood's amazing now, I could get fair market rent here, and I'm just going to pay off the loan by going to a bank, right? You just need to make good on the loan. Foreclosure doesn't mean, you need to make good on the money, right?
Can I just say something? Based on my limited experience at HPD for 10 years or so, I would say that if a developer ever takes that route, I think the chances of that developer ever building or securing any financing, whether that's J51 or Article 11 or any of those things, becomes moot, and that person probably will never be able to build any affordable, because the record, when at HPD, and correct me if I'm wrong, whenever we used to give funding to any developer, we used to check their track records to ensure that they have had a very healthy track record consistent with what HPD looks for in developers. And if they fail, we don't give them grants.
Yeah, but
So
you're
I'm just
not-
being careful.
And
but
Mr. Morgianis has many properties that
Right.
are regulated by HPD.
Yeah, no, understood. What I'm doing is because I've lived in the real world quite a lot, right? And had clients who defaulted on $50 million loans or $100 million loans. That's the way it is out there in the world, right? And so then maybe they'll never be able to get a loan again, but that actually wasn't the case either, because the same one who defaulted on one went to another lender and defaulted on another loan. So what I'm saying is, in the real world, it's totally possible that you have a person who defaults, and then they go to not a bank, but they go to an investor, et cetera, et cetera. All these things are possible, right? So I'm just trying to figure out, how do we make this something where, I mean, going forward, also, this is not the only
Well,
application.
we recognize the statement by council that the existing special permit is somewhat deficient in not providing for this.
Yes.
We would note that the prior approval granted by BSA pursuant to 73-433 provided that should the applicant at any point, should the units not be affordable, whatever the definition is, that the additional parking would need to be provided.
Yes, but that one had an opportunity to provide parking. They had a playground that could be used for parking, or another site across the street that could be used for parking. This one doesn't.
In essence, we have a playground as well.
But actually, the playground belongs to, no, the other location had parking across the street. That was the point, right? So what I'm having trouble with here is the reluctance to simply commit in a piece of paper to be doing this, where we're not imposing anything greater than what you've already agreed with another agency to do. That's the part I don't get.
I thought they said they would.
Yeah, they said they
would
do it.
record it against.
So-
They do it.
No, but we were talking about the regulatory period, and what if for some reason there's no HPD anymore in the story? So we said 40 years. So what's the matter with just saying for 40 years, the building has to be 100% affordable?
I'm good with that.
Good answer.
There you go. That's how you bring the client.
Yes.
Just say yes.
Okay, so then we just need a very short restrictive declaration or covenant of restrictions, whichever one you want to do, that will be recorded against the property upon, prior to the issuance of our resolution? Does that work?
That's fine.
Yes, prior to the issuance of our resolution, you'll have recorded it against the property, and the terms are that it must be maintained 100% affordable by the time of the C of O, right?
Okay.
And then retained in that way for 40 years.
And I would just say, again, great, 100%, I would say 100% affordable in accordance with the regulatory agreement with HPD, just so that we're consistent.
Yeah.
Okay, we're great.
Great.
Okay.
Okay,
great.
thanks,
So I
Joanne.
think, since we know what we're going to be receiving, are there any speakers on this? We can close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda? Aye. Commissioner Otley Brown? Aye. Commissioner Shetta? Aye. Commissioner Shibeta?
Okay,
How
and
much
then we can, if you can get this to us quickly, we understand that you have a funding time period. We could vote on this even next week, if you could get us this document,
Wait, we're
right?
not
I mean,
in
the
here
next
next week.
hearing, I think it's
October 11th.
Okay, October 11th.
Okay,
That's in 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Can you give us one moment, please?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Chair.
And okay.
Submission date?
Immediately,
On the day?
as soon as possible.
As soon as
Because it has to
possible.
be
Understood.
reviewed by
And
council.
can you CC me on your
Yes.
submission?
Yes.
That would be helpful.
And, yeah,
ASAP.
So decision date is October 11th.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for coming.
Commissioners.
thank you.
We look forward to benefiting the local community in accordance and with the spirit, within the spirit of the new regulations.
Yes, okay, thank you, HPD, for coming
Thank you
also.
very much.
Thank you for waiting. Keep going or lunch?
Okay, now that's all I got.
Do we have,
No one else has told me that they need to expedite.
really? Okay, so can we take a break, please?
Okay. So it's
It's 2:40 now.
2:40.
3:10?
3:15.
3:15.
Okay, we're going to
because
take a
she's
break, ladies and
anticipating
gentlemen, to
me being 5
3:15. I know
minutes
you've been waiting,
late. I
but
brought my lunch, though, this time.
I think they need to eat.
Not quite yet.
Not time.
Okay. Yeah, I brought my lunch. Why does she clap at it?
She's clapping for the noise.
The noise
It's a
thing,
test.
to make sure it's
Yeah,
going
just
back.
test.
Put
As
your
opposed to
microphones
saying
on.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Microphones on. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the record. Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for September 27th. Item number 26, 2017-192BZ, 5402, 5414 Fort Hamilton Parkway, Brooklyn. Ms. Carson,
You have to swear everyone in.
your party has to be sworn in?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I know. Okay, everybody raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Okay. Sign your name and then you can put your other sign.
We could print it.
Print.
I know, yeah.
I know who you are. Yeah.
Yeah,
there you
just
go.
print it. No need to sign. It's transcribing easier. Just
Print
your
it.
name.
We can read it when you do the resolutions and stuff. Sometimes it's easier. Careful, Deidre.
Careful.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Deirdre Carson. I'm an attorney at Greenberg Traurig, and we represent the owner of the property at 5402 Fort Hamilton Parkway, which is before the board in connection with a request for a parking reduction for an ambulatory diagnostic and treatment facility. Dan Eggers from my office attended your review session yesterday and came back with information on the questions and comments that you had, which we will address this morning, or this afternoon, sorry, more or less in the order in which the comments were made. The first question or comment that was made was that the auto share that we were using, which was provided by DCP and DOT, was 24%, and the chair observed and questioned whether, notwithstanding that number, the 43% auto share from the 2014 EAS for the OBGYN use might be more appropriate to use. We understand that this comment is based on the premise that the services of the facility will focus on the same types of services that were provided at the OBGYN facility, and that therefore they might be more comparable than the blended facility that was studied by DCP, or studies, blended facilities, because there were, I think, 14 or 17 facilities that were studied by city planning as part of their assessment and analysis of transit zones for ZQA. So our response to this has several components. Before I continue, let me just say I brought my team with me today, and I want to just tell you who they are, and they will all speak at some point in this proceeding is relevant to their expertise. But we have Philip Habib and Danielle Mohammed from the offices of Philip Habib Associates, who did the parking assessment. Danielle, in particular, was the one who was our interface for city planning with respect to the revised parking assessment that was done between the last hearing and today. We have Ryan Astrup, who has been with Park Plus for 11 years. He's an architect and a designer of these parking systems, so he's the man when it comes to questions of system design. We have Jason Holmes, who is from the offices of Arpad Baksha, the architects, and he'll be able to speak to questions of layout and design in the parts of the building that might be affected by changes. Their is my colleague Dan Eggers and also Fran Schwartz, who is one of the investors in the project and also has decades of experience in the provision of health services to women in the borough of Brooklyn. And then finally, Mitchell Hirth, who is one of the investors in the project and a principal. So to go back to the first issue, this was a discussion about the use of the 43% auto share. The premise of this facility is not that this is a building that focuses on the health of pregnant women. The premise is that it is a building that focuses on the health of all women, whether or not they're pregnant. So only one floor is going to be devoted to OBGYN services. There will be a birthing center, but as you will hear from Fran Schwartz, that is a very low-intensity unit in terms of the number of people who will be there at any given time. So while OBGYN services will be provided, and I would point out that the GYN part of it involves non-pregnant women, often, not exclusively, but often. It's a mixture. The building will also provide specialty offices, radiology, laboratories, ambulatory surgery, and urgent care. So that kind of mix of use is really what was studied by DCP and DOT in their analyses. So we believe it's a comparable facility and that it should be analyzed using the same spectrum of numbers for trip generation, auto share, and accumulation or utilization in the garage that were used by DCP. And in fact, as Danielle will be able to tell you, city planning insisted that we use those three numbers together as part of the analysis. We had a different accumulation study, and they said, no, use our accumulation study for this. So we think, they think, and that they wanted us to use, and they reviewed the entire study and made comments on it, that those numbers work in tandem. This is exemplified, for example, by the fact, as the Habib office will tell you, that the 43% split was based on a single survey of one office, a 9,000 square foot facility. It was done in 2010. The program is very different than the program at the facility, and most importantly, the trip generation for that facility was only 54%, whereas we're using 103, not 54%, but 54 cars per 54 cars per thousand, as opposed to, or trips per thousand, rather than 103 trips per thousand, which is the standard that DCP and DOT used. So if you choose, one from column A and one from column B, it's kind of they're not generated by the same universe of analysis, and they're not coming from the same family of data. They don't, in our belief, is that they don't accurately represent the reality of the situation.
But before you go on, I have two questions.
And I'll let Mr. Habib's office speak in greater detail.
Sure, but just to go on, and maybe Mr. Habib can pick up on that. The thing you just said, which was that the prior study was using 53 trips per thousand?
Yes.
So you're saying that the 53 trips per thousand is sort of offset by the 28% utilization rate in a certain way, so?
No, utilization rate is not a term I used. Utilization was...
sorry, modal split is what I meant.
No, well, yes, in this sense that we used a higher trip generation, but the lower modal split for automobiles, which is the study that DCP gave us, the most recent, which was done 2016. So...
but you just made reference to it.
In the 2010 analysis, they used 53 trips per 1,000 square feet, and then they had the higher modal split. So, we did exactly what the board asked us to do. We went to city planning. We said, what numbers should we use?
Right.
They gave us these numbers. They got them from DOT, and I think we gave you the transmittal memos so that be perfectly transparent about this. They said, this is the modal, this is the trip gen, this is the modal split, this is the accumulation that we want you to use, and this, we believe, accurately represents what the condition should be. We would note that the Brooklyn facility that they studied for this larger study had lower trip gen than the number than they asked us to use. So our number is conservative. It has a higher trip gen than the actual Brooklyn facility studied, which was about 70 cars. So between what we found in 2010 and what was found in their study, but less than the 100 that we used. It was more conservative, fewer trips generated per 1,000. We didn't use that number. We used the blended number, the average number, because that's what city planning said we should use.
So my other question is about the OBGYN. As far as I know, there isn't any distinction in the EAS that used 43% for modal split on OBGYN about what kind of an OBGYN practices. All OBGYN practices have a combination of women who aren't pregnant and women who are pregnant, and they take they mix it all together, and there's whoever shows up at the office. Well, they could be off years and on years of, but I don't know that it makes any real difference because they're called OBGYN practices. There are GYN practices, but that's not what was discussed in the EAS when they talked about the split. So I'm not sure why we're digging deeper into who's showing up at this facility when they didn't in the EAS.
They didn't because we were providing the requisite number of spaces, and we didn't do a deep dive. I mean, I would admit we didn't do a deep dive because we didn't think we needed to do a deep dive. We weren't doing a demand analysis there. We didn't have to do it. The zoning said provide this number, and we were providing this number, and that was kind of the end of that study. So now we really have to look at it. There was a specific, Ms. Schwartz had a relationship with the facility that was studied. She knows quite a bit about it. It's a very high-intensity practice that had, it had a lot of mothers coming and going. But that's not the whole issue here. The whole issue is that it's just one floor. It's about, 9,000 square feet out of 57,000 square feet. So shouldn't drive the whole train. It's similar to the kinds of...
No, but it's not driving the whole train. If it was it's only driving the 9,000 square feet, right? The other is being looked at with a different modal split, the 28%.
No, it was all looked at as one. We took a blended facility, which is what city planning and DOT did when they did their analysis. They didn't. They said there are various levels of intensity of utilization in various types of practices. We will. I don't know that they averaged it, but they looked at them as blended facilities.
I understand. I'm saying.
And this will be a blended facility.
I understand that that's what they did. I'm asking that if the EAS had a different modal split for different kinds of uses, and this has, because this would be different if we knew that there was lots of on-street parking available, but we're trying to take a conservative approach here because we had a lot of letters of opposition to the reduction in the parking. So we're trying to be as conservative as possible about what the actual demand is. So if you have 9,000 square feet of OBGYN, and in the EAS, that was looked at with a higher percentage of car share or car use than other kinds of uses like cardiology, then I'm asking, what if you ran the 43% just on the 9,000 square feet? Because we don't know because city planning doesn't take apart the OBGYN practice into whether there's more whatever type of patient versus another type of patient. I'm not even sure which one shows up more, frankly. So, because there's all different kinds of reasons you go to an OBG, right? So, and that's what I'm looking at. I know that you're proposing the blended rate, but I'm not, and I know we talked about reaching back out. We also reached out to city planning, right? So we talked about reaching back to them to clarify some of these points, like what about the fact that we know we have an OBGYN practice? What about the fact that we know, what was the other issue? There's really no parking available in the area.
Well, we'll come to that issue, but, we have...
Okay, so, the distance of the facility to the nearest subway. That was the other thing. We don't know whether city planning was aware, and we need to...
Sorry, that's me.
And we don't know whether city planning was specifically asked. Would this modal split still be right, knowing that the facility is 8 to 10 blocks from the nearest subway? And of course, because of the nature of the practice, you have people who might find that a difficult amount of...
Burdensome.
Well, we agree certainly that an advanced pregnancy person might not want to walk 8 to 10 blocks. You could take the bus, because there is a bus in Fort Hamilton. You pick it up right at the subway station. It's no additional fare. So, and that takes you to within 2 blocks of the facility.
Again, that's assuming the bus transfer, that's assuming the...
Well, it exists. I mean, it's a reality. It does
right.
exist. And it's important to remember, this study was done in aid of coming to a conclusion that it was not necessary to require parking for certain purposes, because these locations were in a transit zone. And this was studied and deemed to be a transit zone. So, I am not the planner here, but I am relying on a determination made by the planners that it was appropriate to reduce parking for some purposes here as a matter of law, because this is a transit zone. So to go back to your suggestion about the analysis, we would only think it would be appropriate to do the analysis you're requesting with respect to that 9,000 feet if we also use the trip gen that was associated with the modal split in the 2010 study. I don't, it doesn't seem to me to make sense to say, well, we'll choose this number from here and this number from here. They're different years, they're different studies, and I understand what, you've now articulated the analysis is the concern about being conservative, because what if you're wrong and there's, this huge demand that's not provided in the garage.
Right.
The problem is that if we over-provide parking, is that we're going to have an empty garage, and our demand analysis suggests that for a good part of the day, we're going to have more than 50% vacancies. So,
But that's based on your demand analysis.
Correct,
as opposed to on a different demand.
which we got, we didn't make it up. We just took what we got from city planning and then plugged our numbers into it. And we were asked to do that by the board.
Yes,
So-
understood. And by the way, so when I'm asking these questions, it's after talking with staff who did speak to city planning, and then asking additional questions that we follow up with city planning, and reading your submission, and those 2 questions came up. Was city planning aware of the distance to the subway? And was city planning aware that there's a 9,000 square foot OBGYN? And would that change anything for them? That's all. And so you can ask it independently. We're going to be reaching out to the transportation person at, what was that, a city planning and a DOT? Yeah, city planning, okay.
I guess my question to you is, would you like, I would like Fran Schwartz to speak for a moment about the birthing center, because that's another facility that serves pregnant women, but it's really very different from an OBGYN practice, and I think we should have that information in the record.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Fran Schwartz, and I want to thank you all for allowing us to present our, hopefully, final presentation. Not only is a birth center different, and midwifery services very different from OBGYN. So we have a 9,700 square foot OBGYN practice that that is quite different from the Borough Park OBGYN practice that was evaluated in 2010. And that is very simply because the Borough Park OBGYN has 3,600 deliveries a year, okay, which is double the size of the average hospital quantity of deliveries in the United States. So this is a practice that does major obstetrics, which is a lot of visits by women especially in their latter advanced stage of pregnancy, and much less in the way of gynecology. And it also had outside services that were related to women's health services. So there was a huge, and I know because I was the one who instituted all of these types of programs in that practice from 1992 through to 2014, 12, I'm sorry. In regard to a typical OBGYN practice, you would have less visits. But now, in directing the conversation to the birth center and the midwifery on the 5th floor, which would be 6,300 square feet, of that space, approximately 4,500 square feet, would be a licensed facility under the statute, Article 28, which would be required for a birth center in New York. And that would comprise of 4 birthing rooms, birthing suites, and the attending facilities that are necessary for a birthing center, which include things like family room and staff room and a kitchen and educating room, et cetera. The point is that midwifery would be on the remaining space, which would be approximately 2,000 square feet. And within the birthing center itself, there is no staff, meaning that until a mom is actually admitted or triaged for admission, there is no one there. When the mom wants to go, is in labor, and calls her midwife and says, I'm in labor, the midwife says, I will meet you there. When she arrives at the birth center, she must have one other birth attendant there so that there are 2 employees and the mom and her partner. And then she's admitted into the birthing room suite for her labor delivery, and there are no additional staff there at all unless there's a delivery going on. So there is hardly any traffic in the birthing center facility part. In the other part, the 1,500 square feet or the 2,000 square feet, you would have 3 exam rooms and 7 employees for staffing, biller, et cetera, that you would have in a regular OBGYN office maybe. However, the midwifery visits are approximately an hour per patient. And if you are familiar with any OBGYN experience among doctors, then you'll find it averages about 5 to 10 minutes per patient in obstetrics. So midwifery is a particular type of specialty in regard to prenatal care and childbirth. And in fact, the time spent with the mom is individualized and much more extensive in care in regarding to a one-on-one relationship with the mom. So there is much less activity, much less than OBGYN. So if you want to, there's maybe a higher or just a regular intensity of visits in an OBGYN office, but in a midwifery, you would have less, and in a birth center, you'd have almost none, except for when a delivery occurs.
So I'm kind of losing track of that. You said there's a 9,700 square foot OBGYN, right? Mm-hmm. That's independent of the birthing center, correct?
Correct.
So the birthing center is 6,300 square feet in total? Mm-hmm. With suites and, so the birthing center, okay, you don't have a lot of occupancy there and arguably not a lot of trips are generated by the birthing center, but you still have, which is what we were talking about before, 9,700 square feet of a standard OBGYN, right?
Right.
And so that's the question which we'll pose to city planning, that with a standard OBGYN, is the trip generation that they proposed of 103.4 and the 28% modal split the appropriate mix, or because it's OBGYN, does that need to go up? Right. That's all. We don't.
Right.
We
and
just
if you
don't
have
know
more GYN, and also in Medwell Women's Health Services, which is the interested tenant for that 9,700 square feet, they have 4 docs and 2 midwives, and they're doing about 800, 900 deliveries a year.
That's so deliveries, right? Okay.
Right, but you usually, right. So you're looking at a mixture, a higher density of GYN to OB compared to the prior 43% split that was used for the other location.
Well, to the extent that you can provide us with more information about this practice that we could give to city planning, otherwise we'll just ask them, it's 9,700 square feet of OBGYN, which exists all over the city in various forms. And then city planning can just tell us what they normally think of that.
I'm sure the
Right.
OBGYN is included as part of other medical community,
Yes, well, it
facilities
is, but
of
often
which
it's
they're not necessarily taken to be.
More intense.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't know. I didn't, so I wasn't the one who brought this up. It's your papers that bring it up. That's why I started asking. The papers bring up a 48% modal split for OBGYN compared to cardiac care, which I found odd. It seems to me 100% of the population has potential cardiac issues, whereas only 50% of the population or less has potential OBGYN issues, right? So,
Right. And obstetric patients are supposed to walk, even in later pregnancy, or not invalids.
How far are they? Okay, thank you.
Deirdre Carson again. Is there anything more that you want to hear about the specifics of the trip generation? I think we've covered that.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Okay, I wanted to talk about your concerns about on-street parking. There's not none, was one on the block, but there are 6 in the next block and 8 2 blocks up in the short block direction. So what happens here is actually pretty clear if you look at the map, that once you cross over Fort Hamilton Parkway and go deeper into Borough Park, there's less and less on-street parking. But on our side of the avenue, there is on-street parking. I'm not saying there's a lot, but we don't think that there's going to be a lot of necessity for it. We think that it might be 1 or 2 spaces at most during a couple hours of the day. Remember that we get this surge in the morning, and then the rest of the day, the population in the garage drops significantly and doesn't ever fill up again until the next morning. So, and the other thing that has been noted is that these garages, there's a lot of movement in and out. Cars come in, people are in for a short time, and then they're gone. So while there is high utilization, there is also high turnover. The next item was okay, this is we're not 100% sure we understood you, but we did some brainstorming outside the hearing room while we were waiting for you. We have 2 components to the next issue, which has to deal with the spaces that are generated by the retail requirements, and how, or if at all, those can be used in this analysis. We understood you to say you can't use any of the 14 that are set aside for retail use in satisfying your demand requirements. Again, this was an issue that was actually discussed with city planning, and I'm going to ask Danielle Mohammed and also Mr. Habib to discuss what that concept was. And then the second component of our discussion was the thought that maybe the concern is, what if we don't have retail, which would generate those 14 spaces, 13 of which would not be used. That would change all of the numbers analysis. It kind of makes this ability to satisfy demand dependent on having the retail there. And so there is, what would happen if we had 100% medical office use in the building? That would actually...
100% what?
Medical use, medical office use. Okay. That could, under the, special permit, actually result in a reduction of the number of spaces that you're authorized, to allow us to have. It would drop down to 72, but it wouldn't meet the demand, and that would be something that would be a concern for you.
Yes.
We, however, thought if you had that well, I'm going to let Mr. Habib discuss it because he probably can do it better than I can.
Philip Habib. When I saw the comment that you had made about how to use the local retail element, because the local retail requires a significant amount of parking spaces, I think it's 1 per 400, and the demand is so little that extra vacant spaces are being used to accommodate demand from the medical office. And I didn't know whether or not your comment was related to that, the uses should be kept independent or not. So, but city planning, wanted us to, at least from the planning point of view, consider the shared uses, and this is not atypical of city planning because many of the city planning projects that we have office and residential, and their parking demands are slightly different by time of day and things of that nature. So they do have a shared system. So that's kind of how city planning looks at it.
Well, it's a shared impact, right? If retail, for instance, had a huge demand that exceeded the zoning, they needed 25 spaces in order to meet that retail use, that would have an effect on the demand rate in the proposed waiver, right? So you're
But
already
also-
short on parking.
But
right?
also that your point is well taken, and that particular use, as an example, retail peaks on Saturdays, where the shared use system has ample, and that's why city planning always kind of asks to look at the shared system if there is a shared, and just to see which is the worst demand. So, as was indicated, the question was, your concern was whether or not the available spaces that were required for the retail can be allocated to accommodate the demand from the medical office on a weekday. And I think that is how she interpreted that you can't use it, you can only...
So it goes more like this. It's that we only have the authority to waive parking for the ambulatory care and offices, right? We have no authority to waive parking for retail.
That's right.
So the way we do these special permits is the retail has to provide what it has to provide, and the ambulatory care or offices have to meet demand.
Correct.
So if the demand is 70 spaces or whatever, 79 spaces, or whatever, however was calculated, and then that has to be provided to meet demand for the ambulatory. And then if zoning requires 14 spaces for the retail, you have to provide the 14 spaces, so that's your 93 spaces, and that's how we...
Okay. And so that is not totally consistent with the shared use system.
It's a different subject. It's kind of, one way you're looking at what the demand is. So as the example I gave before about retail having much higher demand, right? Then that would affect how we're looking at the entirety of the project. So then you would need 103 spaces or something like that, right?
So as an example, if you didn't do any retail and you only did medical office for the
That's
whole
a different
project,
subject, yeah.
then you'd do 1 per, whatever your requirement is, which I think they're requesting 1 per 400. 1 per 800, I'm sorry.
1 per 800.
And so that would be, seems to me that would be the way, because if the applicant, I think, she'll speak to that, is going to build retail but not get the credit for the utilization of the empty spaces, but have to provide empty spaces and then provide the demand requirement for the medical office, both, right? It seems like if the elimination of the retail actually reduced the number of parking spaces that would be required, that may be what may end up happening is all.
That's a business decision.
Yeah, that's all. So that's, I think, what Deirdre was trying to get at, because if you did that, then you'd be increasing your parking spaces, I think, by 3 or 4.
Right.
If you were to do that instead of the 14 that the retail requires.
So in other words, adding the floor area to the,
Medical office.
of the retail back into the medical, doing the math based on the trip gen and the mobile split.
3 more
Right.
spaces.
But so the other thing is, because I was just looking at, you've already got your elevator, we're going to that cellar level, not the sub-cellar, but the cellar level. And the only thing that's in that area, it's kind of a oddly laid out section. It's like the most inefficient part of that cellar level, where you've got 2 bathrooms that could easily go someplace else. So it seems to me that you could meet the demand of the retail right there on that cellar level without going further than maybe the elevator pit. And that's, again, a business decision. But it seems like you could accommodate the retail, which seems like a good business. I mean, it seems to me that I don't know this neighborhood well enough to know whether retail will actually rent. Or rent for what you would want to offset some of the other expenses, or maybe it would rent better if it was all medical. But again, that's a business decision. Yeah.
I'm going to speak to this. It won't work to put as many as 14 new spaces in this facility. And it will destroy the utility of the cellar for program. The reason for that is these are the elevators. Right now, we have 2 spaces here. Yeah, we pull this out, but then we have to put the rack and rail system here, which
Why
immediate...
do you have to use the rack and rail system?
Because we don't have any other way of getting cars moved. This is not a place where anybody's going to be driving, right? This is a system, an automated system. So the automated system is a rack and rail system. We've talked about that considerably. And the storage would be on this side. We can't...
Before you continue with the rack and rail, so let's just say you're missing 14 spaces for the retail.
Right.
And in order to crowd them into the spot where those 2 bathrooms are and so on, for that use, you have valet parking, which is limited to some time of the day, right? Why couldn't you, for instance, do that, where instead of using this automatic system, you actually have somebody pick up the car and drive it into, or it's on stackers in that area, or something like that. I'm just trying to think of other ways of accomplishing it, so you don't have to give up the retail, and you're only giving up a little bit of not very good cellar space.
Well, radiology is a good use for a basement or a cellar. I mean, I don't think we think this is bad program space.
When I say good, I mean, it's strangely laid out. It's part of the basement that has a lot of inefficiencies. So you're not giving, not there, where the bathrooms are.
Yeah, but this would have been one all open space, so it's not, you could move those, but
anyway.
That's not, I don't think that's really the issue. I mean, we have certain constraints. For example, in order to anticipate issues with the fire department, we solved a problem by putting remote means of egress here and here, also here, for the subcellar levels, so that the firemen could go down those stairs without having to cross over the full floor. They could come up to this level actually and walk over and then go down a stair. And that was something that we thought would solve that problem. You remember we talked about having to have a continuous surface that the firemen could go over, but we were told that wouldn't be necessary if we could provide 2 independent means of egress on either side of the garage. So we did that. And now we have to, we want to preserve that capability. I'm not sure that we'll be able to do that if we, put this system in. This is not going to be enough space to put in 14 parking spaces. I mean, and I don't think there's enough maneuverability here for us to have somebody driving in that area.
I don't think you're short by, are you short by 14?
Well, 84, you said 93, I think. So that would be 9 spaces. But, once we get past 2, we have 2 here. Once we get past that, we have to put another 9 in here. we're starting to have to move them back and forth in this space.
Well, again, that's why I'm saying don't assume using your rack system. Assume another system on that level. Because, and then I just go back to, this is not a variance application, so hardship doesn't play in. You need to meet demand. So the demand is showing that you're short.
Okay. Yeah, I get that.
Right?
We don't, all right, if we were to go for more spaces, but what we were thinking about is if we would just give up the idea of our retail, and then we'd only have to meet demand. That's the only thing we'd have to meet. And we think it's about 88 spaces. It's an estimate. And what we could do is we could eliminate, move this elevator, which interferes, comes down and it has a pit here. So if we got rid of that, we would then open this up and we could have 4 more spaces here. Those 4 plus the 84 we already had gives us 88.
What is the elevator service now?
It serves all of the floors. We'd have to find another place to put it, but we think we might be able to do that.
So then my question is, if the elevator can be removed and relocated in a way that's not negatively going to affect your parking layout, and therefore gives you 4 spaces, then that's only 5 more spaces that you have to locate on the cellar floor. So in other words, you already came up with a solution to find 4 spaces and without affecting the retail, right?
That's right.
Then you could, or not the retail, without affecting the cellar. So now you only have to find 5 spaces, because I think you're only short by 9. And it seems like the 5 spaces you would be able to locate on the cellar level. Again, this is a business decision. I'm just suggesting that you just found 4 spaces, maybe. So only 5 more to go.
Yeah, we're not so confident that we can get them into the cellar with running a separate parking system down there from the rest of the system. I think it's, you're right, that is a business decision. I think it's a really inefficient way to run the garage, and it might present some problems in finding an operator who wants to do it at a price that makes sense for this particular facility. But if we get rid of the retail, then it's not an issue any longer. But I want to comment on the proposition that was stated as a legal proposition, which is that that you have to be satisfied in order to make the reduction. We have to provide parking that satisfies the demand that's independent from any other parking that's provided. We've read a number of the cases, and we didn't see, and you said this is a jurisdictional issue because we only have the power to reduce the parking for certain uses. We read a couple of cases, and we didn't see that proposition. What we saw was that the parking reduction had to be such that it wasn't going to cause an adverse impact on the community. And there's an artificiality about saying, okay, here are 14 spaces that are assigned to retail, but they're not going to be used. There's no evidence anywhere that that level of utilization will ever occur, and they'll just sit empty. And then we'll build, you theoretically would be building 79 spaces for the maximum demand for the medical facility, and except for a couple of hours a day, a lot of those would sit empty. So it's, building a lot of parking spaces and a lot of structure for no utilization, which, makes very little sense economically and probably not a lot of sense from a planning perspective. And I think this is why city planning has been looking at all of these parking requirements incrementally around the city to determine whether they can be changed or reduced, because the retail is hugely, for local service and local retail, this was intended to be a pharmacy. That kind of use is not going to be attracting people driving to the site to park in this facility in order to use this pharmacy. It's not, it doesn't make a lot of analytical sense, and it seems to me that the standard should be whether, under the circumstances, all of the parking that is available, in fact available according to the study, will be sufficient to satisfy the demand? And the answer to that question in this case is yes. I know that we disagree as a matter of law, but I don't see any propositions stated in the cases as you've described
Well,
it here.
actually, we do have many, many cases where the board decided that the requested waiver was too great and therefore required that more parking be provided than the 50% reduction was allowing for, and that we've consistently required, but maybe you don't see that in the resolution.
Don't see it in the resolution.
But we do see it in the zoning calculations. We've consistently required that the required parking for the other uses, whatever they are met, and then we look at the reduction of the required parking for the two subject use.
Right, and we're not asking you to reduce it beyond what you're authorized to reduce it. You'd still show zoning calculations with 14 retail spaces and then the reduced parking for the medical facility at the rate that you're, at the, you know, within what you're permitted to grant. And that total number of spaces, which may be shared, and, you know, what city planning says, as long as they're under common ownership and the ownership agrees that they're not assigned spaces and they're not, you know, assigned to particular uses, as they would not be here, that's okay. And in fact, you know, we had written correspondence with them about that question, and they, you know, we have copies of the correspondence here. But so I know that you have required people to have more than they applied for, but there are also cases where, you know, clearly the request was made and it was granted. And it's not possible to see from what is in the resolution what drove that determination.
Right, so typically when we grant the actual request, it's because they've been able to establish through studies that demand is satisfied by the reduction. For the reduction of the required spaces for that use, independent of the use that is not entitled to the reduction. And in rare cases, we'll look at when it's impossible because, well, the ones that I can think of, it was an existing building where it was impossible for them to make, you can't make the building bigger, you can't dig another cellar, none of those things. In those cases, we said, well, you're squishing in all the parking that's physically possible, but it's an existing building. And so what does the on-street parking situation look like? The on-street parking situation looks pretty good, so we're not going to cause any kind of detriment to the neighborhood because there are spaces on-street. But that's not what we see in these studies. There's not a lot of neighborhood opposition to the parking reduction, so we need to be careful. So that's why.
I understand, and virtually all of the opposition came from the other side of Fort Hamilton Parkway, and most of it from outside, well, more than 50% from outside the 400 square foot radius. And then, so we've spoken to the question of providing spaces in the cellar without disruption. We think that it's not as simple or straightforward as the chair does. We'll take another look, but we have a difference of opinion about that. The last thing I wanted to say was that during the review session, there was some statement about adverse testimony received by a local businessman.
I'm sorry, that was my mistake. We have another case that's very similar to this one, and that was the testimony. In fact, it's the same neighborhood, I think. That was testimony at another one. But we did get 30-something letters in opposition.
The only local businessman, however, who had any involvement here submitted something in support, so I just wanted to say.
We had 26 letters in opposition and 1 in support. Yeah. Okay. All right,
Are there any other questions?
I think that's it. So are there any speakers on this from the public? No? Okay. I think, was there anything about dewatering? Fire department letter with comments and concerns about any of the automated systems. That's just something you know in the future. You don't have to.
There's no point in going through a process which may not ever happen.
Right, okay. All right, I think that's it. So you need to meet demand or change the demand. So there you go, right?
Okay, so we will.
Your choice, and
we will confer and.
Okay.
But we'd like to set another date.
Sure.
We don't know if we'll use it, but we'd like to set another date.
So December 11th is, maybe that gives you enough time? That's a November 21st submission? Is that enough time?
Sure.
Okay, so your submission would be new drawings and revisions to the parking analysis in the EAS to match it? And anything else? Statement of facts, obviously, would be affected by it.
Can we just inquire who you're speaking with at City Planning so we can all be talking to the same folks?
I don't know.
Nettie?
Nettie. Okay, we are.
Okay, they're the same person, yeah. No, we got the same information, it's just when it was presented to me, I had those questions. And it was only after reading your submission that I had the questions, so, right, so.
Okay.
Hence.
All right, thank you very much, members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for Tony.
Yo, Tony.
Item number 27. My microphone's off, sorry. Item number 27, 2017-267BZ. You okay? 12918 Newport Avenue, Queens.
Okay.
You gotta come up.
Everyone who's in the team, is Barbara here?
Yeah, Barbara's here. Right. I need
I don't
everyone
see
from the
Barbara.
team on Newport Avenue.
She's on the way.
She's coming, yes.
Come. Barbara. Miss Cohen, come. Yes, swearing in. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Okay. Print your name, sign in, Mr. Ross. Mr. Ross, come. You can sign in and then start talking. Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon, Mitchell Ross for the applicant.
Good afternoon. So I think that our comments were very specifically oriented towards the financials.
Yes.
So if we could jump right into the financial discussion, that would be terrific.
Okay.
Okay?
Barbara Cohen, real estate and planning consultant. I heard all the comments. I agree. I'll follow. I guess question on the building sales to do the site value. I mean, it's really about finding buildings of comparable size because obviously it's just used to match up, right? So that's fine. And everything else.
Residential buildings of comparable size, right?
One family.
Yeah, one family.
One family, if any.
And it's a revised report, and back it comes as soon as possible.
And so your as-of-right should be your legal square footage for your site value.
Right, the as-of-right.
So the
bulk.
minus 600 square foot bulk.
Right,
Yeah.
not the enlarged.
Right.
And it speaks of the existing building, and then the enlarged building as the proposed.
Right.
Yes. The size of the existing,
Right.
and then the.
Existing
right.
building plus renovation of it to create the single-family home, and so on down the.
And any demo costs you may need to
Right,
add
it's-
in to convert it to a single family.
Right, it's demo and everything else that's needed, which apparently is sort of significant. But we'll detail out that scope.
Okay.
It's clear.
Great, okay. And then, is the architect here on this? Please.
I want to say one thing. We appreciate the board's view of the case, and the architect has already prepared a plan of the bulk as a residential development.
Okay,
We did that we're trying to move as quickly as possible.
great. So that's what I just wanted to clarify with the architect?
It's done.
Okay, so let's make sure it's done. Okay, please state your name, sir.
James Leonard, I'm the architect, right?
So just to make sure that what you're doing is you're doing a drawing of the interior of the building without the addition?
Yeah.
For the as of right.
Right,
Without the
as of right,
Mm-hmm.
got renovated into a one-family home, right? Understood?
Correct.
Right, okay, but and it's the one without the little
Without
enlargement?
the extension.
Yeah, okay. And then you don't need to do anything to the proposed, because that's what we have, right?
Correct.
Okay, great. And by the way, you don't need to do an elaborate, it doesn't need to be like the house that you dreamed you would always live in. It's just a simple, where's the living room, where's the kitchen, how many bedrooms?
Basic
like that.
layout.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
I've also been in touch about filing an EAS, and the WRP.
Yes, great.
Okay.
I'll work with staff to make sure we can get as quick a review of that as possible. The plan is complete. I think that Barbara thought that we would be able to have her study early in the week, possibly Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay. Okay. And what about the EAS?
The EAS will submit Monday and work as quickly as we can to have
Are you
that.
getting an environmental consultant to do this work?
Yes.
Okay. And has that person, if you're submitting it on Monday, I'm assuming the person's been engaged?
I know the person very well, and that person will work for me over the weekend if necessary.
Okay.
Has not yet been engaged, but I know the person very well.
All right. Well, so have you discussed it with this person so that they know that they're working on the weekend? Because maybe they have plans?
No, they
No.
don't
So
know
let's-
yet.
okay.
They don't know
They
yet.
don't know
They
that
don't
they're-
know yet, but I know the person, and I know what this person
Well,
works
let's
on
just-
Saturdays.
They may work on Saturdays, but maybe this is the one where someone important in their family is getting married, or I don't know what. Right, so, okay. Okay, thank you. So, are there any speakers on this? No, anyone from the public? No? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, there is. Okay, good.
Please watch my camera.
So,
No. Remember the public, right? You're not part of the team.
I am not.
Are you an owner?
I missed the last hearing that.
Your name, please?
My name is Greg McGinnis. I grew up around the block from the restaurant. I'm sure you've heard extensively how the restaurant is important to the neighborhood. I grew up around the corner from the restaurant. Now I live in Brooklyn. But I just feel that there are reasonable reasons why they might have been outside their footprint. I understand, but just as a person not well trained as much as you guys, but I know you guys have your reasons. I think there is reasonable exceptions to why they have done what they've done, and complying with new laws is just they had to meet the new laws, but they also wanted to structure just how important it was to the neighborhood. So that's pretty much all I have to say.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
I appreciate you coming. Okay, so October 11 is our next available for this. I'm hoping that your relationship with your environmental consultant and hoping that the person is able to actually do what needs to be done properly.
Yes.
Because you can have a close friend who says they're able and isn't able. So, because it does need to be an actual EAS filled
Right.
out properly without getting so many comments that it takes a long time. So,
Right.
one of the things I'm looking at the owner now when I'm talking, in order to make applications really work, the owner has to take responsibility for reviewing the materials, even if you don't understand them. That's a point. If you don't understand them, they're not good. Because none of what we talk about in these environmental assessment statements is complicated, unless it's a parking study, which you don't need to do, right? So if it's not making sense, if it's not true, make them change it, right? So staying on top of it is the way to make sure that this moves along rapidly, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so submission date of
As
soon as
immediately.
possible? As soon as
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
So, what's today, Thursday?
2 weeks from today is the next hearing.
Yeah, 2 weeks, so we really need to get the submission like by Monday and maybe Tuesday for the EAS, what?
Can't close, right?
No.
No.
No, because we have an open environmental, right?
Okay, fine.
And an open B finding.
Okay.
So, okay, all right?
Okay.
Understood? Everybody
Yeah.
got it?
Yeah.
You have a lot of work to do, run home and do it. What?
October 11th is the hearing.
Yeah, with an immediate
Submission date is
submission as soon
ASAP.
as possible.
I want to thank the board very much.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 28, 2018-18BZ, 2250 Linden Boulevard, Brooklyn. It's only you? Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony for this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Good afternoon, Frederick A. Becker. We attended your the review session yesterday, and I have a few, I'm going to get a pen out so I can make notes. I'm going to address in three separate parts, if you will. The first one will just be some physical issues, second will be clarification of the buildings, and third will go to the continuation of use. I hope I've hit everything at that point. As you can see from the pictures we submitted, the owner has been spending a substantial amount of money since the last hearing to bring this site back to a pristine condition. There has been new fencing, new privacy.
Wait. Sorry, are there new photos? Were they
They were
submitted?
submitted on September 25th.
Oh.
Yes.
I still have the ones with the barbed wire.
No,
Yeah.
but we'll get to that in a minute. We'll get to that in a minute. But what the issue of the new photographs show the following. They show new fencing, they show new privacy slats, they show new paving, and the removal of graffiti, and they most importantly show the removal of that the container and the other item that were in the rear yard, if you will, in the parking area that were of great concern to the board. So those were things that have been done costing extensive money. As to the barbed wire, I apologize for that. I did not see in my notes for the removal of the barbed wire. That can be done literally tomorrow. That we have no issue with that, and that can be done. Had I realized that, it would have been removed. With regard to the lighting, there has been additional and improved lighting put on the plan on the site. Some of it is visible in the photographs. We will show those lights are directed down and away from adjoining residential properties. We can show those on plans, not an
Is there a
issue.
light spread diagram?
They're
No.
relatively, they're basically, the lights are basically on the, if you look at the plans, the lights are pretty much on the middle portion of the parking lot between the two buildings, so that they are not near the adjoining residential properties. And we will show them on the plans.
Oh, so you'll show them on the plans, but how do we know they're not? So you must have lighting on the parking areas, which are...
Right, but there's no parking area behind the building on Cleveland Street, so there's really no lighting there.
There is parking.
Not directly behind the building.
No, but there's 3 parking spaces on that
Right, but
property
that
line.
lighting, that's visible, that is visible, there's lighting along both of the buildings in the middle, and that provides enough.
So parking, not space 1, 2, 3, and 15, and 14, and 13, and 12, and 11 are not lit?
They are lit, but they are lit from lighting on the building.
Right, so lighting on building can spread all the way over to the adjacent property.
We will show that they're down and away. They're very
Okay,
small
so
lights.
the way that we do that, though, is with light spread diagrams, because...
We'll give you a light spread diagram.
Okay.
And the photos that were submitted,
Yes.
I guess these don't show the paved parking, striped parking.
Right, we
So I'm
haven't-
assuming you're doing that
we're
right
doing,
now?
Absolutely, we're doing that.
Okay, so
This
you
this
can-
is really, literally, they were...
Fresh off the boat, as they say.
The tar is still hot in these photographs.
Okay.
So we have no problem.
So you'll send us an update?
Yes, we'll send you an updated.
And the barbed wire is removed?
Yes, absolutely. Had we known that, I mean, we've put so much effort and expense into this, we would have definitely removed the barbed wire. So I apologize for that. It was an oversight. As with regard to the tree on Cleveland, that was never put in from the prior resolution. We will do that. I don't know that, we certainly can't do it terribly timely this time of year and dealing with DOT and all of that, but we would certainly take that as a condition. The other trees are in good condition, and they are there.
Well, the community board still hasn't.
Community board, we're supposed to be on this week. They pushed us off till October. We have an October hearing. I've been speaking with the community board. The community board has not had any issues with the building over the past umpteen years. Not that we've been aware of, not that I've been aware of. I'm speaking with the district manager or others. No one has mentioned anything of that note.
Okay. So what about the landscaping?
What landscaping?
Let's see, it says, I'm just looking at the notes.
Not in compliance.
Not in
They are
compliance
missing
with
one,
landscaping.
there's one tree that is missing on,
Cleveland.
there's a tree put on Cleveland, there's one tree missing on Cleveland Street.
So per the approved plan, there was a requirement for 1, 2, 3, 4 new street trees.
Right, and we have 3 of the 4.
You have 3 of the 4.
So
Right.
that's street trees. There was no
That is what-
landscaping on site that was required?
No, there was no landscaping on site. No.
That's
No.
odd because of that area that's enclosed. You would think that would have been.
No, because it's up against the property line, and it was a non-used area that was paved. I mean, I did the original application back in 1990. So I'm telling you for a fact that there wasn't. It was only the street trees.
It says that the parking, that lighting shall be directed down and away, that landscaping shall be in accordance with BSA approved plans. That's in the resolution.
Right, and the landscaping was the trees.
Okay, we just, okay. All right. So then we have the issue
So
of.
let's,
Yeah.
if I can refer you to one of the plans, actually, or to the plans, not one of the plans, but I want to explain the if you look at page,
You want to explain the, sorry, what?
the address situation
Oh,
and
okay.
how the buildings are occupied. If you look at page P1 of 2,
They still are.
are we there yet?
Okay, yeah. E1 of 2, yeah.
Okay, so Building A, which is referred to as 2250 Linden Boulevard, was originally the subject of the prior application, which was an 11412 for an enlargement. There was the building that was on the corner, and then there was the one-story enlargement referred to as Building A1. This is known as 2250/2240 Linden Boulevard. It has 2 addresses. The building to the right, if you will, which is on the corner of Ashford and Linden, is 2228.
The big building on the, yeah.
Yeah, the
okay.
one that's more horizontal than vertical, if you will, and which has the one-story building B1 in the back.
So the 2240 is adjacent to the 2250. That's that thing that's labeled as an existing one-story building A1.
That was the enlargement that came under the last 11-412 application in 1990, correct.
Okay.
So those 2 buildings, originally Building 2250 and 2240, were originally occupied by one building. It was Team Auto Parts, and that's how it was utilized for many, many years. And then now there are 2 separate uses in that. There is a plumbing supply company and there is a sign company. The building to the right, if you will, 2228 Linden Boulevard, has had a series of uses over the years. The divisions that you see on the floor plan have not always existed like that. It's at times been one entire. It's been a corner store, the restaurant, which has been there for 20-odd years or more. And then the other space has been a combination, sometimes one use, sometimes two uses, sometimes three uses. It has varied over the years.
Okay, so, okay, understood now which is the building. So now that we know which is which, then how does this work with your continuity of use discussion?
The continuity of use discussion, we have a series of leases, but we felt that given the board's direction at the last hearing, we went into the Coles directory, or the Cole directory, which the reverse of which is the most independent of all sources, though we do have leases for many spaces. And what you see is that over the period of time for 2000 to the current day, there have been continuous uses in portions of the entire property without a drop of any years in one space or another. I mean, I live across the street from a building on the Upper East Side on 3rd Avenue. There are 6 storefronts. 3 of those storefronts have been vacant since the day I moved in 13 years ago. 3 or 4 of them have had uses come in, go out, come in, go out. But my argument here is that we have never had a discontinuation of use on the property as a whole, and there has been a substantial use of the property as a whole. Furthermore, where there's one gap, where on 2250 Linden Boulevard, this was, I had mentioned in papers, and I may have mentioned, this space was used for a period of time for that gap from approximately 2011 to 2013-14 by the owner of the restaurant. He was using it as storage, as prep space. There are no C of Os, but so therefore it did not have a separate phone number attached to it, which would have shown up in a Cole directory. But
Was there a lease?
Yes.
There was a lease?
There was a lease.
So, so the first part of it is that you're using the word property. Last I looked, the zoning resolution does not use the word property. It uses the word building, or it uses the word zoning lot. Those are the two terms of art, right? So when you're talking about your building that you're referring to on 3rd Avenue, where it's got empty stores, they're all in one building, right? And so the all or substantially all discontinuance refers to the idea that 2 of the stores are occupied or whatever, so therefore all or substantially all of the non-conforming use, if that were a non-conforming use, and I don't know if it is because it's 3rd Avenue, has not been discontinued.
Correct.
Right? So in this situation, though, you're using the word property, but these are separate buildings with
So-
separate Cs of Os.
No,
so-
there are no C of Os, first.
Okay, but they're separate buildings by the
They're
term,
separate,
the
right.
definition of the word
Right.
building, right?
Okay, so both buildings have had continuous ongoing use for the period from 2000 to 2018, based either on the Cole directory and/or leases.
Okay, so you haven't established that to us, right? You showed us this chart where there were gaps. So if you have information to fill the gaps.
Well, I would submit that on 2228, there are no gap that exists beyond a 2-year period.
Okay, well, so, all right, so if, but that's just because on 2228.
You have,
Well, wait a second. So you show. I don't know, I can't follow all the X's to tell you the truth.
okay, well,
But
it doesn't.
Anyway,
But there's no, if you look in 2228,
all right,
there is continuous use in some portion of the 2228 that has
Okay.
existed without a 2-year gap for the period from 2000, various uses, but one or the other, from 2000 all the way through 2018, based on the independent Cole directory use. In fact, one space was occupied basically for 17 of those 18 years.
okay. So then what do we do about the other building?
2250, we have Team Auto Parts, which existed there under Cole Directory from 2000 to 2010. We then have the occupancy from 2015. We can provide you with a lease, which shows that this was occupied basically from 2010 to 2013, 14.
Okay, so that's what we're missing.
So
And then
that's-
what about 2240?
That's the same building as the 2250 building. It's
So
not a separate
doesn't,
building.
since that was an extension, it doesn't have a certificate of occupancy?
They never got a C of O.
No, but you added to the building. How do you do that
I
without a C of O?
understand what we did, but I'm telling you, they didn't. And I mean, it was, no, they never, what happened was, in 1990, Team Auto Parts occupied the space. The owner, I was in touch with them, I was in touch with their attorney for many years before and after 2000 when it expired. They were in the middle of, the father died, et cetera, et cetera. I have retainers going back and forth, conversations, et cetera. They never went further with the architect, with the DOB, with anything.
Okay, did they get a
built it.
permit to build this building?
I won't,
We'll find out,
I can
because we
find
need
it.
to know whether, you're calling it a building A1, that's a different building, right? So the question is, was it filed as an alteration to building A,
yes.
or was it filed as a
No,
separate
it was
building?
definitely not filed as a separate building
Okay.
because it was under the case that we had in 1990, it was built as an enlargement for Team Auto Parts to use that building. So it was not, if anything, it was an alt, it wasn't an NB, and again, there's no C of O on the property. I don't even know if there was a C of O on the property in 1990, to tell you the truth.
Okay, so the thing is, you're giving us this continuity of use chart, and you're showing that 2240 was vacant most of the time.
Well, no,
So-
I can't say it was, no, it's not that it was vacant. The answer is that Team Auto Parts occupied.
No, I'm saying 2240.
Right, but 22, I only distinguished 2240 because when Sign Doctor went in several years ago, they pulled up with a new, they separated it out, they put in a new use. But 22, Team Auto Parts occupied the entire building, but didn't use two addresses for the entire building. It's like saying, you know, if I have a building that goes from 22 to 24 East 62nd Street, my listing is only going to say 22 East 42nd, or East 62nd Street. It's not going to say 22 and 24 in the Cole directory. I'll have one billing address, one marketing address, one everything address.
Okay.
So therefore, Team Auto Parts, it's not a separate building. It was an enlargement of an existing building.
So you
And
need to show us that there was an enlargement of an existing
Right,
building. So
that's
you provide us with the
actually,
DOB, something or
Right,
other
and
that shows
I
that.
believe if you look at the prior approved plans, I don't have them with me, it would show that it was an enlargement. It was an 11-412 at the time, which was a less.
Right, but you can provide us with the DOB.
I will.
Approval.
I will certainly hope that.
Okay, of the alteration
yes,
one.
I will
okay?
certainly hope that it is on the DOB website, yes.
Okay,
Or
and so, just to be clear, 2240 and 2250 are a separate building.
No,
You
they're
need
not
to
separate, no, they're not separate buildings.
No, I said together, are a separate building from 2228.
That is correct,
right?
yes.
And as such, you must provide proof of continuity of use within that building.
Right.
And to clarify, because that's not clear on your chart, that 2240 and 50 are in the same building, therefore the continuity that's in 2250 carries 2240 to the extent that it did, but you still have this empty area, right? So that needs to be
That, right,
filled in.
that I can fill in, yes. So, yes, I will clarify all of that. I apologize for the confusion. You know, some of it is tunnel vision, that, you know, having dealt with something, but it's certainly reasonable on your parts to understand the confusion.
And then,
But this, as you know, it was not a separate building. It was one building,
okay.
or two buildings, if you will. But 2228 is one building, 224050 is one.
Okay. Do we have any other comments about the site condition that needs to be attended to? Because we need that done?
I mean, you've stated that you're working on it still.
I'm telling you, I have pictures I could send you from the, so, yeah, I mean, we can paint tomorrow. if it's not raining, I get you, with the barbed wire, my client is sitting here with me since early this morning. He said, should I have someone take the barbed wire off and send you pictures while I'm sitting here? Again, my apologies. Had I realized it, the barbed wire would have long been gone. I mean, he's not spending thousands and thousands of dollars to put new fencing and new lighting to keep the barbed wire because he likes it. It was an oversight. There was a lot going on the last.
So I'm just going to read the notes from the prior hearing, because that's where we went through in detail the conditions.
Sure.
Fence condition doesn't comply. Parking is being used as storage. One has trailers.
Right, we got rid of the trailers, we fixed the fencing.
Okay.
Right.
With the restaurant, there's an extension not shown on the plans.
Which is now shown on the plans.
Okay.
And as it's also shown in terms of the square footage, that it meets the 11,412.
Okay, so, and in terms of the fence and the parking and the trailers, the trailers, you have photos to establish those
I've
things?
seen that's.
Okay, well, they were submitted really late, so.
I understand.
Yeah, okay.
With the holidays and everything and.
Okay, so understand this, that was an incomplete submission, and normally we adjourn administratively when the submission doesn't include all the things that we requested. So you snuck underneath the wire by accident.
Underneath the barbed wire?
So the thing is, no excuses about busy holidays, Mother's birthday, all that stuff.
We
No.
apologize and we appreciate what the board has done.
Okay.
Not,
So, and just to let everybody know, this was a mistake that it wasn't administratively adjourned. It wasn't requested. It just slipped under without us realizing it. Okay. So, and then the other was, let's say, landscaping is missing, so that we talked about the street tree. Lighting unknown. We need to know about the lighting.
right.
The barbed wire fence on Cleveland.
Okay, that.
We
yeah,
talked
was-
about.
That was fine.
The area was supposed to be used for parking and has been used as storage, which we
No.
talked about again.
Yes, we clarified.
We expected a survey. I didn't
The
see a
survey was
survey.
submitted, that was
Oh,
submitted,
okay.
that was submitted timely.
Yeah.
That one
Okay,
was. came in-
yay.
Yeah. Hey, you know.
The board stated that the 1991 edition would not be used as storage, which clearly hasn't followed and is not proposed to be today, so the applicant needs to discuss this. Need proof of continuous use, we got that. Should provide proof, okay, continuous use. Site is adjacent to residential buildings, and the prior approvals kept an adjacent paved area fenced in and free from parking. Provide photos of all perimeter areas, I didn't find
did
this,
that.
key to the plans. All perimeter areas, key to the plans.
I think,
We did that.
I think
That's the latest.
that was the last submission.
That was, yes, that was the late submission.
Which has the key, yeah.
Okay. You see, there's a key and it's all the perimeter?
We have,
Okay.
yes.
The 2014 Google image capture shows that area within trailer and trash and sidewalls covered in graffiti.
And the photographs indicate that all the trash has been removed. They have cleaned up the paved area. The walls have been painted, so no graffiti other than that
The mural.
artwork.
Right.
It's a nice artwork. I don't.
The images provided show a mix of fencing types and in very bad condition.
We replaced all the fencing, it's all new fencing, it's all has the security, not the privacy slats, and it's spot on.
That's we got.
Okay. Okay, I think that's, then there was the issue of the parking. And you're arguing that you should be allowed to reduce the number of parking spaces because. So the board had originally required 19 spaces, I think?
Right.
You're proposing because of this addition that was built without permits, to have 15 spaces? And your argument is because it's okay, based on what?
Okay, the argument at the time was twofold. One is, I specified in the papers on the 6th, I believe it was, that the parking was not in accordance with zoning regulations at the time, given the nature of the uses, given the limited nature, the team auto parts and the current plumbing supply, people come, they go, it's not a long-term use, but the parking at that point was adequate, even though it was not in compliance with zoning regulations.
The 19 spaces.
The 19 was not in compliance.
Right, but that you established was adequate, 19 spaces.
Right, it was adequate. It has not been, given the nature of the uses, the local restaurant use, it's a small use, given the nature of the plumbing supply, which is, again, a short-term, people come in, they go out, they come in, they go out. This is acceptable. We also, the area on Ashford, where we have the proposed enlargement, has actually become a little more active, I'm told. By not having the cut-through, it's actually potentially safer to have cars only exit on Linden Boulevard and not onto Ashford. We submit that the 19 was, I won't say excessive, but it was more than adequate at the time in 2000. In 1990, there have not been any issues. It's not been an issue raised by the community board over time. And we would submit at the 15 again.
So you're saying these things, but what's the data from them? Like, how do we know that
The data
they're...
is from the fact that I've been in touch with the community board for years, and they haven't raised any issues. I said, are there issues with parking? Are there issues with this, with that? They're thinking there, no one has said, they've said no, basically.
But I mean, for instance, have you gone to the site? Has someone gone to the site to see whether all the spaces?
I've been to the site.
Can I just
Yes.
make a suggestion? As I'm looking at the plan, especially the approachway from Cleveland Street, that driveway is 25 feet wide. Can you not provide parallel parking for
It's
3
72
spaces
feet.
there?
We could easily provide
Yep,
that. If the
and-
board, if that is something the board wants,
Okay.
there is already a gate there or a fence there.
Right.
We would be more than happy
Right.
to provide that.
Why don't you
which
do
would-
that, and that would bring you to your,
Will be one space.
What are you
available.
talking about?
this area?
Oh, but
You can do parallel parking, 3 of them here.
but there must have been a reason why the board kept that area open and unfenced.
No,
And,
No, it
and-
was fenced.
No, but open and not used for anything.
It just, at the time, again, I mean, I was there. It was not offered at the time, it had never been used, so the fact is that we had an in and out onto Ashford, and there was no reason to increase that space.
How do you get there? There's
You
no
would-
curb cut.
From Cleveland.
We'd have to ask for a curb cut.
Oh, I thought you had a curve cut on Cleveland.
Doesn't show one.
Not on, I don't think we have one on Cleveland, is there? I'm told there is a curb cut on
Yeah,
Cleveland.
because there's a gate there.
Yeah, there's a curb cut.
Oh. Hold on a second. It doesn't show on any of the drawings, that's why.
It doesn't show on the Cleveland side street.
No, it shows on none of the approved drawings.
Right, but there is also an existing curb cut on Ashford, which was not shown, which is not shown in the current plans for whatever reason.
Well, why isn't it shown on the current plans?
I don't know why it isn't shown in the current.
So, Mr. Becker, you know that you're the person who's in charge of this application,
Right.
right? It's not just that you receive the stuff and then you give it to
Right.
us, right? You have to look at it and you need to make
Right.
sure that it's all complete and that it's responsive.
Well, the fact-
And that it
I-
actually represents the site.
Well, the reason I didn't do it I didn't look to Cleveland Street because we were not using Cleveland Street as an access point. So it was, whether or not there was a curb cut there was not of concern since we were not using that for parking. The one on Ashford, since we can no longer have access to that if the board should grant this, again, it was considered
Sorry, but there is a curb cut on Ashford, right?
there.
Yes.
So then, and even though it goes nowhere because there's a building in
Right.
front of it,
There's a bus stop on Ashford, and then there was a curb cut.
so shouldn't the curb cut be eliminated?
We're happy to eliminate the
So you
curb
need
cut.
to eliminate it. Okay. Okay.
There is a gate that's separating the parking space behind 2228 from the rest of the parking space. Is there a particular reason for that? I'm just
No,
curious.
it can be removed. It was just put there.
Because if you do that, you have to use that to enter the facility.
Excuse me?
I mean.
Which one?
No, it's in the existing, this gate.
We can remove that gate.
Yeah, because I think you need to do that to be able to access that space.
Okay.
So the
I'm
proposal-
I'm told there is no, by the owner, there is no longer a curb cut on Ashford Street.
Oh.
So the plans are correct in that regard.
And this is the owner
Yes.
indicating this?
Yes.
There's no, let's get the owner. You have to come up here.
You have to be sworn in. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Please just state your name.
While he's doing that, I'm just asking the board members, there's a proposal suggested by Commissioner Shanda that 3 parallel spaces be provided from Cleveland with a new curb cut presumably, because it's not shown on the existing drawings, right? So that means it's driving the parking, I'm not exactly sure how this works, but, because as you know, I'm not a good parker, but you're driving up along through that point, and there's bollards that prevent you from going any further because there's perpendicular parking opposite that, and then you would be parking parallel, I guess, as opposed to head in, adjacent to the residential building. Does anybody have an issue with that? I mean, I don't really, so it's a new experience for that building because it's already got an adjacency. It's been living there with this area being empty for whatever reason. I mean, the board in the past used to require very large buffer areas. I don't know if this is related to the buffer area, because it doesn't say anything in the resolutions.
If you're asking me, it's not ideal, but it's no worse than what you have on the Ashford Street side. You have that same kind of parallel set of spaces. You're going to go in, when you go to park, you're going to be going forward, but inevitably, there's no place to turn around. You're going to have to back out.
Nice. Ah, good point.
So that's your complication.
Right. Right. Yeah, actually, the parking situation is quite weird, even in that area that used to connect to Ashford. I'm not even really sure how going through that fence, it's not really the number of spaces that are shown. Well, the striping is all off, right? You only fit 2 cars in that space, over there. You don't fit 6.
I stand corrected. Cleveland does not have a curb cut.
Right. No, it doesn't show it on the drawings.
No,
but it doesn't have it in reality.
I mistook the curb cut next to it, abutting the Bell residence as this project's curb cut, but this project also does not.
Right. So, I mean, the parking situation is quite weird on this site, and so.
I think the reason they were compartmentalized was that they were not necessarily probably being used for parking, they were used as storage areas and other things. This was the only parking area for customers or others. So that's probably why these gates were there. Now, if we are to consider these as parking spaces, a lot of these gates separating these parking spaces would go away, and that may ease up the flow of the circulation.
This gate?
Right. And the same thing.
You can't take this away because the parking is perpendicular and the other one is parallel, so you have to keep a gate there.
Right.
Okay, so what should happen is we'd see a plan with those proposed parking spaces so that we can look at it and look at the parking flow, but I'd have to say that who's ever doing the drawings isn't doing drawings that are based on like how things work, because they're showing 2 1/4 parking spaces up against on the Ashford side.
What was done is what you see, if you look again, going back to the original plans, when these were drawn before the paving. So the architect, Mr. Pospischel, looked at the lines that existed prior to, and this is where those lines were placed. So therefore, when you have where 15 and 14 in that quarter parking space that you're referring to, I believe, along the home closest to Ashford, That was a line that existed there, which he physically saw, and therefore he drew the line on the plans to reflect
That's
the
a
condition.
proposed drawing. I mean, he's drawing stuff that's nonsense. Why is
No,
he
it was
drawing nonsense?
existing and proposed. He could,
Existing and proposed. It's a
Right.
proposed plan to.
so he could take away, he could make that spot a 28-foot spot.
I'm going to just give an instruction. The architect who should listen to this videotape needs to do a drawing showing the parking laid out so that it actually works and that it's not nonsense, because right now, I'm looking at a plan that is nonsense,
Okay,
right? And so please don't speak. And so the spaces between the parking have to meet the requirements for a car and not be undersized. There has to be actual access to it, and we need to see how the cars get in and out. In that process, he can add, if you're willing to pay, if the client is willing to pay for it, or maybe if we require it, the curb cut from Cleveland Place. We want to look at whether that's a good idea, because we are concerned about the impact on the neighbor. And at the same time, I don't know what the fencing looks like that's right up adjacent, but if
It's clean fencing.
it's opaque?
It's opaque.
Okay, so it's opaque fencing.
What originally, just how the parking worked.
It
was
doesn't
that-
matter. It doesn't matter
Okay.
anymore. Let's move forward.
Fine.
Let's not talk about backwards.
We will show, it. With regard to those 3 spaces, if the board wants them, we will do it. If the board doesn't want them,
All right,
we
so we
won't do
need to
it.
see a drawing to see that this works, okay?
but as Commissioner Otley Brown said, you will have to back out of the driveway.
Well, you have to back out of all of this.
No.
Can I make a suggestion? I was just looking at this. You could probably still access this whole thing just by Linden. If you take those 3 parking spots that are parked perpendicular, and you make, instead of, eliminate those, and then you can replace that with 4 parallel parking spaces. So the access would be off Linden, and all the parking would be off
But then
that, and
you-
you could have 4. So you will be shy of 1 parking spaces. Instead of 19, you'll get 18 parking spaces.
What? But you're losing 3 to get 4.
No, because if you remove this gate here, you can get 4 here, and if you extend, so that will get you 4 parking spaces here. And this can also become another parallel parking. So 4 and 4, 8, another 4, and then whatever is remaining here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm just, no, here, I'm
You're
just.
not going to squash another parallel behind that building, though. 'cause
This one
that's
here,
60
because
feet. That's
that's-
3 20-foot stalls. That's all you're going to get there.
No,
You have
I
only
think.
60 feet to
I think
play with.
what she's, we have a 100-foot dimension on the southern side of the lot that goes from Ashford
Approved, if you look at the previously
to the
approved.
corner, so we can add a 3rd spot be adjacent
How do you
to.
drive in between all this?
You have about 75 feet clear of the building. You're not going to fit the 4th
No, you'll have
spot.
3 spots.
You'll have 3.
In other words, you can add a spot adjacent to 15. You can add 1 more spot there. If we take away, if we alter 1, 2, and 3 and put 1, 2, 3, 4, you can get 4 spots.
So
along.
here's the thing, I don't like designing in the air with our fingers. That's why there are architects
We will-
who have
right, we
measurements
will
and
do that.
scales and all that stuff. So the architect needs to do a drawing that shows believable side spaces that are 18 feet wide by, 18 feet long by 8 feet wide, and maneuverability, okay? And let's see how it goes, okay?
Fine.
To squash in a lot of spaces. Let's see how it goes,
Fine,
okay?
that we can do.
All right.
I understand everyone's concerns. We will rejigger this so that it makes sense and fits into the.
Okay, but the other thing is, if it's a reduction in the number of parking spaces from 19 to whatever is less than that, you have to do more than say, I asked the community board, and the community board
Let's-
said it was
let's-
fine.
Let me see what without playing with the numbers now, let's see where the numbers work.
Okay, but to save time, because I don't want to see how the numbers work, and then you come back and there's only 14 spaces, and then we say, what about the missing 5? So the owner's here, right? So I'm going to ask the owner, because I need to ask the owner. Sir, would you please, starting now, until you come back to us, right? Every day, you're going to go outside to you work at the site? Yes?
I go there often.
You go there often. So every time, either you can ask an employee who's there also. So ask every single day, someone at 11 in the morning. When are the busiest times of the day there?
It's about...
State your name, please.
My name is Solomon Galchi.
Okay.
The busiest time would be like about 11 to 3 o'clock.
11 to 2, okay. Between 11 and 2, have somebody say, go out at, what, 11:30, and again at 1:30, every day, and count the number of cars that are parked in your lot, okay? That's all they have to do. 2 times a day, 11:30 and 1:30, count the number of cars in the lot, okay? Every day between tomorrow and when you come back here. And you're going to write this down, and every week send the data to Mr. Becker, who will forward the data to us by the submission date, and then you'll have some more information that he didn't forward to us, okay?
This is something
Yes.
that there is plenty of parking on Linden Boulevard in front of the building, and also when you go to Cleveland, there is always parking during the day, because most neighbors, they go out in the morning and they come back after 5 o'clock, which all the businesses, most of them are closed. So there is no problem, as far as I know, up to now, there is no problem for parking.
So
in that
according to
area.
that, you'll have an empty parking lot, because people
We
like to
have a
park
lot
on the
of
street.
empty
But if
space.
it's not empty, then we know that there is not as much parking as you think there is, right?
Fine.
Okay.
Done.
Okay, good. Are we all good at that? Okay, so let's put this on for...
We are getting, the board has been very gracious to us and we appreciate the time and effort put in by the staff and by the commissioners. We are getting slammed with ECB fines, et cetera. Anything that can be done sooner rather than later.
So, Mr. Becker, your materials were submitted late,
We will submit them timely,
and it was incomplete, right?
right?
So, if you actually want to accomplish something, you need to do this properly. So, all the submissions, all the responses, all the work, right? So, I don't
can-
know what, I don't know.
I can have the revised plans with all of the items, the lighting, the barbed wire removed, the new photographs, one question, the parking stripes. Don't put them down.
No,
I would not put them
obviously.
in yet.
Right.
Right. But I can get you all new plans and for the lease and further discussion, et cetera, within 2 weeks.
Yeah, but we want a little, let's see. I don't know.
think the
what we
community,
have
the community
available.
board, the community board is meeting at the last week of October, so we could be here.
Last week of October.
We could be here for the first week of November if possible.
November 8th is 26th. November 20th is 28th.
No, December, whatever that is.
December 4th is 18th.
December 4th.
But is,
December 4th.
Madam Chair, do you want proof that the ECB fines have been paid?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Oh, yeah.
You just said you had ECB fines.
So there's still outstanding ECB.
well, there's only one. We have upcoming hearings.
Okay,
But
so, so when's the hearing for the ECB?
we have one October 22nd.
Okay, so you'll know whether you have to pay the fine or you made a good excuse.
They don't
Right.
make excuses.
Yeah, they do sometimes.
Hmm.
All right, so that means you're
Is there-
required to pay the
okay,
fine.
So what day did you want the hearing?
December 4th, submission
December
November
4th is not, I will be out of the country for the first time in years. I would beg for the 20th of November.
There are too many cases we can't.
This hopefully should not be, I
There are
will
too
get
many
them in.
cases we can't handle it. December 11th.
December 11th, we can do.
December 11th.
All right, is there an outside chance that if everything is acceptable, the board might consider a close on that day?
They, I don't know. It's possible. Always possible. Okay, it is possible, but
So
I
the-
can't
the
say.
the earlier November date had not as many cases, I thought, the first November.
December.
No, I'm saying you
We
mentioned.
don't have any room in
It's not
November. We're
happening
not
for
offering in November. December 4th or
The
December
11th, it has to
11th.
be the 11th.
Okay, that's the submission date of November 21st.
Okey dokey. All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Dismission, thank you.
Thank you.
New cases, item number 1, 2017-306BZ, 1977 East 14th Street. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Here.
Good evening. Lyra Altman from the Office of Lyra Altman. I will make this as quick as humanly possible. We had somebody attend your executive session yesterday. I watched your tape as well. With respect to the retention of the existing materials and the joists, these sections actually do show that the joists on the second floor and the attic will be raised. If you look at the proposed plans.
No, the way that it does it, so that's why I thought the demo drawings were really good, the sample, where it says with the and actually you've worked with a couple of architects who explain the mechanics of what they're going to do.
I have more I'm going to give you on that.
Oh, okay, I'm so sorry, okay.
But you're right. We're going to add that to the demo drawings as well, which is something you've requested. We're also going to provide the letter, which is something you've asked for in the past, explaining the mechanics. We're gladly going to provide that to you.
Okay.
I will also have notes added to the floor plans where it's being raised. So what we're going to do is, right now the sections show it accurately. We'll have a note added to the floor plans where it's being raised. We will have the demo plans have it noted as well, and we will give the letter showing the mechanics of how it's going to be done.
Okay, so the letter part should be
Yes.
on drawings.
We'll make sure
So
to
in
do
other
that.
words, don't do it on a letter, do it on a drawing, so it becomes
Be glad
part of
to.
the package, okay?
No problem.
Okay, great.
Okay. With regard to the standard note, we will of course add that as well. With respect to the rear yard and the front yard extensions, there was a question as to what justifies these, and I think this might have been missed with all of the cases that are on today. There was a BSA approval under calendar number 2016-4181BZ for the house immediately to the right. That house was approved with a 10-foot front yard, exactly what is being proposed here. That house was approved with a 23-foot, 2 3/4-inch rear yard. We are proposing a 23-foot, 3-inch rear yard. We actually did take the adjacent building into account, use that as our inspiration for this house.
Okay, but if we were to look at that figure ground drawing of the other house, the one that was previously approved, it backs up against what I believe is an institutional building.
Correct, with a
that
5-foot
has no
rear yard, I
rear
believe.
yard,
I think
right?
5 feet.
So then that one is crowding against a building that's already got no rear yard. In this case, you've got, yes, it's true, a 23-foot rear yard of some type. We don't know how tall, because it doesn't say it on the drawing.
I can tell you that it is 2 stories on that, just as ours is.
Okay, so that's the thing that's missing from the analysis, and I'm just begging you, please, on all of your applications where there's a rear yard waiver request, and now I'm at the point of begging, indicate the heights of the buildings that are extending into the required rear yard, okay? The heights and or the number of stories if you can't get the heights. So, and in this case, so you only have the building on one side with a 23-foot rear yard, and the buildings behind and adjacent on the other sides, all with complying rear yards. So how do you make the argument that this one is in the same situation as the one that was previously approved that backs right up against a no rear yard house?
Well, we've been told and passed by this board that we should look at the character of the community. We've looked at a number of houses on the block. We've shown you the houses on the block that all have smaller rear yards. We were told we should look at the immediate neighbors. That was mentioned yesterday. Now we're showing an immediate neighbor, and we are matching that neighbor identically. We used them for inspiration, figuring that that would be a very fair comparison, and we are just keeping in line with them. We are not reducing any further than what they have provided. And we happen to be, this is a rare situation where we have the immediately adjacent neighbor had a BSA approval granted January 30th of this year.
Yes, but again, you're not hearing the whole thing, which I've said so many times. I feel like a broken record. You don't just look at one house, you look at the adjacencies of the others, and you're surrounded otherwise by complying rear yards. So how do you address those? So that's where you say, okay, maybe I can have a 1-story at 20 feet, and because there's also garages, right?
Correct.
1 story at 20 feet, and the second story, I pull back to a place which is respectful of not just the neighbor who got the waiver, but the other neighbors, it's not the only neighbor, right? So, and this is
Understood.
the architect here?
Unfortunately, he had a personal problem, so he
Okay.
could not be
So-
here
so
today.
these
As you
again
know,
are the-
he's always at hearings with me.
These are the conversations I want always to have with the architects, because we're looking for buildings that are respectful of the immediate neighbors, and I don't want to see any more applications for rear yard incursions where we're not having that discussion in the initial submission. You get notice of comments, like the notice of comments here were in March, your response was in August. Plenty of time and awareness about how the board operates to have anticipated these questions. And that's your job, to anticipate the questions. After hearing this so many times at so many hearings, I'm just begging you, please do this.
We do understand what you're saying, but there was rationale on this. I know sometimes you say there was nothing around. We looked at the immediately adjacent approval, and we thought that was a very fair thing to look at as a inspiration, and you've always said, look at what's around you and take from that. That is exactly what we did here.
Okay, but really look around, okay. Front yard extension. So the front yard extension, though you said it was done, you didn't make an argument about the front yard extension, so you need to, right?
The front yard extension, again, we're looking to match immediately what is on the right of our home, which was just approved by the BSA
Right,
January 30th, similarly
Okay,
to
but
that.
you didn't, I don't believe you said that in your papers.
I'll make sure to add that to the papers.
All right, other than that, I don't know what to say about the rear yard, because there needs to be some adjustment to how far it comes into the rear yard, right?
We've heard your comments. We will discuss it
All
internally.
right. Are there any speakers on this? No. So again, we're in December.
Understood. I don't like it either, but I will, I won't argue. I understand you have full calendar in November.
December 4th, submission date November 14th.
December 4th, 11/14, you said?
This is number 19 on
Oh,
December.
okay.
I just want to make sure that I have the dates right. You said 11/14, 12/4?
Yeah.
We should leave a little bit of room on these.
Sure.
other calendars, right? Okay.
Thank you.
Item number 2, 2018-46BZ, 2205 East 2nd Street, Brooklyn. Raise your right hand. You affirm to tell the truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions.
Good evening again. Still Lear Altman from the Office of Lear J. Altman. Once again, we had somebody attend your executive session. We also watched the tape last night. Regarding the demolition and the proposed plans needing to indicate the joists, once again, we'll do exactly what we were suggesting before. We will make sure that it is on the demo plans. We'll make sure that it's on the floor plans. The sections are already accurate, and we will have a letter added into the plans with the mechanics. I'm going to make a note, letter in plan. With respect to the depth of the adjacent front yard, the proposal actually does comply. We are increasing the front yard on the first floor. On the second floor, we're not changing the front yard, we're maintaining that front wall.
Right, but so, I thought you were removing there's an
No.
existing front portion.
On the first floor, we are, you're absolutely accurate. On the second floor, we're actually maintaining an existing legal wall.
Oh.
So we're not proposing to change the front yard at all. I assume you're not asking us to take that wall down.
No, I understood that you were
If you look at, I think it's
moving forward on your,
No, I think it's C or D. I'll show you where it's shown. If you look at the proposed plans, page,
And it's 12 foot,
page B.
12 foot.
12 foot,
It's 12 foot 8. 12 foot 8.
Do you see page B of the proposed plans? You will see that the front wall is being
Page
maintained.
B?
Yeah, at the end of the proposed plans, this architect has been adding the demo plans and lot coverage calculations, and he's been labeling them A, B, C, or D.
Oh, so it's
So
later.
if you look at the very end of the proposed plans, it goes A and then B.
Okay, got it.
You see that? The bottom right drawing is the proposed second floor, the bottom left drawing is the existing second floor. And obviously, the left side is the front of the building, the right side is the rear of the building where it's extending back.
Wait, that we're not matching what you're doing. I think it's C.
Yeah, it's C.
Did he, hold on, I may be looking at the older set. Did I pull up the older set by accident? I apologize, I pulled up the older set.
Okay.
You are correct. So
So
if
the
you,
building is 28, and then there's this front yard extension that's a proposed enlargement, right?
I'm not sure what
No.
page you're looking at.
Don't look at that one, look at floor plan.
If you look at C, if you see the first floor, we're taking down the front of the building.
Hold on a second, it's easier if we look at a regular floor plan. Yeah, there, okay. So the first floor is shown at 12 feet setback, and I believe there was a front yard extension that's being removed.
That's correct, it's currently at 5 feet and change.
Right, okay, so that's bringing it back to 12 feet.
Correct.
So arguably reducing the degree of noncompliance.
Agreed.
Okay. Then the second floor is also shown at 12 feet.
12 feet 8.
12, 8 and a half.
12, 8 and a half.
And it is still 12, 8 and a half. If you look at the top of the plan on page P4, I believe that's what you're looking at?
Yeah.
It shows it as 12, 8 and a half on the top of the plan. If you look at the bottom, there are approximately 8 inches worth of architectural fenestrations being added to the front of the building, but you can see the existing wall is remaining.
Oh, so that's an existing wall?
That front wall is an existing wall, and I could see the shading maybe a little funny. I'll have that fixed on P4 to clarify, but that front wall is remaining.
Okay.
I'll have P4 cleaned up in the front.
So you're not proposing to modify the front wall?
No, we are not.
At all? Okay.
No, we are not. But I will have P4 cleaned up with respect to shading.
Okay.
Might make it a little more clear. Again, with the standard note, we will be glad to add it. There was a question regarding the building height at the rear and it exceeding 35 feet. The building does not exceed 35 feet at any point. It is 34 feet 11 inches at the highest point.
So when you look at the way the dimension line works, and I did this on the, on a PDF, you can draw a little line to make sure it's all.
Right, I
lined
actually
up.
used a ruler to double check it
Yeah.
myself.
So when I look at the elevation, not the front elevation, the side elevation, and I look at the dimension of 35, it's measuring to the low roof, not the high roof.
Yeah.
It should, there may be an error in where the dimension is, because when I checked it, I definitely came to 3411, matching it all the way across to the tallest portion, and I confirmed that with Sal's office this morning. So we will just double check all dimension lines.
This comment, and then I draw a line. So, yeah, so that's why my question
Okay.
was, it seemed as if it was an exceedance, and dormers are permitted obstructions, maybe he's doing a dormer, but I
No,
couldn't
we'll have
tell.
it, we'll have it
Okay.
fixed. It may just be an error with one of the height lines. I double-checked them this morning. The ones that I checked were all accurate. Maybe I missed one.
Okay. And then the last one is.
Perimeter wall height, we'll have
Yeah.
those added to P15. Of course, I've already spoken to him, he's already working on that.
Okay, perfect. Good. All right, this one doesn't have much to do. Are there any speakers on this? All right. I don't know if there's any space on anything.
Can we carry this with the other one, since this one looks like
Yeah, we
it's...
can. It's just this one, there's nothing to.
I mean, if we can get it earlier, we'd
do.
love to.
I just was wondering whether, do we have any?
I'll take it earlier.
Adjournments yet that are known?
So the adjournments for next week would have been yesterday, the submission date was yesterday,
Yeah.
For next week.
but for October 11th.
I was going to say,
That's too much,
Yes,
not enough
yes,
time,
not enough
maybe.
time.
October 11th, oh, we can get it in within a
They
week.
could probably do it,
yes,
but
Sal-
I don't know if we know what the adjournments are.
If you can, we can.
I didn't look. We didn't have enough time between.
The other one, I would say we
This
could.
is unusual with a Wednesday.
I know.
Well, we have the Bobov, right? Isn't that adjourned?
The other one, we certainly couldn't have gotten on for this one. This
Yeah, we
one
only
could.
need one
Only need one
adjournment.
Yeah, we have actually,
We have one adjournment.
One of them.
Okay, we have one, we
All
have
right.
some more.
All right, I'll take it.
Okay.
What date are we
This
looking
case
for?
is adjourned.
Doesn't matter what date it is, I'll take it if it's earlier than
It's
December.
October 11, and you just need to get this thing in immediately. So by
ASAP.
Monday. Monday, close of business.
What's Monday, 9/29?
And that's like government business, it's expired.
Not the time I end working at 3 a.m. Poor Jella gets emails from me at 2 o'clock in the morning all the time.
Okay, that's good? You can do that?
Great.
I know you're volunteering for somebody else, but I'm sure.
I already spoke with Sal, he's ready to move. And I will tell you, he's already made some of the changes. When I spoke to him this morning, he was already making the changes.
Thank
Okay.
you.
And the standard note on the drawings, right? Okay, good.
You already said that, of course we'll have that.
Okay.
Okay, item number 3, 2018-49BZ, 1919 East Fifth Street, Brooklyn. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you, no. So
help you.
Testimony before the board to respond honestly to board member questions.
I didn't think there was another option, of course.
Oh, says help me God, it should be not denominational. I'm sorry. Thank you.
No, just repeating the number.
Okay, once again, Lyra Altman, from the Law Office of Lyra Altman. Again, we had somebody attend your executive session. I watched your session tape last night as well. With the standard note, let's just start from the bottom on this one. We will, of course, add the standard note. With respect to the greenhouse note, we'll be glad to add that as well. With respect to the retention of the existing joists, once again, we will make sure the sections I double-checked, they do accurately show it. We will again have the information added to the floor plans, to the demo plans, and have a letter added, and I'm going to make a note here as well, the letter on plan.
Okay.
Okay, and there was some discussion yesterday with respect to the zoning analysis. The zoning analysis, we've started double-checking it. We see there was an error in the rear yard. It should have been referencing section 23-544.
Correct.
So we have already actually had that corrected. I have that in my file right now. The reason they referenced 23-631 is if you look at it, it talks about where you measure the heights off of. They took it there. I had them change it to 23-544. But it wasn't completely inaccurate number. It was just to make the board more comfortable. We moved it. With respect to the lot coverage and the open space, it is governed by yards. There was also an error in the calculation, which showed that they previously were non-compliant. They are not non-compliant, so we are going to have that corrected as well.
And then I just want to make sure you understand this issue about the greenhouse, which doesn't come up that often.
We fully understand the issue, and we are more than happy to defer to Department of Buildings on their decision.
It's a pretty weird, we had a big debate about what in the world does the zoning resolution want us to do here? So as a result, we're not going to be able to decide whether, that extension is permitted. But the other thing, I think, in our discussion was also whether the special district regulations, or I say the R2X in the Special Ocean Parkway District,
right,
contradict each other.
Not really, because we're not in the Special Ocean Parkway sub-district. Remember that?
Right. Oh, we're not in the
Special Ocean
sub-district.
Parkway sub-district is what substitutes regulations. The Special Ocean Parkway District is only really important when you're on Ocean Parkway or when you're a community facility.
No, but let me finish what I was saying. So the non-special district,
right?
Just this plain old Special Ocean Parkway District as opposed to the sub-district, says you have to have a 30-foot rear yard. That's what it says. It actually says that. It doesn't say you can have a 20-foot rear yard. So we're talking about 1919 East Fifth, right?
Okay, which section says that? Because I don't recall
Which is
seeing
an
that.
R2X in the Special Ocean Parkway District.
Yes.
So in the district itself, you're required to have a 30-foot rear yard. So there you are, reading along in that section of the zoning resolution. Then you go back to section, whatever I just said here, 23-544.
Right.
Which now you're in Article 2. And you're reading along, and you do a Google search to see, well, I'm in an R2X, not a Google search, a word search. I'm in an R2X. What should I do in R2Xs? And you show up, you come to 23-544 that says you can have, you can extend the residential building into the required rear yard. So the way I read it, but I don't know if that's how DOB reads it, is they're sort of treating it like a permitted obstruction in the rear yard. So it's not a contradictory rear yard.
Right. For the record, this is a zoning text I have in front of me.
Yeah. So arguably, it's not a contradictory provision because it says
Right.
you're required to have a 30-foot rear yard, but we'll let you extend into the required yard, therefore. But I don't know if that's how DOB interprets it.
I'm trying to see where it says a 30-foot rear yard in the Special Ocean Parkway District, because I don't recall seeing that, and I've read through this a number of times, as recently as last night. And I don't see...
We'll find it because we did find it, so.
Okay, I would love to see it, because the special bulk regulations for the Special Ocean Parkway District, they have some for community facilities, they have special front yard regulations, of course, there's the parking and off-street loading regulations, and then there's special landscaping regulations, but really everything applies for either community facilities or buildings located on Ocean Parkway, and we are, of course, none of the above. And I just took a quick scan through, and I still don't see that.
Just going to the general and the front yard?
The sub-district does have specific
No,
regulations.
no question. Sub-district tells you 20 feet, super clear.
Absolutely, no
But,
question.
But anyway, so that's a little bit of the debate we had. I personally thought, and I think we ultimately agreed, that the 23,544 is okay, allowing you to extend into the required
Yes.
30-foot rear yard, as opposed to saying you get a 20-foot rear yard, which is a
I
different thing.
I don't disagree with you on the language.
Okay, so this is important because we don't have an objection from DOB about the rear yards.
Correct.
So as a result, we're not waiving rear yards.
Understood.
So you're relying totally on 2354, working in concert with whatever section it is in the special district.
Understood.
Hence.
We're very comfortable with that. We've done it before.
Right, and that's the reason why you're already allowed a 10-foot extension into your required rear yard. Therefore, the idea of being allowed to have another extension into the yard of a greenhouse seems like that wasn't what was intended to be allowed. You already got there, and then you're doing it again. That's why we don't want to opine on.
Understood. I know it's something that's been done by DOB before.
Okay.
Which is why we're very comfortable relying on DOB for that.
Okay.
Oh, and it's 113-544. It says minimum required.
113-544.
But it says one rear yard with a depth of not less than 20 feet shall be provided on any.
That's the sub-district.
That's the sub-district.
They're in the sub-district with
No,
544.
So that's not it either.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, if you could search rear yard, but in the meantime.
Yeah,
we're just
if
gonna
you'd let
finish
me know a section, I don't see it. Again, we're all human, so I'm not going to say it's not there, but I don't recall
It is in
seeing
the
it.
sub-district, that's correct.
Yeah, in the sub-district, it definitely says something, that
Yeah,
I,
it's not in the sub-district. So the other question that I had was the attic floor, this goes back to the 50% retention, right? When you
Absolutely.
look at the attic floor drawing, it acts as if there's no, this idea of floor area spilling out the sidewalls. The floor area is spilling out the sidewalls because the way it's drawn is there's a wall to back, and 3 partial walls, and those are the walls of the existing building. So that means when you're calculating what's the existing perimeter wall, you are calculating not an entire floor. And there is a place at which the floor gets contained, right?
right, I'm going to show you.
Even understanding that, how a building drawing works, there's a section taken typically at 4.5 feet off the ground, off the floor level. And that's where your walls are.
Understood. And again, Sal and I had a lovely conversation about this morning.
Okay.
And what I'll show you, I'm going to try to hold these up together. E5 and B, just in case you want to follow in yours, as opposed to what I'm holding up here. What you will see, let me see if I can hold this in better. I'm holding this in the best way possible. It appears to be the best way. Okay, what you see, this is the rear wall, right here. This wall is here, this wall is here, and this wall is here. The remainder of the walls are actually somewhat interior, because really what's enclosing them is the roof. These are the dormers. There are effectively 4 dormers on this building, just the way it's designed. The existing building, not the proposed building, of course. So he took any of the walls that are existing exterior walls and he counted them. But these walls are effectively interior walls because they're under the sloping roof. There are no exterior walls to this building in these locations, if you look. And that was why the decision was made to do that. And it's something that a lot of architects have been struggling with because we're not supposed to count the interior walls. We've been told that repeatedly. We respect that. We're not counting interior walls as what's existing or what's proposed. We ignore those for all intents and purposes. How do you include, does it matter whether the wall is here or whether the wall is here? It's under the roof. The roof is what's enclosing it. It's not an exterior wall. So all exterior walls of the dormers were included. This is an unusual case where the second floor is effectively like an attic.
Yeah.
Typically, the attic is the one that has dormers. Here it happens to be the second floor. Just as an unusual case. But it's
Okay.
something that your board has seen many times because you can't count interior walls.
Right, but typically, we don't include the attic in the floor area calculations because oftentimes it's just storage and can't even stand around it.
I'll say sometimes. I definitely have
Yeah.
had a number of cases where we've brought in attics that already had something in it.
So then I don't remember seeing attics where the walls are flying in space like that.
It may just be the way it's being shown here, but it's very common that it's been shown this way because we can't, it's been very common that we include just those walls because you can't include roof area as a wall.
Right, or maybe you can, I'm just not sure. So, because I can't get my head around how to do this right now after all these hours.
You mean you've had a
let's-
long day?
Yeah. Let's just, okay with this one this time, but I'm reserving the right to, for the next case, and in advance of the next case, clarify what in the world we do with these strange attic situations where the section, everybody knows, you take a section at 4.5 feet, and then it hits walls, and that's what holds your floor area inside, and this thing isn't holding your floor area inside. But I do understand in this case, we're also struggling with the perimeter wall subject, and where is the perimeter wall relative to a sloping attic? So I understand the conflict, so more to follow on that, okay.
Understood.
We're working on something to clarify instructions on these 622s.
Great. If they're, we
yeah.
can follow rules as long as you provide them.
Yeah, I know that. And that Commissioner Otley Brown will say here, so. Okay, good. So then, other than the notes on the drawing, I don't think there were any other issues with this, right?
No, pretty, I think pretty
Pretty much.
straightforward on this one.
Yes, okay. So then we could, maybe, we have 2 objections. This is also Sal? Or somebody else? Okay.
Sal really wanted to be here today. He had all 3
No,
cases
no,
on.
no, but if it's Sal, then we know
It
that
is Sal.
Sal can, has
It is Sal.
submitted, okay.
All 3 of these were him today. He would have liked to have been here for this.
Okay. So, yeah, we can
Next
put it
week?
on
Which
for
one? I mean, on the 11th?
October 11, same schedule, and submit by close of
Monday,
business
close of
Monday. I hope you guys.
What is Monday's date, just so I make sure? It's 10/1?
October 1st.
Okay, I just want to make sure I have it down correct. I have faith in Sal. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 4, 2016-4465 BZ, 129 Anderson Street, Staten Island. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Thank you. Yeah, this one. Where?
It's for like the neighbors. We got neighbors here.
Good evening, Todd Dale.
No, when he finishes. Okay.
Good evening, Todd Dale for the applicant. Attended review session, thought it was very clear, all the issues that were raised. I'll just quickly respond to them now. The first thing I'll just note for the board is that there is going to be a new project architect retained for this. So in conjunction with that, we'll revise the plans and review some of the design decisions. With respect to the boundaries, we agree we'll get some clarification on that. There's a discrepancy between the tax map and the other. In my experience for these types of lots in Staten Island, it's the tax map that is in error, but we'll get clarification, review the deed, submit the deed.
Well, we're not going to decide where the contours are. That's between
Us and
your
the title company.
client, the title company, whoever they want to sue or not sue.
We will
Tell us
present,
what it is.
we will present information that substantiates the boundaries that we present on the drawings. How's that? With respect to reviewing the title company, and if there's an issue with the tax map, we'll get clarification as far as that. Along with that, we'll provide single and separate information regarding adjoining lots. We will take a look, just quickly with respect to the statement of facts. There was a typo with including the word manufacturing. We'll remove that. In addition, we'll bolster the statement of facts regarding uniqueness. I know that the lot does appear unique looking at the radius, but we'll include it as actually a written finding. With respect to design issues, the parking, the flood elevation, the street trees, and the buffer to the adjacent park, we'll address all of those. And more notably, we'll review the suggestion that was made exploring one-family versus two-family, because a one-family design obviously would take care of the parking issue, theoretically take care of the parking issue. So we'll either revise to explore the one-family, or should two-family, will provide additional substantiation for that. I think those are the core.
And also the floor area increase. What's
Sure.
the reason for a floor area increase?
Yes. I think those were the key issues that went over. I think it's clear marching orders. I think it's all things that we should be able to respond to. It will take a little bit of time.
Okay, and then obviously one of them was about parking, and not just the number of spaces, but how in the world do you get to those spaces,
No,
right?
understood. And how's this? With a one-family design, I think that much of it would be solved.
Yes.
If not, then there will need to be a little bit more creativity as far as that, and we agree. Oh, and also to that respect, I know the curb cut's shown, but it's not necessarily clear respect to other curb cuts there. We'll get a little bit more information to substantiate the legality of the curb cut. As I recall, there are no curb cuts along Anderson on that whole side. So I don't think it'll be any issues with conflicts with other existing curb cuts on.
Is it far enough away from the intersection? We don't know because it's not dimensioned.
Exactly. We'll make sure.
And then the drawings need to be in an NAVD 88 elevation, right? It needs to say it.
I'm sorry.
NAVD 88, that's just the new law of the land, but unfortunately, there are a lot of architects that didn't get the memo, which is really impossible to
We will make sure
imagine,
the new
but-
project architect does that, if not already planning that. How's that? So,
Yes.
But with respect to that too, I think it was an interesting point that was raised as to why the building was raised when we explore that with the property owner, the new property or the new project architect would take a look at that, but maybe that then would reduce the height of the building, even though it is compliant.
Right, it's just curious, why is it raised?
That's a fair.
And I always wonder that because now you don't have handicapped accessibility to the first unit, so why not? Like, why did you do that? You know?
Nope, I think those are all fair questions that were raised. And as I said, I wish all my cases had clear answers like this, so we'll address those.
Okay, great.
We can be flexible with schedule, I understand, based on the last series of applicants, December date seemed to be reasonable. Based on these information, because there is going to be a new project architect.
Maybe January.
I was going to say late December. I don't know what hearing.
There isn't anything later than December 11th.
So it's December 11th, and what's the first hearing in January?
January 9th.
Hardly any difference.
So submission November 21st or December 19th.
If we did January, and I know what your answer is going to be, but I need to ask it on the record, is there a possibility of a close?
There's always a possibility.
I just like to hear it.
Okay, but I think, given what we know about this area, that your biggest problem is going to be resolving the meets and bounds of this lot. So the more time for you, the better, right? Because the surveyor was kind of like, I'm not taking responsibility for this, so who is?
They never do.
Right, so they won't. The title company better because they're
Sure.
supposedly insuring title, but maybe they're like, you know what? We insured, here's your $1,000, I guess we made a mistake.
We may have that information already with the original title report. If not, our office has good relationships with multiple title companies down line. We're used to dealing with these odd lots that come with our GCL applications. So, what was the submission date for January 9th?
December
8th. No, December 19th.
Sorry, January 8th, December 19th.
So January 8th?
Yeah, we have a speaker.
Sorry, yes.
December 19th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a speaker, at least one.
Yeah, please, sir. Please state your name for the record and and state your name. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is Alfred Albero. I live at 139 Clifton Avenue with my 90-year-old mom and sister. And the property is adjacent to 129 Anderson Street.
Okay.
Okay. Please do not grant the variances. My objection are, number one, the community board, number one, there are 35 members. All 35 were in favor of disapproving all these variances. and they made a motion. The motion was made to deny due to numerous and voluminous variances requests, and the motion was seconded. Number two, lot number 79 is too small to place a two-story, two-family dwelling on. There will not be 5 feet between property line and the buildings. My mother's property is lower than 129 Anderson Street. So that means they will have to build a retaining wall, a 100-foot long retaining wall, to hold back any construction debris that falls on, to prevent falling onto my mother's property.
So your property is lower than the
Yes.
adjacent. Do you know by how much?
I would say approximately 4 foot.
That's all.
That going?
Yeah.
Okay. Next, it will permit transients to move in. Houses like this one in my community usually are rented for a short period of time, and once they become abused by their occupants, they rarely are able to remain occupied and are vacant for long periods of time. No one wants to live in a rundown apartment or house. Next point, it will seriously lower the value of my mom's house and the other houses on the block in the community. Next, my mom's 90 years old. She has dementia. She gets calm by looking out her windows on the second floor and watching the school children and their parents walk by. This dwelling will block 2 of her main views. Her health prevents her from sitting outside alone. Please do not grant the variances that are requested for this empty lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm looking at Google Maps and I don't, maybe there's, but there probably was a house on this site a long time ago or some kind of construction on this house.
Mr. Chair, if I,
Yeah.
I'm 66 years old, so way before me, like maybe 70, 80 years before, Clifton area went straight, and Anderson Street was extended from Clifton. There used to be a house next to my mom's house, which they got up and moved and made the street continue through.
Right. The reason that I'm saying it is there's kind of a little hill on the site.
Yes.
And usually what happens is when they demolish or remove a house, then they fill in the cellar with fill, right? And then the grass grows over it, and so you get like a little hillock. So I think actually you won't need a retaining wall. If I'm just looking at the way the site is, it looks pretty flat. It's just that when the developer comes, when the builder comes, they'll flatten the site and they'll excavate for a cellar.
That'll be, won't it be lower than the grade of the street?
Yeah, so it looks to me like, but you've got a little hillock of fill because the sidewalk is pretty much at the same level adjacent, right? And when I look at the fence at your mom's house,
yes,
I don't see a big jump between the edge of the fence. It's more like there's the fence and then it starts to build this little hill. That's what makes me feel like it was just a hole that they filled in and then the grass grew on top and all of that. So I don't really think it's a retaining wall issue. Okay.
Yeah, as I'm looking at the elevation on the survey.
Speak louder.
As I'm looking at the elevation listed on the survey, the high point of the sidewalk at the corner of Anderson and Clifton is 32.1, and the property within it, it's 31.2. So it's a flat.
Yeah,
it's almost a flat. Same thing from the sidewalk along Anderson, it's 31.2, and then within the property, it's 30 feet, so it's pretty flat.
Right. So I just want to, just because you came all this way, and I know you waited for a while. So the whole idea of what we're doing here, it's a variance. The whole idea is that when a person owns a piece of property and government restrictions are such that it prevents the owner from using their property, they have a right to use their property. When government restrictions prevent that, that's when they're entitled to come to us to ask for a waiver of those restrictions. And in a situation like this where the property is this long triangle, it's impossible to use it because the zoning restrictions would only allow you to build, I forget, a 5-foot wide structure, is that what it was? So the kinds of waivers that they ask for are to not have to have side yards as much as what's required. But the proposal here, which is what we're trying to clear up, is we can't tell where the property line is. So the proposal is either to provide a pretty reasonable side yard or to provide none, depending on where the property line is, right? So that's why we need to clear this up, yeah. So, because one way they're relying on the side yard of your property, which isn't what is okay, or they have clearance on their own property to provide some amount of distance from your house to their house, right? Which is what we're going to be looking at. At the moment, what's the distance between the house and the proposed? That's between the house and the as-of-right. That's the as-of-right.
Proposed is 6.9.
Yeah. So it's 6.5 feet between your house and the adjoining, and the new house, right? That's what's being proposed now. We don't know what the...
Mr. Chair, but the ruling now is 5 feet between the property line and the building, right?
What they're proposing, well, we don't know, the point is, we don't know where the property line is.
Yeah,
That seems
yeah,
to be a dispute, right? So we can't say what the distance is from the property line. What we're seeing now in the proposal is about 6.5 feet between your mom's house and the proposed house. But again, because we don't know where the property line is, we don't know what the right number will be. But we are very aware of the need to keep a reasonable distance between the houses. And there are yard requirements in this area where a house that doesn't come to us is required, what's the rule on side yards? As of right, 8-foot minimum side yards in this area. So this would be somewhat less than, the way it's proposed now, it's 1.5 feet less than what's required.
Mr. Chair, for what it's worth, what worries me that on the south side of the property, it's 22 feet, and on the north side of the property by the playground is 8 feet. So I just wonder, how much of a house can they build?
Well, that's the thing. They're building a long, narrow house, but they can't build anything at all without a waiver from us.
We have like 2 or 3 other houses, like the one that's proposed, and they've been empty because nobody wants to move into them.
Well, that's a different discussion, but we're not in control of what a property owner does with their
reach
house.
for straws.
Yeah. Okay. We hear you. Okay. Thank you very much.
That's it. All right, thank you very much. And how will I know what the current?
I'll explain when Mr. Dale comes back on. I'll explain to you what's happening. Okay, thank you very much for coming, sir. Are there any other speakers? There's another gentleman here? Okay. Okay. So what was the schedule? We said January
8th hearing and December 19th submission.
That's right.
Okay, so Mr. Del Barro, on January 8th, we'll have another hearing here, just another hearing. It could be one of many, or it could be the second and last hearing. We never really know. You do not have to come, but if you have more comments and you want to submit comments, you're welcome to do that and submit them by email to us, which is...
submit@bsa.nyc.gov.
Right.
You also can make an appointment to come and see the submission that is going to be sent in December 19th at the board.
So he's going to submit some drawings and responses to our questions on December 19th. He must submit it on December 19th or he's late, okay? And so on December, say, a couple days later, you could come to the board and look at the submission, okay? And then we'll have this continued hearing on January, whatever I said.
January
8th. Okay?
January 8th, January 9th.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you very much. Thank you for coming, sir.
Okay, this concludes the public hearing for September 27, 2018.
5:45. I said 6:30.
5:30.
Wasn't bad.
So I didn't say anything.
I didn't either because I didn't want to jinx it.